Welcome to day 2, everybody. How we feeling? We set the bar high yesterday. We set the bar very high. Who made money trading yesterday? Keep your hand up if you kept the money you made in the afternoon and didn't give it back. That's a huge W for some of you. So give yourselves a round of applause. We're trying to build good habits. We're not just trying to entertain, right? You're not just here for the jokes. We're here for the actual discipline. No, you're here for the jokes? Okay, I'll make sure. Today, I want to introduce to you a couple of people who I did not introduce yesterday that you're going to hear from. First, he's in the back of the room right now. He'll be up here later. Lawrence Briscoe is here. Give Lawrence a round of applause, everybody. You know Lawrence. Lawrence and I met really last year at this event. He came because he works with Tanner at the time, and we went back and forth and had this like heated debate kind of dialogue, if you call it that, about backtesting. And after that, I just started working with Lawrence a little bit more, did some podcasts, got to know him a little bit better. And the value that Lawrence brings, he's one of those guys that when he talks, you just are captivated. I don't know if it's the tone of his voice, the frequency, it's the dreads, maybe it's all of it. But then you got guys like me, motor mouth. You know what I'm saying? So Lawrence has the gift to speak with force. If you watch Lawrence's content, you know that. So Lawrence is going to be coming up at the end of the day today with Tanner. We got a couple of guys doing a panel about the evolution of the day trader, the evolution of the trader's journey. I think he's going to crush it speaking on that topic. So Lawrence will be up in a little bit. Also, we have KV here on stage. Give KV a round of applause, everybody. I know a lot of you are here for KV. KV is very upset with me because I lowballed his number here. And I told him, bro, everyone knows you're rich. It's fine. You got the glasses. It's fine. If you don't know KV, he's a true New Yorker in every sense of it. The attitude, the swag, everything. But KV and I have known each other actually for a long time. I remember when KV was just an automated levels trader, just a little guy. He'd run out there and take his day trades. And now he's become a full VWAP boy. So that's why this morning it's going to be super powerful. He's got James and Randy, who are also VWAP guys by his side. So you'll see a little bit different take of VWAP this morning, which is going to be really cool. One more time for KV, everybody. Make sure you connect with all the guys, too. And, of course, last but definitely not least, the one and only Mr. Randy Baines, everybody. Give it up for Randy! So Randy was here last year as well. Randy was actually on stage with Thomas. I gave them like a 15, 20-minute thing to talk about the new trader's journey, like to show off what new payouts felt like, what they were doing well. And over the last year, Randy has knocked it out of the park. If you didn't know this, just for a second, he works with me, like Evan and Zach and James. All of them were students. I don't hire people. I don't go to job fairs and Glassdoor, whatever the fuck it's called, and just hire random people. You know what I'm saying? We are ground up. So over the last year, I have had the pleasure of being a part of Randy's progress, and it's been very fast, which is why he's now on our staff, and that's why he's on stage today. So Randy's got a lot of value to share. One more time, a round of applause for Big Dog. Oh, and he's got the best hair on stage today, too, without a doubt. Now, I have to talk real quick about our sponsors. You know, on the paper at your desks, everybody, you can go get the discounts for our sponsors. So first, Prop Firm Match. It's the go-to resource for prop firms in general, whether it's Forex, whether it's now crypto they have. Also, of course, futures. They got you covered. Discounts, comparisons, reviews. Prop Firm Match is the go-to. ASFX.biz/sponsors. Also, Bookmap is one of our sponsors. Randy's going to do a lot with Bookmap today. Sasaki works with Bookmap. So just to clear the air, Black Arrow, Bookmap, Nalogica, it's all the same thing. Bookmap was bought out by Nalogica and Black Arrow. Black Arrow is becoming this massive force, which is why I really wanted them here. They came all the way from Brazil to show you guys what's coming. Because if you don't take the free trial and everyone's trading on Black Arrow in a year, you're going to be like, damn, I am slow. And I don't want that for you. So make sure before you leave, you take advantage of that free trial. So thank you, Sasaki, and thank you, Bookmap, for sure. Also today, thanks. I appreciate it, Jeff. We'll save the claps. We'll do the claps at the end. I don't want everybody's hands to get sore. Top One Futures, you know, if you've been around me, we do a lot of work with them. Clay and one of their new employees will be showing up later today. So you'll be able to meet the founder of Top One Futures and Top One Trader, take some pictures with him, grill him up about any questions you have about running a prop firm. He's the guy. And he's probably one of the nicest guys in the prop space, for better and for worse. You know what I'm saying? Clay is just such a great guy. Everybody should talk to him. He's actually shorter than me, believe it or not. So for me, it's a big W to take as many pictures as I can with him. But we love Top 1 Futures. Come on, they're going to catch strays. It's day 2. Yesterday we had strays. You don't think there's going to be strays thrown out today? These boys have no idea what they're in for. TradeZella. Who is not using TradeZella? Can I get a hand up? Wow. Okay. So we have a discount from them at the link. Save 20%. Take advantage of that. You can upload all of your prop firm accounts, get all the data from all your trades, which I know some of you don't want to see, which you should want to see. And you'll be able to actually, hopefully, you'll actually see what's working by studying your trades, doing those markups and annotations Tanner was talking about, and you'll see what's costing you money. A quick little thing, they have a playbooking feature where I used it to track the entries I would take, the break and retest, the double break. And I would have an entry for when I would just take random shit, reversion plays, whatever you want to call them. I called them price plays. And after like 3 months of documenting every day, just putting the trades and tagging them, you can go in and see what trades are working for you best. And it showed me that those price plays, the no strategy, the feel of the market, I think it's going to do this, were costing me money. I knew that already. It wasn't new information. But for some reason, the visual of tracking it and seeing this entry is paying me at an 80% win rate. This entry is, and this one is costing me, was a light switch because I'm a visual guy. I know the way I learn is visual more than audio. So it really helped me. So if you're not on TradeZella, take advantage. Flux charts. Chris and I both work with Flux charts. They're the go-to now for indicators. They smoked everybody else. They're run by a bunch of really nice guys in Miami. They've got a ton of trading indicators that I don't really want you to fall down that rabbit hole. I want you to go on and maybe select Chris's or maybe select mine and play with one at a time. But Flux charts has an incredible array of indicators, much better than just the generic stuff that you're going to find on TradingView for sure. Okay, that's our sponsor stuff. ASFX.biz/sponsors. Sound good? One round of applause for the sponsors, everybody, because they're here and around the room. Thank you. I'll tell you, the truth about the sponsors with this kind of thing, you guys know it, like, I got nothing to hide. We did this event last year, and I lost, I think, like $10,000 or $15,000 on it because I didn't get enough money from the sponsors. So without these sponsors, this event is a negative for us, even at $1,000 a ticket. That's how much it costs to do this stuff. And that's with me outsourcing stuff. The house AV company was triple the cost, so I got to go find stuff for that. So it really is a thank you to them. That's why I had 5 of them, because without them, I lose money doing this, and I don't want to do that. Break even at least, So big thank you to the sponsors. Now, we're going to get into some live trading this morning. I'm going to pass it to KV to start so we can see what he's got for us with these automated levels. So let's lock in, everybody, and let's have ourselves a morning.
Check, check. Good morning, guys. How's everyone? Good? Day 2. Awesome. Pre-market prep. Thanks God. Coming from the options world, we had to do a lot of pre-market prep. You had to analyze about 20, 25 stocks every single morning to kind of pick 4 or 5 that you would be trading for that day. Thanks God, now on the future side, I don't have to do that. So I just trade NASDAQ, I just trade gold, and I'm not really picking and choosing what I'm going to trade for the day. So the only pre-market prep that I usually do is obviously checking the news for that day. So economics, what's happening today. Luckily, we have no news today, whether you think that's a good news or a bad news, right? Sometimes it is slow when we don't have any news announcement, but nothing on the calendar for the day. The only thing, though, it's OPEX, okay? Again, coming from the options world, the 3rd Friday of every month, you get that expiration date, right? Most option contracts do expire. So we are in OPEX today. Might bring some more volatility when it comes to the tech stocks because they are moving the NASDAQ, right? That's what the NASDAQ is at the end of the day. My chart right now, what's sharing is the micro NASDAQ. What you will notice is it is not moving. Okay, one of the things with my charts, I do not look at extended market hours. Okay, whatever's happening pre-market, I don't look at it. That's why the pre-market prep kind of doesn't exist in terms of charts. As soon as the market will open at 9:30, chart starts moving. My automated levels here. Brian was talking a little bit about yesterday about pivot levels. I have my own kind of calculation behind these levels. So you have R1, R2, R3, and just the regular ones, right? Previous day high, previous day low. You must have the previous day close there. And all of these are cash close, guys, okay? So cash close at 4:15 p.m. Eastern the previous day, okay? Again, whatever happens afterwards, I don't care. I'm only trading New York session from 9:30 to about 10:30, 11 a.m., and that's basically my day there. VWAP as well. My VWAP on the chart, you will see, again, when the things start moving, I have the daily VWAP, which I call, it's the New York VWAP for me, right? 9:30 a.m. New York. It's a 1-day VWAP, which is the prior day VWAP Brian was talking about. And then I also have the 2-day VWAP. So those are the key ones. And you will also see a couple of white lines in my chart, which are trend-based VWAPs, okay? Previous day low, today's low, trend highs. You will see those moving during the day. Again, when the market starts moving, when I start sharing my chart as well a little bit, you will see a couple of those lines start to appear. My main kind of strategy, because I will be speaking this afternoon, but I don't have a strategy to talk about because I was like, everyone's talking about the VWAP. So I don't want to do another VWAP presentation because I do the same thing. So I left it to these guys to do the VWAP, okay, these 2 days. So a little bit about my strategy. It's a very, very simple wait for the trend. Okay, usually that's going to take, depending on how the market moves, 15 minutes to half an hour. At the bottom of my chart, you can see some ATR labels. I'm not sure how clear they are on the screen, but I'm a big fan of the ATR, average true range. So basically how much the range is between day high and day low over the last 14 days. I need the ATR today to be at about 30% of the average. Okay, so if we complete 30% ATR, that's where I kind of confirm, hey, we have a trend going. Versus just seeing a spike and be like, oh my God, I got to jump in the market right now. Wait for the trend, wait for the pullback, okay, to the daily VWAP with the level confirmation. Okay, I need to have some area of resistance or support for that pullback. Wait for a confirmation. I am trading the 1 minute confirmation 5-1, but my interest will be in the 1 minute time frame. I am a scalper, not micro scalper in 30 seconds, but again, the lowest I will go will be the 1 minute time frame. Positions might last a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes, and we will be scaling out, okay? Never adding in tenor. I know it works for you, but we're not adding in today, okay? We're keeping it cool. We go in with a full position because I need to know what my max risk is, and I'm just scaling out based on my targets. But
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many trades a day?
1 to 2.
Okay. And then when will you stop? This morning or on a regular day?
If I have a good first trade, that's the end of the day.
Okay.
We had a couple of second row and third row there. Those are all my people. So big round of applause for second row and third row there.
Yeah.
And
They all came from Albania.
no. All across the country. But big round of applause for you guys as well, because it's not easy coming down here. Just like it's not easy for Austin to set up these events. For you guys as well, especially coming out of state. I'm coming from New York. You guys as well got to buy your flight tickets, hotels, tickets, like all of it. So I definitely do thank you guys for coming out here.
Who remembers the flights from New York to Florida for $70 before COVID?
I
Remember that? Now it's like $300 a flight anytime you want to go anywhere. So we
Or-
do appreciate you guys making
yeah,
that happen.
absolutely.
Before we leave you, so when you guys see KV's chart layout, are there any questions about
Yeah.
the tools he's using? I want to make sure we are fully understanding. I know a lot of you guys understand the VWAP. Okay, good. And remember, in the back of the room, I forgot to remind you, please use that screen on the side if you can't see this one. You should be able to see everything good. Okay. Now, when will you take your first trade? You said you wait for trends, so it takes a little bit of time to build.
Correct.
Do you think that there's ever a scenario that requires you to trade sooner than that? For example, today, markets are down 1% here at the open already, right? When we open in 20 minutes. Gold's down 2%, silver's down 8%. Do you ever see the volatility there and go, okay, maybe we need to do something sooner?
Yeah, no. Even last week, we have a couple of days last week. Wednesday, Friday, we traded live. My day was over at 9:45. Because again, if we get a big push like yesterday, the ATR climbs up pretty fast. Because yesterday, in 15 minutes, we hit 200 points. Okay, that happens today as well. We might take a trade even before the 10 a.m. candle.
So it's really the ATR
Correct.
that tells you if you can keep trading or not.
Even if I want to enter a trade, if I'm even interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because
Who is using ATR? Of course, the fund.
Look, it used to be a very popular thing back in the day. ATR.
Yeah.
Everyone used to have.
We
ATR
used to
in their
use,
charts.
James remembers, ADR, average daily range, average true range is very similar. So, yeah.
And quick note as well, there is a red table, a little red label above it. Those are based on the ATR as well, guys. I use those for volatility measures. Basically, it shows me the minimum risk per contract at any point in time. So if I were to open a contract right now, which again, the market's not open yet officially for New York Open, but it shows me risk is 14.64 points. How that translates is if I enter a trade right now, and this is, again, coded for scalps and day trades, not if you're holding for multiple days. it means that I will not be able to risk less than 15 points. And if I put a stop loss that's less than 15 points, I'm super, super, super stupid, okay? We don't want to do that. Because obviously you guys know as well, if you put those stop losses a little bit closer than you should, you're getting stopped out right before the position moves in your way, then you're chasing, then the account is blown, then you're crying, and you don't want to do that.
No. Only you cry about trading, not us.
Look, we all cry, and
No,
it's
no.
and it's fine. Even men cry, right?
Maybe. Randy, let's go to you. Speaking of men crying, can we go to Randy? Are you plugged in? Okay, let's go to Zach then first. Little Zarb action, please. Beautiful. So Zarb, I know your strategy is a little bit different than this. So you want to explain to everybody kind of your pre-market approach here, because you're usually on Prop for a Match TV. So you're probably willing to trade right now. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to stay away from the pre-market shorts, but if you guys saw me last week, we were doing a lot of those. But usually I try to wait till 9:30, ideally 9:45. But my strategy is a mix of ICT-related concepts with volume profile. I actually have a trade that I took in the Asia session last night, and I think this actually is a really good marker or example of kind of how I look at price action and how I execute. So we took a short right here. This was around maybe 9 p.m. So this really incorporates everything. So number one, we are very overextended in the market. We're up at all-time highs, right? Now the Asia session, I really like Asia session in 2026 because it tends to mean revert a lot, but the volatility has increased that you could still easily capture 25, 30, 40 points in the Asia session, no problem. It's just the volatility has really picked up. But if you want to focus on trading at a specific level and looking for the market to take liquidity, fill in balances, it's really good for that. So I could just go over this trade real quick. We came up, made a new all-time high, swept that liquidity right here, and then we started pulling back, consolidating. Now, I use volume profile every single day, specifically the previous day's value areas and point of control. So previous day's point of control is the most important level on the volume profile for me, and I like to use it as a general gauge for directional bias. So I have something I call my golden rule, which is below previous day's point of control, stick to shorts. Above previous day's point of control, stick to longs. Similar to how a lot of people might use the New York VWAP. It's just a different tool to kind of help gauge directional bias. So the other aspect of this trade is when I look for the market to take liquidity, I look for things like double bottoms, double tops, imbalances of fair value gaps. So these are equal lows. This is one of my favorite things to target for the market to come and draw back into that level. So we have a couple of things here, right? We're below the previous day's point of control. I also positioned myself at a good spot right on that level. Now, you don't always have to do that, but I saw an opportunity to have a really clear invalidation zone, which was above this swing high. And I told myself, as long as we don't just rip above the POC, I think this level is going to be my general gauge. Now, my target is down here, but if you notice, I'm not taking my profit all the way down there. I like to take what I call the low-hanging fruit, right? So if I think the market has room to move 250 points, which is insane in the Asia session, but on NQ, this happens pretty much every day now. Well, if I think the market can move 250 points, what I prefer to do is try to capture 100 of those points, 125 points. That's what I call the low-hanging fruit, because I can't tell you how many times, and Austin can probably attest to this, back in the day, I was the guy looking for this and nothing more. I had to get my overall target, and there's a lot of times that maybe this target does get hit, but maybe we do something like this, right? Maybe the market starts going in that direction, but then it pops back up, hits your break even, then goes down. Probably happens to a lot of us. So I just say, let me take the easy money that's on the table. And if the market goes and hits my exact level, that's great. It did in this situation, but I'd always rather end with a little less profit than turning a trade into a loss. So for today, we're in kind of a weird spot, right? Because I'm sure a lot of people have been bullish every single day. The market is finally pulling back. This is probably the biggest pullback we've had. This one was pretty close, but they're about the same.
How much did you make on that trade?
On this trade, we made, could show you right here. These are on some Lucid Flex accounts. That was $500 times 5 accounts. And I also traded my Apex accounts as well. And that was 400 times.
Nice,
4.
dude. Very nice. Questions for Zach about the sweeps As the day goes on and structure is set, I'm sure you can ask him, Zach, are we sweeping that previous structure? And he'll say, well, maybe here in this example, or maybe not. You know what I'm saying? So as any questions come up, hands up today. Eric's got you with mics. I'll take it for a quick second, and then I want to go to James. So on Bookmap this morning, very thin. OPEX, options expiry maybe being the reason, but you can look at this Bookmap. That is not a usual ES Bookmap with the colors looking like that. And I look at the COB, which is the current order book. You can see 30 contracts, 28 contracts, 24 contracts, 25. Very thin. The thickest block is up at 74.60, and it's only 72 contracts in the ES right now. And I think that that's probably a direct reflection of options expiry today. So yesterday I talked about location and structure and things like that. Macro is important too, a little bit, right? Like Brian was saying, understand the company, but you don't need to deep dive it too deep. It's important for day traders to understand 0 DTE options are driving a lot of market behavior right now. So options expiry is going to be very important. Who knows what 0 DTE means? Okay, good. Majority of the room. It's 0 day to expiry. It's basically a day trading options like tool where the option expires at the end of the day. So you're looking to basically trade the options market as if it was a futures contract. So it's a ton of volume, a ton of money, and options dealers will hedge their position in the futures market. And that's why you'll see these gamma levels hold. You'll see certain options levels hold, especially on a day like today. There's a couple of guys in here who are experienced with options and the gamma. Connor's in the back. Connor, you want to raise your hand? Connor's a good guy to talk to. Anyone else in here doing stuff with gamma? Yep. Michael Schwartz maybe a little bit. Yep. Mike's over there too. The ASFX boys in the back. Yep. So those are the guys to talk to if you have more questions. But something I'll, pay attention to is look at how the book map will go dark here, and then the orders will come back on. In that uniform fashion, it tells me there's a lot of algorithmic trading going on down here. Even more of a reason to just wait for market open. Let's get our opening range. Are we pulling back? Are we going to go fill these orders at 60 and then maybe head higher? Or are we going to retest this overnight VWAP, make a lower high, and want to look for a leg down? The last thing before I go to James is notice we are under yesterday's low. So for me, are shorts on the table today? I got hard of hearing. Remember, I was a DJ. I can't hear. So you got to speak up. So Bruce, take it away, brother. Tell us what you see.
Yeah. Well, I think Austin waited for me to come on day 2 so you get used to my accent. But yeah, so we are trading underneath previous day's lows. So as you can see, it's this white line on my chart over here. Okay, previous day's lows. And I do use a tool, Edgefall. We can see in the last 6 months, yes, if we take our previous day's lows, 62% of the time we will close as a bearish closing day, right?
So what price would that mean we have to close under today? That's good to know. A bearish day would just mean we close under.
Underneath the open price.
Okay, so that means you could make money still long today.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's not telling us to stay short. It's just telling us most of the time we're not going to reverse and take POC and go higher.
Correct.
Above 75.30 and stuff.
As long as we hold underneath previous day's lows, I would ideally like shorts. So we are trading also as an outside day already, meaning that we've broken previous day's highs and or previous day's lows, as you can see. So yeah, and then I look at stocks. We are trading pretty red at the moment. The only stock that is actually green on the day is Microsoft. So yeah, that's kind of what I look at.
NVIDIA had a big day yesterday. Will that impact anything you think today? It's the biggest company in the world.
It will, but yeah, I mean, as long as we're trading red on the day and most stocks are red, I will look to trade in that direction.
Okay. And just as we say that, before I go, Randy, if you want to get plugged in, I'd love to see your take. Just as we say that, look at that block of orders. See it come on? Now we're getting closer. Now, you can see, some people have asked me about this, so it's probably worth deep diving. Austin, how do you spot the spoofing? Well, you see the heat block. You see the boner candle on the COB. But what you really want to do is zoom in on it. You see how it says 1,000 contracts? And right where my cursor is, there's a white line. Can you guys see that white line? Everything to the left of that white line is controlled by one algo, one trader, one person. That was the way I was taught how to use this part of Bookmap. So what that means is of 1,000 contracts that are currently on the book, 1,073, maybe 900 of them are one algo. So what that leads to is potential spoofing. He can pull those orders off and make it disappear in a second. So we need to watch that block below. Is he trying to induce us to think that price is going to drop to 74.27? That would be a new low underneath overnight lows. Is that a spoofing block, or is that actually something that wants to fill? When it has that white line, it's a caution flag. It's telling me, I don't know if I want to trust that and trade right into that. That's how I read it. Randy, do you have a different take on that?
No, I have the exact same take on that. I'm looking at it the same way. Oh, so first of all, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be sitting up here because my first trading event just kept me going, and the energy in the room and meeting everybody this is key.
He's had 2 drinks today, everybody. So
Yeah.
he's loose. He's loose. Randy, hold the mic real close, brother, so they can hear you.
So yeah. So anyways, just thank you for being here. It really makes the energy of this room, of this event, is fire. So I'm glad to have everyone here. But basically, what I'm looking at, and something I look at electronic trading hours, but I get to the desk. I trade on the West Coast. I trade at 6:30 a.m. as market open. I have non-negotiables that I have to do before I trade. So I don't spend a lot of time on the charts before market open. But what we do is we don't trade the first 15 minutes of the opening range until it sets. So that 15 minutes, I'm guaranteed to be able to have a snapshot of what's going on in the market. I kind of look at Bookmap. I trade ES predominantly, but I'm looking at YM and NQ at the same time. I want to see what's going on across the markets on those 3 indices. And if there's any divergence, or if we're getting markets trending in the same direction. And this morning, everything is below volume profile, below previous day's low. And then another key level I've been looking at, the start of week VWAP. Brian talked about this yesterday, and as you can see down here on Wednesday, we have this low, but we bounce nicely off of the start of week VWAP. This level at 7,400, if you come back, what I do is I go on Bookmap now, and I start to zoom out, and I start to look for confluences. Where do we have resting orders sitting at levels that are interesting on the chart? You come down to 7,400, we have orders sitting here. Again, Austin just pointed out these 1,000 orders that are sitting here. That could be a spoof. So I want to wait now for the market to open, let that opening range set, and see if we can get a continuation. Or if we can break back above this start of week VWAP and hold it, I can look for a long, but I'm going to be watching now what's above me. Overnight VWAP is lining up with previous day's lows, so that could be a clear level of resistance. So if I'm looking for longs, I'll want to trade aggressively up to that overnight VWAP and look to get out of the trade, because like Austin said, we could just be making another higher low.
Lower high.
Or lower high, sorry.
Yep, 100%.
Well, then if we get the opposite, where we don't hold above that start of week VWAP with any strength, and then we trade below the New York after the opening range sets, I'll be looking at 7,400. That'll be a clear level for us to want to come down and test. And if you look back at structure here on the chart, you can see here on Wednesday, we had a clean bounce off it, but now we've broken below that start of week VWAP, and we're holding below it. We've technically broken and retested it here on the 5-minute chart. So I'm just going to be paying attention to that. But again, I'll let that first 15 minutes settle in. Let the market kind of pick a direction instead of trying to just chase the volatility, because when this opens, it's probably going to be up, down, up, down, up, down. So let it set, wait the 15 minutes, look for a break of the range, and then look to pick a direction to trade them.
Especially with such a big move overnight, you would think a lot of people are going to come into the open firing. Algos will be firing, things will turn on. So it's a really good practice to go slow. On a Friday, especially after you made money and you kept money yesterday, there's just no rush. Let's see, are we going to like longs, or are we going to want to rock some shorts? I'll hit you with some nerdy macro stuff. This is definitely a shift that's worth talking about. So CMEgroup.com/markets/interest rates. This is the best tool to understand where interest rates will go. Who would consider themselves someone that at least understands what this is, what an interest rate from the Fed is? Be honest, it's okay if you don't. It's taken me a long time to do it. So the simple math of this is just the Fed determines the interest rate that the big banks get. The big banks then write the mortgages, they write the credit cards, then it passes down to us. Fed is here. I don't know how many levels there are. I'm not a banker, but there's levels, and then we're at the bottom. This interest rate that comes from the Fed determines everything for big businesses that are borrowing money to function. This is the blood of the American economy. We saw all 2025 and even into 2026, everyone talking about when Jerome Powell is out, Trump is only going to pick somebody that's going to cut rates, record rate cuts, and it's going to stimulate the economy and drive inflation through the roof. Remember that? Yesterday, 2 or 3 days ago, we had hot inflation, hottest number since 2023. The Fed is looking at two things, if you write this down. They're looking at the CPI, which is the month-over-month change, And they're also looking at the core PCE price index. Those are the two numbers that are very important the Fed's paying attention to. Those numbers then reflect here on this chart, and it shows what you're looking at is the meeting date on the left side and then the actual rate. The 350 to 375 is with a decimal, so it really means 3.5 to 3.75 as the Fed funds rate. And think about it. If you're a big bank, who can I use an Cam, you're a big bank, I'm the Fed. You want to borrow money, I give you the money at 3.5. What are you going to loan it out at? 4.5. You make a point. Someone else then, a mortgage company, does the same thing. So that's why these rates are so important. And the big switch now, stay with me, the big switch is we thought we were cutting rates. We're actually going to potentially be hiking rates now in March of 2027, which is a huge shift in the economy, potentially the reason we're seeing such a sell-off last night. Has anyone seen anything in the news with Iran last night? Does anyone even know where we're at with the war with Iran? Is the Strait open or closed? I mean, I've lost track of it. So I don't think that's what drove the market down last night. The more I'm looking into it this morning, I think it's this. What this is telling us is every time the Fed meets with the new Fed chairman, Kevin Warsh, this in June, July, September, all of this is saying the probability of the rate staying the same. Notice, there is no probability of the rate coming down until December of 2027, which is kind of stupid to even have that on the chart because it's so far away. So we have now shifted in the macro climate from rate cuts to rate pauses to rate hikes. You with me? Questions about that? I want to talk about it because I know someone's got a question. No? We're good on interest rates. Okay. Yes, Cam. Hold on, wait for the mic, sorry. Yeah, you're good. I want to get that audio. Good.
So would you say overall this will put a bearish impact on the market?
I can't say that for sure, but it can create uncertainty, and uncertainty can lead to consolidation and confusion for sure. And again, Brian, I think, is in the back of the room. We're in cocktail talk right now. This is not actual information that's going to make us more money as day traders. We're going to trade VWAP. See, I said it right because he's here. I got to fucking think. It's really hard. So it's cocktail talk, but it, I think, can impact when you come into the market with a bias of we're at all-time highs, let's just keep buying. Well, let's slow down. I think it can also help. Someone asked, the gentleman in the middle of the room asked, what are you doing with your profits? Are you investing, and what are you doing? I think this can help me shape what I want to be doing with those profits. So that's the first thing. That's the CME Group website. Second thing I want to show you is Financial Juice. This is what spawned me to go pull that up. They will give you free news right here with a little bit of a delay. If you need a free resource for news, I know Zach in the back has a great paid one. This is free, financialjuice.com. I think it's better than Forex Factory. No bias, no nothing. Actually, sometimes they do fuck around with the bias. Me and Randy have talked about that. But it's okay. It's getting you the information that I think you need. No fluffy headlines, just the direct thing. So you can see also this morning, 9/16 this morning, U.S. industrial production month over month came out above forecast and above previous. So industrial production is up. Then what you'll get here is a quick summary. A widespread sell-off in the bond market. Where do bonds get their information? Come on. Somebody knows this. No? I just showed it to you. Interest rates. What moves the bond prices? It's interest rates. So we get a widespread sell-off in bond markets, dragging equities lower, abruptly ending the artificial intelligence-fueled rally that had pushed the S&P to just a new record high. So if we go back here, I know we're 2 minutes until the open, MAG7, M-A-G-S, everybody, is an index that you can look at. It's an ETF that tracks the MAG7, but we're lagging here. So maybe we'll come back to that in a second. Oh, yeah, because the market's starting to move a little bit. So those orders are still below us. 74.54 starting to pick up. That order block at 74.60 still there, right? So you see, just to look at Bookmap while we wait, look at how those orders popped on at the same time together, right here at my cursor. And now look at how they're filling. So the spoofer does not get filled. The orders above get filled. Do you think that that's a coincidence, or do you think that that's what usually happens? It's what usually happens. That's why that Bookmap spoofing spotter, that little white line, really, really helps. They'll throw orders above and below, and I can know which side of it I want to be on. Yes, here's MAG7. So MAG7, just to show you this is your Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA. If you take a look at it at a daily chart, we talked about the rotation back into this. This has been our fuel for the rally. I don't know why it's going so slow this morning, but it's probably because it's the open coming in and we're all connected on the same Wi-Fi. Yeah, so there's your MAG7, just since the end of March. Mag 7 has moved from $55 to $70. So that's the rally that they're speaking of. So financial juice for your news website, everybody. Let's get ourselves set here. Let's pull Bookmap to the side. Watch these contracts come on at the open and see what fills. Questions so far, everybody? You following me on the interest rates a little bit? I'm not losing you too much? All right, then I'm going to nerd out with you one more time. Take a look where my cursor is here on the right side. Crude oil, CL1, that is your light crude oil futures. It's down 1.6% this morning, while U.S. spot oil is at the same price, but up 1.5% right now. Seeing those two come to parity is the first time, I think, in weeks that we've seen them get this close. I think, according to Claude this morning, it can signal potential resolution coming to the war. So that's why I don't know if the oil trade in parity between futures contract and spot price has anything to do with the indices selling off last night. And I'm just bringing this up not to nerd out with you, but to just caution you from seeing one market move and then associating it with something else. I don't know if it does that. I don't think you should be correlating different charts too heavily like that. Not yet. None of us work at a bank. Nobody's macro here, right? Okay, questions on all that, on interest rates, on news resource, markets open. So now we can rock out. NVIDIA is down 3% after being up 4%. Microsoft up 1%. I'm going to spill the beans here. I got it out of Brian. Brian likes Microsoft. Out of all the Mag 7, Brian likes Microsoft. So what do you think we should do? We should just take a look at a weekly chart, throw an all-time high VWAP on that thing. Now, here's a little tip. I'm sure someone's thinking, Austin, there's a pin here that looks like an all-time high, and then there's this pin to the left a little bit higher. Sometimes they're even. And I asked Brian on a podcast, I'm like, which one would you go with if they're even? This one or this one? What do you think he said? The one to the right or the one to the left? No. You go with the one to the left so you get a little bit more time and a little bit more volume in it. So what Brian's probably watching on Microsoft on a weekly chart is that VWAP right there. Once buyers are stepping back in over 450, it becomes a little bit better of a swing trade for Brian because now that we have full confirmation buyers are back in play. Brian's not buying Microsoft at 357 just because it's down. Brian's looking for this thing to take 460, 450, 440. Does that make sense? Okay. Boys, what do we got?
I just wanted to say one thing. If you're having Wi-Fi connections, because mine completely lagged, the fix that I did yesterday, if you have a phone, personal hotspot, that's what I did yesterday. That's what I'm doing today. So I just wanted to throw that in because I got lagged so crazy right now. But yeah, just waiting for the market to set up here. Am my charts showing? Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, everything got updated on my chart. New pivots. The view ups are new. Everything got refreshed at 9:30 because that's how it's supposed to work. We have both the 2-day view up and the prior day view up above us. Okay, so filling that gap from last night. I'm very big on gaps. Very big on gaps. So we have the previous day close, the cash close at 415. Filling the gap. It's what 1.5% down Nasdaq this morning. There is a tendency for the market to attract towards that gap, especially with the 2-day and the prior day view up being above us. Obviously, we can't see the New York view up because the market just opened up. So let's see. Let's just wait for this to settle down a little bit. Volatility is pretty high. We're already at 20% ADR, so 90 points already in 2 minutes. So we're moving. We just need a trend. That's all. So far, it looks a bit sideways, but as soon as we get a trend going on, we'll jump in the action.
Bruce, you got anything? Randy, you got anything? Go ahead, Rand.
Well, you can see that those orders that were down here at 74.25 that were spoofing have come off now.
Surprise, surprise.
And again, I trade on a 5-minute chart, so if there's anybody in the room that struggles with over trading or just even the adrenaline of trading, you can slow it down by going to a 5-minute chart. I started on a 1-minute. I went from a 1-minute to a 2-minute, and now here I am on a 5-minute. Being on a 5-minute chart, though, I still use a bit of discretion. I'm watching the timer on the price bar here, and I will still look to enter a trade mid-candle. I don't have to wait for a close, but I like to see candle closes above the level, the VWAP, whatever I'm looking at. Now, 5 minutes versus it being a 1-minute or 2-minute gives me a little bit clearer of an idea if it's buyers or sellers or who's stronger at the moment. So I'm looking at this, and again, like I said, I'm really watching this start of week VWAP. And we traded above it, but we're back below it. And look at this 5-minute candle that's going to print here. We got some volatility this morning, so I'm looking to see for this opening range to set. See the size of the opening range. We did talk about this a bit yesterday. We like to look at the size of the opening range just to understand how much we want to be risking. whether it's a 20-point opening range, a 10-point opening range. And for me, quickly, I'll just come and click on the ruler here, and I'll just draw it, and I'll see, okay, we're going to at least have a 30-point opening range.
Love it. Bruce, you want to go? Zach, you want to go? Of course he is.
No, I'm not in a trade right
No,
now.
you're not?
No, I have a limit order set. So I'm going to give, oh wait, let me get that HDMI real quick.
While they switch real quick, just to show you the book map, everybody, look at that. So you see the orders here up top. They came on all together at 9:18, all of this, right? Pre-market, we fill those. Now we're headed down to where the spoofer was. He tried to spoof you to come bring you lower. Those needed to fill above first that were non-spoofs, and now it may take us lower. Everybody, I'm working on getting us Wi-Fi boosted, I promise.
All right, I'm good, by the way, Austin.
Okay.
I just got filled on my trade. All right, so I'm in a short right here, rejecting from this 5-minute bearish fair value gap. I'm normally not so comfortable shorting this low, but I'm starting to feel like the momentum, I'm kind of playing what I think the 930 liquidity sweep might become, which I think we might be coming for this wick right here. You can see as we've gone down, every single hourly bearish fair value gap, we're retesting and going lower. Now, on the 5-minute, I don't see a ton of aggressive buys in here just yet. So, I think we could eventually go higher throughout the day, but I'm just intuitively, I'm trying to see if we can get a move down to this low a day with the overall target being this 1-hour drawn liquidity. So I'm going to get ready to set limit orders and stop loss.
I like it. Anybody else in a trade yet? Michelle? Short, long, short. KV, what do you like? No, not yet. You don't like it?
It's still a 20% ADR. We're coming there. If we can break a little bit lower, I would say even come closer to this S1, then see a bounce, I'd probably be more interested on it. Looking at my volatility risk table here, it's pretty high. So if you're trading the NASDAQ about 32 points per contract right now, that's your minimum risk basically. So depending what account size you have, especially 50K accounts, if you're not trading micros, I mean, you're going to be blowing that account in a couple of seconds with this volatility right now. But yeah, need this a little bit lower just so we can see a trend going on. So far, it looks like a Christmas tree.
It's funny because you just don't look at the extended hours, so you don't see as much information.
That's all I have. I just have, 6 minutes worth of candles.
But like Brian said, if you wanted to quantify this, you could put an indicator on and show there's more volume probably in the first few minutes than in the last couple of hours from pre-market. Especially with that thin book map, I'm assuming there's very little volume in this thing pre-market today.
I think I have it as a habit from options, because we can't trade options before the pre-market. So I'm only interested from 9:30. Maybe that's for the best, or I don't know. It works for me.
Okay. Bruce?
Yeah, just something that I like to do is typically I do wait the first 15 minutes, opening range, but we are 124 points on the NASDAQ off the daily VWAP. So I like to buy or sell, obviously, depending on my position, as close to that daily VWAP or New York session open VWAP as possible.
I can show you this just to show you Brian's point about volume. So this is the volume indicator on TradingView, but what I do is I just put the volume indicator on the chart, and then when it's up here, on this, they call it a pane, a window pane of TradingView. You can click it and drag it down, and it'll put it down here, which actually gives you quantifiable numbers in the bottom right corner. So if you look at this, in the first candle so far, this is a 15-minute chart, we are already at 60,000 in total volume for just the MES. Look at overnight. The biggest candle was the one right here before market open at 27. So if we're already at 60 in the first 15 minutes, how many 15-minute bars do I have to add up at 9, 8, 6,000, 5,000? You see what I'm saying, everybody? This shows you visually how little volume there is in this move down last night. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. What are we doing? Everybody's looking down. Are we in a trade? No. Waiting? Questions?
Austin, I'm out of my trade now, just so you guys know.
Beautiful. Let's take a look.
So again, retest into that 5-minute bearish fair value gap, just following trend right here. And I really think the drawn liquidity is going to be this hourly wick right here. We've just gotten too close to it. Normally, if you're going to see a reversal around somewhere in here, it would be more around either like the 50% or the 618. All of the bullish fair value gaps have been invalidated, and the bearish fair value gaps are all holding as resistance. So I just felt like this is one of those situations we're just going to retest that gap. We'll use the 930 volatility to just take us down to that 1 hour swing low. But again, I just take the low hanging fruit. So if I could just position myself in a key level and anticipate this is where the market's going, I can get in here, get out here, and I don't care if I end up being completely right or wrong on this idea.
Does anybody struggle like right now? Like there's a part of me that feels like it's worth buying it. You know, just being so bullish all the time. I'm like, dude, it's so low. I could buy 74.30, stop at 74.10, 20 point stop, and let's see how we go. Does anybody have that feeling sometimes when the market moves lower? Yeah. Try to resist, because when it smokes your 20 point stop, it goes lower 80 points by the end of the day. You go, why was I trying to buy it after it made lower lows and lower highs all pre-market? You know? It's just, yeah.
No, I was going to say, I think that's a great point, because there was like, I had a flash in my mind of buying it at 7,400 and this thing ripping back up to 7,500 and being the hero. But I got to remind myself, when I look at the chart, we're below all the VWAPs. Sellers have been in control since the overnight. Why is it going to bounce at this, psychological level that I'm telling myself? And the more you start to understand that, it keeps you out of the trades that aren't your trades. That's not my trades. I don't pick the bottom. I don't sell the top.
It's like you're picking numbers. You're like, 7,400 should be the bounce. It's like, for what?
And the issue, the reason I don't do that is because the one winning trade that hits, I remember that, but I completely forget about the 9 that I lose. And I forget about the accounts that are blown trading like that.
100%.
So it really helps me stick to my strategy. And when I have these key levels and I trust the process and I tell myself, why am I trying to buy this here? This does not fit my trade. This is not my trade. So I just wanted to add that, because it's like Austin said, you get tempted to take these trades. And like I said, when they do work, you remember them, but you forget the 9 times they don't work. So I think it's just a great point for everybody to really think about that when they're looking at trades that aren't their trades.
KV, what are we seeing here?
Bounced off the first pivot, S1, as we can see in micro NASDAQ there. Volatility is super insane, from 163 to 240, 80-point candle in the 1 minute. Looking for some type of confirmation here. The only thing I do not like, going back from the conversation from yesterday where we spoke about putting risk first, right? So I'm always thinking about where could my stop loss be and how much I could be potentially losing on this trade. And I always will be waiting for the candle to close in the 1 minute. If we wait for this candle to close, might be a little bit of a wider stop loss than I would like, but we'll see how it goes. Again, the bounce at S1 worked pretty well if you're trying to catch bottoms, but I'm looking to follow the trend. If we can get some type of confirmation to follow the trend lower, that's where the trade is.
Love it. Bruce, are you in a trade? Not yet? Okay, not yet. I'm looking at this and just seeing how strong the sellers are, even as the buyers step in, push us from 74.31 all the way up to 42 in 1 minute. That's a damn near 10-point candle in a minute. Not really the day I want to be fighting the VWAP. I probably can just look at the indicator and follow the red and just be a simple guy, like Brian said, follow the trend. If today, for the day traders, the trend is down, you'll end up looking back on it and saying, why was I buying it fighting VWAP alignment? 3 things. If you struggle with VWAP alignment, just look at this. Previous day VWAP, 2-day VWAP, as Brian calls it and KV calls it. I'm looking at previous value area like Zach and Randy. Underneath both of those, it's a bearish sign. Overnight VWAP, also above us, bearish sign. And then New York VWAP. Sorry, VWAP. New York VWAP, pointing lower, price still holding underneath it. This is what I call, because of the VWAPs I use, this is alignment. Just let me go, bro. Just let me be. Let me just trade and make money. Don't make my life hard. Fuck. Cut me some slack. So I position myself on days like this, and I think, just like I said yesterday, risk first. If I lose on a long, how will I feel? If I lose on a short, how will I feel? Which one do I want to be in today? Does that make sense? It's like a very simple train of thought. If I know alignment says to the downside, I'd rather lose a short today. At least I can look back on the markup and say, I was on the right side of VWAP. I waited for it. I got in when there was alignment, and I lost. I'll take it again because I know that's a trending trade, you know? And the beautiful thing about being a day trader, my favorite part of it, is this thing can drop, we can make a ton of money, and it can rally because Trump sees the market's down. He's going to wake up in a few minutes and tweet something, and it's going to rip, and we'll be out of the trade already. That's the beauty of being a day trader. So Boys, we in a trade? Anybody yet? No? Anybody in the crowd in the trade? Michelle, how's it going? Out. Very good. Okay, so we got 2 shorts. Profit. Sean? Profit? Geez, slow that guy down. You're going to get banned from the prop firms. Don't tell them you work with us. Then they're going to get rid of us, too.
Is this allowed, what we're doing right now?
Is what?
Is this allowed from the prop firms?
What we're doing? Oh, we kind of. Are we breaking rules? I don't know. Don't you run that company that knows all the prop firm stuff? All right, so here you go. You can see set and opening range low here. So we're pushing lower. Overnight lows are taken on ES. There we go. 74.29. So, and then again, it's just a very reactionary read of it. Sean, I'm going to assume you were short somewhere off this bar. $38. Because you're ES, right? Yeah. Right here. Beautiful. Yeah. A nice little trade before the opening range is set. Okay, so now let me summarize from yesterday. Remember the double break trade? Now that we have opening range set, 15 minutes are in, are we going to play the double break long today? Who says no? Hand up. Are we playing double breaks long? Okay. Are we playing double breaks short? You can't. It broke the range low first, so you can't. If you don't play the double break long, is it because you don't want to fight VWAP alignment? So how about instead of saying I'm not going to trade it, how come we don't consider just sizing down and taking it? Is the double break setup invalid for longs right now when we made an all-time high yesterday? And we're in a pullback this morning? Remember I was saying to you, I like when it pulls back in the early part of the day and in the overnight. It sets me up. How many people are chasing into shorts right now and not closing it? We made double break long today. So just quote it, timestamp it. Break range low here. Watch it pull that VWAP lower. I'll let you know when I take a long.
I think it would be tough, though, because NVIDIA is down 4% right now.
That's crazy because it was up 4% yesterday. So everything's Amazon's down 2%, Tesla's down
4% as well.
Brian's favorite stock, Netflix, is up though somehow. It's literally broken. Okay, boys, waiting. So you notice one thing here: we don't chase it short, even when it's dropping, even when it's moving like this. It's just not our edge for anybody up here. I don't think. Do you have a play on this, KV, or no? Like how now as it's going, what do you do?
As I was speaking earlier, the only issue I had with the trade was the wide stop loss. I wasn't comfortable because I'm looking. Is my chart showing? Yeah. So if I had waited for a proper confirmation, my first target would have been S1. Putting a stop loss at opening price or even day high would not have been. I'm looking for at least 1-to-1 on my first exit, and it was a little bit shorter than that, so I'm not comfortable. Because the way I'm trimming, guys, I'm taking off half of my position at 1-to-1. That way the trade there is risk-free, and then all of my second, third trims, they're usually the profits. But the candles were a bit too wide for me to take that confirmation there.
I'm looking at it now. Let's see. Boys, Zach, you got anything?
Yeah, I mean, I could just break down again kind of my thoughts on this move because I do think we're likely going to go maybe a little bit lower still. I think we're going to come for this 1 hour swing low. Again, I already took my short, got in and got out because I just try to position myself for a quick move with the idea if I think I can capture a market that's going to go down to here, if I close, down at these lows instead at the low a day, that's the low-hanging fruit. But right now, there's 2 scenarios I could see because at the end of the day, we are on the higher time frame still bullish. We are below the midnight open. That's a level that I like to use a lot in the first couple of hours of the session. I pretty much use this as a general premium and discount line. This also comes from data that we will retrace to that midnight open in the New York session. Depending on what you're looking at, it's roughly 65 to 70% of the time. So there is an edge there. Now, I don't like to see reversals, though, until we take some type of swing low or swing high, because that's just where we tend to get those bigger reversals, even right here. We come up, consolidate, but we take a high, and then we go lower. So same thing here is what I'm looking for. Now, I got a feeling that this might be inducement to get people long a little bit early, but we did take this low. Now, the last thing I want to go over on what I liked about the market taking this low of day at least is when you start to see the market consolidate, like in this example, it's in a clear downtrend, and then it starts consolidating right here, right before the open. Then you have these bullish bars here and here, right before it took this level, this low a day. I love to look for those and play that retracement and short it into this low, because at this point, it shows to me that the market is showing its hand, because I see people placing stops here, 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 and here, and there's a bunch of people building into longs right at the open. But I know that more times than not, we're going to take liquidity like this and then get that push up. So now we're starting to get some strength in here. I could see the buys, but I would at least wait until the market maybe takes up this 292 level, and then we could see from there. Because, again, I mean, higher time frame alignment, we're in a bullish trend on the 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, and we're below that midnight open, so that could be a draw in liquidity. But, you know, there's a few different variables, because we're also below all the value areas and the point of control. So
Don't go yet. Don't make the mistake that I made on this. If you're going to play the double break, don't see. Look at it. It flipped. It did not close above the VWAP. Damn, I think I said it right 3 times in a row. Yeah.
Something very
I'm
interesting.
sweating
Zach.
thinking about it so much. Like, I haven't sweated the whole, and now I'm like, VWAP.
I just wanted to say something interesting that Zach just said. So on NQ, Zach said he wants to see 292 broken to the top side to look for the buyers to step in. Now, on my chart, 292 is the opening range high. So it just goes to show, like, again, confluences. So what Zach is seeing is similar to what I'm seeing, but we're just seeing it in 2 completely different ways. The opening range high is a level that he doesn't have on his chart, but he's looking at 292. On my chart, 292 is the opening
I'm
range
short
high.
the NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ short.
Yeah, you're getting a little retest now. So it's interesting the way KV looks at that, like a turn off of that VWAP. Same thing from us. Sam said it in the front, break and retest. It broke opening range low. I'm waiting for a long for the double break, but right now we're retesting VWAP for another move lower. So I'm flat, I'm just waiting, and these guys are now looking for the short. And this is why you can make money in so many different ways. Same direction, different time. It's all about time frame too. Okay, he's locked in. Look at him. Anybody else short? Anybody else long? Anybody else flat? Okay, cool. Questions for any of the boys about anything so far? Good. Does being here and doing this in person feel different than doing it on stream? Do you think that doing it in person like this makes it easier to learn how to be patient? Like, from my perspective, I'm curious how to teach people how to sit on their hands and not jump into a trade early when they're on their own. Because all of you are so intelligent and all of you are so sharp in other areas of your life that I know you. You wake up and you go, yeah, I know I'm not supposed to trade, in the beginning of the day. It might be a little volatile, but I see this. And then you think because you're a smart person in other areas of your life that you're smart and that's going to make you more money. Smarts don't make money here. Some of the best traders in the world, Brian will talk about it today, they are not high IQ people. They're high EQ. I said that yesterday, Too smart will actually have you paralysis by analysis. Well, this isn't perfect, so I can't go. Yeah, see, she knows what I'm talking about. Big Dog is short. Bruce is flat. Randy? Zach? Flat? Flat. And I might be taken along because the setup is presenting and I might have to do it. And then we will battle, my Albanian brother. We will battle. Now, one thing, I'll give you another little tip. On a day like this, everybody, I'm not going on that first close. See how that one closed right above VWAP? I'm not taking that first one. If this thing starts moving, I might add and take it, but this can play and come back down. So I'll wait one more minute. If you're by yourself right now trading at home, you're like, oh, I got to go right now. Now, being here with us, you're like, slow. Let's give it another candle close and see how we go. And then, KV, if you cut the trade, you let us know.
Yeah, no, still in the trade. We have hourly candles in about 7 minutes. Best case scenario, obviously, is to get at least a first trim right before the hourly candles. Let's see if we can even get one, though. So closer to where I entered. It went down 30 points for my entry. With the risk that we have today, 30 points is nothing, so still fully in the trade.
Okay. I hear chatter. What are we chattering about? What do we like? I think I'm going to get long. Me too. Okay, now I go. Two closes above VWAP.
I got long like 10
S&P?
seconds ago. So
ES?
I'm long on ES. I'm long at 74. 744.
Dude can't even read the fucking price, bro. Has to cut me
I'm long
off.
at
I'm in the
40.
train. He can't even
I'm
read his
long
fucking
at 40.
price. I should
That's
throw the
just-
microphone at him.
I'm long at 40. There you go. So
Cut mine.
I'm long NQ back up to opening range high as well.
Can we get some double break cash right now after we talked about it yesterday? That'd be some fucking sauce. Notice I didn't go in on that first one. I think that's more sauce. That little break, this thing will pop and come down sometimes. So you can give it a minute and you're still fine. Slow. This guy who I used to trade with all the time does not need to be named in the video content. He used to say one thing that I really liked. Slow is fast, fast is slow. Is that Navy SEALs? Thank you. Damn, so he took that from the Navy SEALs and I thought he came up with that himself. Fuck, bro. So what does it mean? Like slow is fast. When you slow down, you end up making better decisions. Also, slow is fast. When you do your annotations and your chart markups, it looks so fast because you have all these candles. You forget what it feels like to be there in the moment, minute by minute, sweating about it, you know? So slow is fast and fast is slow. You slow down to speed up. We used to have an idea that during, trades when we would be waiting for setups and things like this, we would sell deodorant, ASFX branded deodorant, because I know all you guys are sitting at home sweating, like, oh shit, it didn't come to fruition. Clinical trials gave Evan a rash, and we scratched it.
So I don't know if Austin's got his book map up, but something was looking at before I entered the trade was the CVD, and watching that low set in and how the CVD technically reset, and then we got a bounce up, and the CVD sitting at 4,000, but the buyers were coming in quite aggressively.
Can you plug in, Randy? Sorry, can you take it from Zarb?
Oh,
that would be good.
yeah, the buyers were aggressively stepping in here. 1 second.
4 minutes until 10 a.m. If this thing can get up into the 56, 57 area near this overnight VWAP, I'm going to cut it. If we can get there in 3 or 4 minutes, I'm out. See the orders above at 52? See how hot that is right above us? Let's pump into 52, and then we can cut this. It's crazy. Those 3 minutes on one contract, I'm up the same amount of money almost I made yesterday in that 35-minute trade because the volatility is here today. Even more reason to be very aggressive in taking profits because you can just take another fucking trade, man.
We have NQ about to break its opening range high, so I do look at stuff like that. Even though ES is quite not there yet, I'll start to put that into my trade. Now, if NQ does break its opening range high, we could look for a bit of a pullback and then ES to follow suit. So if I want to be aggressive with taking profits, I can, but we're sitting again on that start of week VWAP. But if you have my screen up here, you can see as we set in this low, the CVD basically resets and we get this push higher showing the aggressive buyer stepping in. And you can clearly see on these 2 5-minute candles, we have buyers clearly stepping in. But now again, we're at this start of week VWAP. NQ did not take its opening range high, so I could look to be aggressive to want to get out of the trade here. But I will see if we can hold this New York VWAP. I have my my stop, set down at the low, and I'll let this trade just play out for a few minutes. I like the way the CVD's holding. We're not getting a immediate decline in the CVD. It's not pulling back really fast on me, so the buyers are still holding. And like I said, again, what did I say at the beginning? The start of week VWAP. We're above the New York VWAP. If we can break above the start of week and hold it, opening range high is lining up perfectly with that overnight VWAP. So I'll be looking to take profits there 100%.
Okay.
No follow through in this market, right? We tested day high, opening price got rejected at that resistance area right there, coming back for the daily VWAP. These are markets where if you look at this right now, who can tell what the trend is? No one, right? So it's a bit difficult. I was hoping more for this move to the upside to be a little bit more extensive, Austin's target to get hit, and then wait for another pullback after, because that would make another uptrend going. But with this rejection that we just saw now, it's
Are you going to go again? Will you get short now?
no. If we had another high, right? Because it was the same equal highs.
See, that's interesting because like the price you were in at could be the winning price. So even if it doesn't make that move higher, I mean,
No, I need the trend, right? Well, no one can tell me the trend right now,
yeah.
right? $100. Who can tell me the trend? Bearish. Scott says bearish. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we break day low, Scott. Before breaking day high, I owe you $100.
Woo! Big bets now. $100. What's that do? Fill up half a tank of gas? You thought I was serious, bro? 1 minute here. So you see I'm watching that 10 a.m. I'm not doing anything with the trade. System says stop stays at the low. I don't know where the higher lows may be, so I give it the space.
Hourly candles in 30 seconds.
Yeah. So
No news, but still hourly candles.
I think we're going to get some juice. After the volatility we got today, you'll probably get some juice at 10 a.m. And then I'll quickly glance over to it like financial juice, make sure nothing else coming in today worth talking about, nothing else coming through. Trump, I don't underestimate anything on Iran. Why is that even on here as a headline? You see what I'm saying? So you still got to parse through this stuff carefully. Okay, let's see. Bruce, how's your trade?
Yeah, coming back down now. But I got my stop at low of day on NQ. So
I lost your screen, brother, just so you know.
yeah,
James?
yeah, I'm getting it up now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Tech Bruce. Patience. There's our 10 a.m. Let's see what happens. Keep an eye on Bookmap too, Randy. Yeah, some more orders below now looks like Randy than above.
Yeah.
You see the same thing over here?
Yeah, I'm just getting a little bit. Now you can see I got a delay of 26
Yeah.
seconds up top here, so
Yeah, I'll
I think
take
it's
it.
just the Wi-Fi.
Okay, let's see. Questions, everybody. How we doing? No questions. Austin, what would you do if this happens? Austin, what would you do if that happens? Everybody knows what they're doing? This is great. No, not really my thing. I only have one contract, one mini. So I'm not scaling. It'll stop me, and I find another. If it stops me, everybody, it's actually just as good as if it hits TP. Because if it stops me out, I know I want to be short today. Sellers are definitely in control. The double break trade is the loss, and then we look to get in short on the right side of VWAP, and then I make the money back. But I think we're going to juice. You have orders at 52. So, yes,
What's your stop at?
session low.
Exactly at session low or a few points below?
It's a tick below it right now, but that's because I put it in the wrong spot.
All right. Thank you.
But if it goes, the ticks aren't going to make a difference. 9 out of 10 trades, the tick will not make a difference. Anything else? I think on a day like this with volatility shaking it, position sizing matters. If I was in this with 3 contracts or 13 contracts, you'd be feeling it. So you have to make sure it's like driving a boat. You can't throttle. My buddy Dave, he lives here in Florida. We used to boat out in the bay all the time. He just floors it. And I have a son and a wife on the boat. And like there's no chill. It's like if you 4,800 RPMs, 5,000 RPMs. Like, bro, we should be at 3,500. We should be not trying to blow. No, dude, I'm not even kidding you. Full throttle and chugging beers while he's doing it. Drive, and the cops have stopped him more than anybody I know, bro. He's the only one I know that gets stopped on a boat. I've never been stopped on a boat. So play with your throttle. That's your position size. It can control your emotions. How do you think my emotions were when Dave is hauling ass through a fucking sandbar with me and my wife and my kid on the boat? Emotions are high. Throttle back. We can handle it now, Dave. You can do whatever you want because I'm relaxed. I'm on the boat with you. We're hanging out. That's a good analogy. That's your position size. Da-na-na-na. Does anyone want to tell jokes while we wait? Because I'm running out, so. Just kidding. That was another one, see?
Looks like it's coming back above the daily view up, New York view up right now.
WAP. You said WAP.
Sorry.
Ha! None of you call it that except me?
We can also call it VWAP better, right? Because
10 lashes.
Look, we call the ATR, not Ether, right? So we could.
Who's Adam and his pitchfork?
But yeah, it looks like it's still, again, hovering above the daily VWAP. One of the most hateful setups ever, I would say, just because of how frequently we're retesting the VWAP, right? A day like yesterday, we were 200 points above it. And the further away you get from the VWAP, the more extended you are, whether that's based on points versus that's based on time, the stronger the reaction it is when it comes back. Because, again, as Brian was mentioning yesterday, there's a lot of these orders that are pending and being placed there. But when the VWAP gets touched like today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 7 times in half an hour, it's not really much of a zone anymore until we actually see that extension. And that's why I was looking for that extension higher so we could move away from it a little bit, but we're still there. We're still there.
Everybody, I just got a text from the hotel. So if you're on a hot spot, try to get back on the conference room now. It should be working better.
Just an update on what I'm seeing. I actually kind of like your guys' long still. because, oh wait, let me grab this HDMI real quick, Randy. All right, am I up? Okay. So, like I was speaking before about double tops, double bottoms, I see perfect equal highs right here, right? Now, this is that 5-minute fair value gap that is still holding as resistance. Personally, I think you could see a scenario, something like this, where the market makes this lower high, comes down and sweeps this low one more time to just get that hourly liquidity sweep. But then at that point, if you can get a push up, I mean, these equal highs look really juicy, and I think they're going to get taken no matter what today. I'd be very surprised if they don't, unless we just have a one-directional sell-off all day, which I think is less likely. It is Friday, though. So really right now, I just don't know which one is coming first. These equal highs and then down to that low, or the low and then up to the equal highs. But if you can push and get back above 210, 215, I think you will likely push for these equal highs, which is also the 15-minute opening range high, I believe.
I like trading here with you guys because I don't have the freedom to just be on Twitter scrolling and seeing a bunch of people's opinions. You know, you're just sitting here looking at the chart, doing what it tells you to do. You're not applying a bias to it. You take the setups, you put the stops, you rock out. You know, Bookmap almost on a day like today gets a little too much for me. You know, when I start seeing orders on both sides of things, and it just gets a little too much sometimes. So I keep it up, but not the driving factor of anything, right? You can tell in the way I use it is not the determining factor of anything that I'm doing. So still making higher lows here. A little bit of a tip. Some of you know this, so I won't make it a lecture. When I am looking at longs, I am only concerned with it making lower lows. If it makes lower lows, I don't like it. Some people will be in a long and they'll tell me it's making lower highs. And I go, yeah, it's just moving sideways. I'm looking at the bottom when I'm buying it, and then the opposite when I'm selling it. Did that make sense?
Can I take a payout from yesterday's trade? Just so we can.
Why does he got to even ask me?
It's a small payout. No, I gotta thank you guys from yesterday because you killed it, right? I mean, looks when you asked everyone if you guys made money, everyone raised their hand, right?
I know, guys. Should we kick these guys off and bring the other guys back up? What's up?
So gonna request. Looks like I'm eligible for 833 on Lucid. Request payout.
How much in Albanian is that?
Oh, it's less. It's like 500. Like,
are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No
dollar,
wonder you're here,
bro. The dollar's pretty bad right now. I planned a vacation trip for the summer to Albania, and I was like, how is the dollar so weak? I was like,
Yeah.
what? I was like, what is going on?
Thanks, Trump.
It's pretty bad. I was like, I checked the hotel prices. I was like, this is pretty good. And then I converted it to dollars. I was like, this is.
When you travel, do you trade or you stop?
No, I trade.
Because when we were working together a lot last year and you went on vacation, I felt like you stopped working. So
No, well, look, work and trading is different, right?
Facts.
Because you trade like we're going to trade for an hour, and that's it.
right.
European time, that'll be 3:30 p.m., so right after lunch. Your belly's full. You're
Little
just,
siesta.
you're just
on
like,
the charts.
let me just take a trade. It's good and bad. Do you guys feel sleepy at 3:30 to trade? Like, do you think it's better if you trade at 9:30, like we're trading right now, than 3:30?
I don't know. I think so. I think my brain works way better in the morning than at night, right?
Nah, 3:30 is way better. Play golf.
Okay, let's
Play golf and then
see
trade.
how quick Lucid is. Right? You said.
No, Lucid's fast, bro.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
just
Lucid's
requested
fast.
it. Let's see when the emails.
It's going to be, I'm going to guess, less than 3 minutes. Over, under on
think
this,
so?
2.5. Who's taking side bets?
I think. Look, I heard there's rumors that after the VIP dinner, we're going to the Hard Rock, and let's see if Austin can help me double this on blackjack tonight.
Oh, bro, we're doing more than a double. We're
I-
doing more than a double. We
I-
don't
I-
leave if it's a double. You stay if it's a double. We're staying for a 4 or a 5X.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so one thing I'm thinking about now, everybody, see both sides of my trade. I don't want to get out of it. I'm not going to get out of it because of the system. But the consolidation here under VWAP is not what I like. If we're going to move higher, I'd like to see it consolidating above VWAP, buyers showing strength. Higher lows still on the bottom, so I'm still in the trade.
Awesome.
Back at break even.
I'll just add it into my NQ again.
This guy still can't show us his fucking screen, but he's taking trades.
So I
Tech Bruce.
I took the position in a funded account now. So I had it, the original position was on 5 top step combines that I'm trading. And then after seeing this pullback and the strength, I took the same position now in a funded account. And that's something that I do If I don't have a clean direction of the market, I'll take it in a combine or an eval. And then as I get confirmation of the thesis playing out, I'll look to take that same trade now and enter in a funded account.
Nice,
Just to
Randy.
kind of preserve the capital, where either way, if I didn't take it in the funded account, I'm still working at getting those combines over the line to get them a funded account, but now I like the trade, so I'm going to take it in a funded account at the same time. And then in the funded account, I will be a lot more aggressive on my profit taking with the consistency score and whatnot. So I'll actually be taking profits at 53, which is 12 points, which puts me at max profit in that 50K account. Basically at 440. I took it at 441, so I got 2 ticks off of my other entry.
Do you have orders at 20? Yeah, 900 contracts down at 20. Are they spoofed up? I think so, yeah? Randy?
Yeah, and I'm watching 20. 20 is just the lows, right? So when you see a big block of orders there, that could not, I wouldn't necessarily look at that as bearish. I could look at that as support. As price came down, we took the 20s, and now those orders are there. I could look at that now as people getting into the market to want to be long. So Bookmap is very discretionary, and the way you look at it, it all depends. So it's how you read Bookmap over time and start to understand it yourself. It's like anything but trading, anything on your chart. Just have it up, just watch it, look at it, see how it reacts to price and how you interpret it.
All right, let's see here. A question maybe on someone's mind would be, Austin, when it gets to this structure point, are you going to do something? And I would say, no. The target was opening range high for the system. Maybe today with the volatility, we're going to cut the trade at 56 or 55 right here at that overnight VWAP. But also, we want to keep in mind, most of our volume has come in since 9:30. So how important is that overnight VWAP relative to the New York VWAP now that it's New York session? You know what I'm saying? But when I look at my good trades, man, I want to get paid as quick as possible. So the longer I'm in it, the more aggressive I am in taking profits. And I have no problem. I forget who it was. Someone came up to me yesterday and was like, the most impressive trading that I can do is go red, get back to break even, and stop. So I think as a stem off of that, if I can take a trade, stay in it without my invalidation level being broken, and then know myself well enough to just manage it and get green on the day and then just be flat to find another trade, that's also a huge win for me. Who's still long? Awesome. Stops are at the low? If we lose, it's Randy's fault. Can't win them all. But it's a good setup. The fact that we get these higher lows under VWAP and now we're back above it, I'm with this for now. A couple of you have asked about the 15-minute timing. It's 10:12. I'm looking at 3 minutes left in this candle. I'm like, okay, give me something. If you give me something good in 3 minutes, I may take it. And in the same sense, if you do something crazy in 3 minutes, sometimes that'll have me cut it. I don't think in this one there's any justification to get out of this until the stop is taken. And this could be one. Evan's done this sometimes. You'll get one like this, kind of against the VWAPs of the overall trend, and you're in it for a couple of hours. Like we might be, I hope not, but this might take till 12 o'clock. That would suck. But the beautiful thing about trading with VWAP is if you're on the right side of it, you usually can get out of the trade in profit or at break even when your mental capacity has been tapped out. Something that hasn't been talked about here is like mental bandwidth. Those of you that are in your first couple of years of trading, you got to accept the fact that trading is a muscle. You got to build that muscle in your brain, and it takes time. So trying to trade all these hours every day, you're going to just lead yourself to frustration. Focused time is more important.
NASDAQ back at day high here. Again, same setup as the previous break. If we can actually break this time, right, and actually see a move higher, that confirms another trend to the upside, which makes it pretty good to look for a pullback after that.
Just a point, too. You made 500 yesterday on one contract, make 500 today, you paid for your ticket.
Yeah. Well, I just closed my edit-in piece at opening range high on NQ.
Brian would be proud of you. So you closed the add-in, you're still holding the original.
Correct.
Love that.
Is it my screen showing now? Tech Bruce?
I think so, Tech
Oh,
Bruce.
Thank you, sir.
The big text bubble for 3 words added in here.
Ask James when we
English is our like fifth language in South Africa.
ask James when we would be, I've made a lot of courses. Who remembers the A1 and A2 strategy from me? Oh, I love you guys, man. You go way back with me. Ask James how hard I was on him and Evan when we would build courses about making the markups look the same. Evan's in the back nodding his head because it was so difficult. I tell Evan, make your charts look like mine so all the markups look the same. That's all I had to say. How long did it take? It took a while, that's to say the least. All right, so we're pushing here, 10-14. We're in at 40. We're already up 10 points on a contract. We're running into this overnight VWAP right at the close of this candle. Who's closing? Who's taking profits? Who's taking some green and just getting green?
Well,
I'm going to join you and get out of the way, so that way this thing goes higher for everybody else.
there you go.
So there's the double break, right? So with the double break, like we talked about yesterday, when there's targets in between that opening range high, I have no problem with you cutting it here. If it pulls back, take another trade and take it to the top. We are still in the double break trade until that opening range high is broken. So is the double break a win or a loss today? Well, it's a win for me, but the setup itself is still in play, so we can't determine if it's a win or a loss yet. It's going to be a loss if the low is taken. It's going to be a win if that top is taken. But then the discretion of me looking, okay, 10-15 candle, right at an overnight VWAP, bye. You see how that looks now?
So even to add to this kind of, and I just realized Zach was talking about low-hanging fruit and looking at the move, and this is something that I didn't even realize I was doing. So I'm out of my funded account trade. I hit max profit on it. But if you look at my trade, the top of the range, I'm looking to capture 20 points out of the market. So when I took that trade in the funded account, if I'm looking to capture 20, I know I can capture 12. By capturing 12, I hit max profit in the funded account, and now I can let the idea still play out in these top step combines that I'm trading over here. So not even realizing that Zach talks about low-hanging fruit, it's something that I'm just already doing in the back of my head. Like, if I'm looking to capture 20 points, well, I know I can take 10 or 12 out of it. I'm going to take that in my funded account. I'm going to be aggressive with it. I'm going to hit the max profits. And now this account is $400 away from a payout.
My man. Good
Just
job,
base
Randy.
hits, base hits.
Who's green already? Who's full out? Who's still in? Nice. Are you short? Okay. You go to the beat of your own drum, so it's okay.
The good news is, with this day high break on the NASDAQ, Scott now owes me $100.
Bing bong. That's the real money right there.
We broke day high before breaking day low, so
You know what's crazy is these guys are making all these side bets, yet nobody's buying me a drink. Where's my drink? So now, if you're in the trade, I would say the only two options at this point should be you're taking profit at opening range high, full, or you're going to go 75, 80% out and a trail. Go to a 2-minute chart, like Brian says. I love the 2-minute trail. Stop should be up right here, 47 right now, which it's 10 points lower.
Awesome. I closed 75% of my original position at that overnight or daily VWAP.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good job, Bruce.
I just want to add one thing to what Randy said about how he's holding the rest of his trade in a combine, but he took the money on the funded account. That's the other thing. It's not just about being the best trader and winning every trade, right? It's how you manage your accounts, your bankroll management. And honestly, that is one of the biggest edges with prop firm trading that's different from trading a personal cash account, right? So he could still capitalize on his idea on the challenge and eventually get more funding, but he doesn't have to risk that on the funded account. He could take that money. And it's about how you can shift these things and trade funded accounts here on the higher probability setup, hold it, but then maybe if you're in an eval, you see an opportunity to hold the trade longer, you can capitalize off it. I feel like that's one of the most important things about prop firm
Great
trading
tip.
that's not talked about nearly as much.
Huge tip. And then I'll add one point. If you look at my exit at 50, we're in at 40, we're out at 50. Target at the top there is another 10 points, 62. You remember my analogy of the rack of ribs? This is the end of the ribs. This is the end of the ribs. You see how I get the meat? I get the nut? That's what I like to do. Because if we were in this trade, you know what would have been literally the worst thing possible today? Not a loss. It would have been to been in this trade, it goes to overnight VWAP, and then it loses. That would have been the worst position possible for us. So, whether you... because Sorry, I was just going to say, if you hit that VWAP and come away from it, you look back on it and go, why didn't I do anything there? I have 3 of them on my screen. I don't have 30 of them. These 3 are my important ones. And there's your target, everybody. Who's out now? Who's out at 61? Fuck yeah, everybody. How much money? Is anyone red? Oh, I love you, bro. You're my favorite, so it doesn't matter. Is everyone green 2 days in a row here at the boot camp? Give yourselves a round of applause. That's fucking sick. Couldn't script that any better. Teach the double break yesterday. Come make the double break today. So who's going home trading the double break? That's interesting. Some of you need to be convinced more.
Question for you, Austin. So super solid move there, right? So you only entered with one ES, right?
Yeah.
Why not enter with 10 micros so you could scale out and capture the second part of the move as well?
I just didn't do that because I didn't do that.
But like, why?
I don't know. I've just been trading ES. ES is loaded up on my chart. So I just traded ES.
Because it's
I don't like scaling, really. I mean, you should watch my streams, and you'll see I don't do a lot of scaling. You know, Randy will tell you, I'm in and I'm out, and then I'll take another trade. This will pull back, and I could buy it again. So the scaling keeps me mentally checked into a trade sometimes longer than I should be. I should just be out. Just take the profit, and then I'll find another trade. I'm, I think, probably the most accepting of this on to the next trade mindset, and that's why I do well. I think I completely embodied that in the last 3 years, and it's made a huge difference for me. Just get to the next trade. Give me some money, get to the next trade. Give me some money, get to the next. There's so many opportunities.
And this is also something that I've been, because I like to scale in and out of trades, and I think some of that just goes to wanting to be right. And I think when it comes to trading, guys, who gives a shit if you're right or wrong? So something I'm actually doing, and I talked about with this a few people in the room yesterday about sizing, is I'm trading the bigger combines on ES, trading them with one mini, and then trading the smaller combines with micros. And I find I'm making more money being full in, full out one mini because I don't have any decisions to make. And I'm second guessing the micro trades. Should I take 80% off? Should I leave a runner on? Should I be full in, full out? And I'm finding when I'm leaving those runners on for the way I trade, I'm not making much more money.
Exactly.
So why do I have to give myself the less
You're just
button clicking you can
spending
do?
brain energy.
Yeah, the less button clicking you can do for my personality type is huge. So
I think for most people, it's a great point, Randy. Yeah.
I'm slowly building, getting away from 50K accounts so I can have a bit more drawdown and I can just trade minis. Because the end goal for me is just to trade minis, just to trade the ES chart and that's it.
You asked me why not do the minis. I'll just ask you why not just go to two minis? Why go to you know what I mean?
Well, if you can handle the risk, yeah, 2 minis is
I don't know
okay.
if I can handle it.
Well, that's
Two minis.
because look, if you had going back to Randy there, kind of agree to disagree there because only one runner right now would have made you more than 90% of your first trade.
You're right. On a day like today where
Yeah.
volatility is
Yeah.
up, yes. But on
Yeah.
the majority of days, he's right, where there's less movement
Correct.
and it comes
Yeah,
back.
Yeah.
Okay, how much money did we make? Well, first, did we trade cash accounts? Anyone trade their own cash? Beautiful. Anyone trade prop, I would assume? Any funded account trades or evals? Funded, yes? Evals, yes? Did we pass any combines? Big dog, love that. Any payout eligible? Love it. Brian, love it. And Ercon? Good for you. I mean, it's expected. Look at his glasses. He takes after somebody that knows how to take payouts, bro. What do you want to do? Okay, questions, everybody, on this. So good. I'm curious why a lot of you are not going to go trade the double break. Like half the room. The whole room should be trading the double break. Why aren't you going to go trade it when you go home? Anybody want to tell me why? What don't you like about it? That it makes money? I hate that. Luna, go ahead. Hold on, I can't hear you. Can we get a mic there? Sorry. Remember DJ ears.
To answer the question they asked, why would I not go home and trade it right now? So I've been watching it now, and particularly you and Evan's videos on it, because they're the most concise, consistent, I feel like, to stick to something. So I've been watching the VWAP trades from you guys for at least 2 to 4 weeks, pretty consistently coming up to this, but I'm not just going to switch everything I'm doing and jump to something new. Right now, what I have good results from.
So I should ask the question differently. Who's a VWAP trader that's going to now add the double break trade to their tool belt? Okay, that makes more sense.
And that's what I'm looking forward to doing potentially, but when I'm ready and I have the space to do it.
100%. Thanks, Luna. Dennis, can we get a mic here? Yeah. Any other questions? And then we'll get Cam a mic as well. Cam here, and then we'll go here. Yeah. Why didn't you buy it is the better question. Your question in my position size, why didn't you follow me?
All right, so obviously I was the only one shorting, right? And I got some feedback. I don't want my own trade. And obviously, it's hard to go short against everyone who's going long. And I'm understanding. I even told him, like, if it makes a higher low, it will be a good long. But in my pre-game plan, I kind of like, I want to follow BWAP. Everything is falling. So I'm like, I will be mad if I miss a short, trying to like fake the trend. So I kind of went short, right? But the thing that I learned is that BWAP never left the opening range low and it stayed flat. So that tells me more than I should be following that slope of the BWAP. It's not telling us actually sellers are in. So now looking at it.
Can I back you up though for
Yeah.
even before that thought? My thought is it sells all night. It sells in Asia. It sells in London. It sells in pre-market. And then it breaks opening range low first. So my brain, bro, is now programmed to be like, how many people are you going to try to induce into shorts before the longs come in and the people that are really in charge are adding to their positions, buying the dip? They're getting NVIDIA 4% off again after it went up 4%. So you know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at the position in terms of who's getting trapped. And I think Brian talked about that a little bit yesterday. Who's in pain, you know? I don't think the short is wrong on the break and retest. It's not. And neither is the double break. One loses, one wins. We could have flip-flopped. You could have been the only one in here making money. The setups are both valid, but it's these other components to it that I think are discretionary that help, you know? Because I've been the guy where it does move in one direction all night and this morning, and then I join the party and I'm the last one and I'm the one holding the bag. Yeah.
And most importantly, we're in a bullish market. So
Did you sell it underneath the New York VWAP?
so the first break I didn't. On the second.
He's here.
No, on the other
He's
one.
at 33.
On the other break.
Here.
Not the other one.
Here.
Right there.
Yeah, he's at 34.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you trading a 1 minute chart?
I look at the 1 and the 2. Yeah. The 2 look better.
What are you thinking, Randy?
No, I was just gonna say, like, if you look at it on the 5 minute, I wasn't looking at the shorts at all. You can see the way the wicks were printing and
I see.
that low set in. It looked a lot different.
It
So
just
it's just
looked-
if it's something you struggle with, like I said, it's you can always just slow it down a bit.
Great
Let
tip.
the information build, especially when we're undecided. We're under all these VWAPs, but then where's that New York VWAP? And I know a lot of people like to just be like, we're under the overnight VWAP, we're just gonna sell it. Well, we're trading the New York session, so we got to be paying attention to the New York VWAP first and foremost. So that's the only reason I asked, because some people will just try and sell it because we're under the overnight VWAP, but above the New York. And the New York buyers are who's in play right now, and they're playing, right? So just something I always want to ask people when they're trying to look at the VWAPs. Whatever session you're trading, that VWAP's going to stand as king, whether it's the overnight, whether it's New York. So definitely something to just keep in mind.
Good.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Cam, what you got, dog?
So I
Hold that close so I can hear you.
like this.
Yeah.
I believe I'm one trade away from passing my account. My goal is 6,000 for profit target on a 100K flex with Lucid. I'm at 105, 171. So if you were you, what would you do if you were in my shoes?
Oh, I'd pack it in.
Like, what do you mean? Can
For
you
the day.
elaborate?
You made money on this one?
Oh, just come back next week?
Yes. Yeah. Because every time I'm in that position in the past, just so I know, you guys can keep talking, just whisper for me. What he said, everybody, if you didn't hear, he's very close to a payout. It's a Friday. He made money yesterday. He made money today. What would I do? Every time I've pressed for that payout today, I get backwards. I go backwards. You can pack it in now. Let the rest of the day have its way. Come in and get your payout next week. I would, every chance you can get, practice delayed gratification. You will thank yourself.
Okay.
Even the wording, because you said I'm one trade away. Why? It could be 2 trades, 3 trades. Like, as long as you get there, because there's always, I have to get this by the end of the week. I need the payout. Who cares if it's Monday or Tuesday, right?
Or Wednesday or Thursday. I would set if it was me, soft goal. I want it next week. I want to get paid next week. Cool.
Well, I'd be passing the account. I'm in an eval.
Yeah. So even
Still,
more. Yeah. Same thing. Start a funded account next week once you get it there. Yeah.
Cam, it's Friday. You're live trading. You had a winning trade. You had a great day. It's the end of the week. Enjoy it. Go soak up the knowledge of all the people around you. You don't want to take another trade and give a bunch of that back, and then you're going to be thinking about that all day when you could be asking somebody a question or listening to what somebody's saying, right? So just that's how I look at it. Like, just take the win, be content with it, and now let's just bang this. It's Friday. Let's enjoy, right?
He just said, let's bang this.
You know what I mean.
We had another question. Yeah. Good. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Austin. So I know you only usually trade, one contract at a time typically. But when you're getting, and this could be for anyone up there, when you get closer to a payout, like he's like on the verge of it. Do any of you scale back on the amount of contracts that you're trying to do, or are you just kind of staying even keel regardless of where you're at?
Close to eval being passed, stay contracts the same for me. Close to payout, I might size down, and I might practice delayed gratification. I do a lot of the advice that I give. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm close to payout on a Friday, I'm in a position I don't need that money today. I'll come back next week, and then I justify it for some other reason. I'll make videos on Monday about it, and then my business brain is like, okay, wait till Monday, we're good. So
Thank you.
two different things: passing eval versus getting to the payout. Do you guys have a different answer for that?
Yeah, I have one other thing to add on that too. So I spoke with AJ, who is the CEO of Lucid, on Prop for Match TV last month, and I mean, he gave me some really good insight. I asked him, what is one commonality that you see among your traders that are net profitable on their payout to purchase ratio? He said it has nothing to do with technicals, and the one thing he notices is that the people that are taking consistent payouts are never rushing that process. So for example, if you can get paid out in 5 days, he says the people who are taking 2, 3, 4 payouts from the same set of accounts, they're almost never getting that payout on day 5, hitting the exact amount they need to make the amount they want. He said a lot of them, it takes weeks. He calls them the payout maxers, but he says that's the only commonality, is that they take their time. And a lot of us, I mean, I've done it before. I actually talked about it yesterday where I needed like $50, right? I couldn't accept that I wasn't going to get the payout that day. But practicing patience and delayed gratification, that really will save you a lot. So yeah, sizing down when you're closer to a payout, most times for me is the way to go.
Anybody want to add on that? Randy, were you going to say something or no?
No.
Okay.
I'll add to it. I don't change anything. I don't size down, but I will be a lot more aggressive on profit taking. So I'm not looking to hit that home run to get the payout with, trading 1 mini or whatever, 10 micros, whatever it is. I'll just be more aggressive taking profits. But for me, I just got to trust my process. And if I start sizing down or start doing things different, I'm starting to already tell myself, I don't think I can do it. Where I know I can do it, I got to that point trading a style, trading a strategy, trusting a process. So I got to trust my process. That helps me personally because, again, I'm as Austin knows, or everybody else who would know me well in the room, I'm very sensitive. And when the market doesn't do what I want it to do, I take it personally. And if I take something personally, it's not fun for anybody, right? So I just, I gotta stay true to my process. And so that's for me personally why I don't size down. But like I said, I'm much more aggressive on taking profits. Maybe I gotta do it in 2 trades. Maybe it's gonna be 3 points, 5 points, and I'm gonna scalp. I'm gonna do that, and I'm good with it.
Questions? More questions, please. Is anyone still in a trade as we speak? One in there. Anybody else? Mike, of course you are. Anybody else? Randy, you're not sensitive, bro. Don't tell people that. It's good to be sensitive. He's tapped into his emotions. So now when you look at the market here, sitting on overnight VWAP, buyers starting to show their hand. If you're flat now and you put money in the bank, you're in the most powerful position you can be in. Are we going to take another trade? Are we going to take the green and walk? Who's looking for another trade? It's okay if you are. Anybody looking for more? Okay.
I think also on the NQ, that's the double break into the opening range high break and retest. So now we're coming right off orb high.
So he's looking at it saying double break in play.
Yes.
Now we're looking to break out of opening range high as a retest off of that level.
Correct.
ES coming off of overnight VWAP, that definitely could carry.
I could give my take on what I'm seeing right now, too, if you want to put my chart up. All right, so obviously we ended up taking those equal highs I had marked out right there. Now, part of me is still thinking that we could come for this hourly swing low, but I also don't want to be too bearish because of the higher time frame trend. So what I'm waiting to see right now, our initial balance is officially set. That's the first hourly range of 9:30 to 10:30 a.m., right? If we get a break of the initial balance high, I would just scrap the idea that we're going to come for this hourly swing low altogether, just because the data tells us, especially lately, 75, 80% of the time, our low of day is set once we break the initial balance high, right? So on the other hand, though, we haven't broken the IB high just yet. We came up, we took this swing low, and again, even if the market isn't going to completely reverse from here, it's nice to see how the technicals work out. This is where we get those inflection points, right? The market comes up, sweeps this level, can't close above it, pulls back down. Now, that doesn't mean that this isn't going to turn into a higher low, right? We never know what's going to happen 100%. But if we start to push lower again, if we get like a 5-minute closure below 240 on NQ, I would start looking for that 1 hour swing low to get taken as the directional move. But again, right now, I'm just kind of waiting to see which way are we going to go. We're going to come up, break that IB high, and I could stay long, look for the midnight open potentially. Or do we fall down here because the context that we took this liquidity right here and pulled back would be enough juice, in my opinion, to anticipate the market to look for that 1 hour swing low.
For you, KV, what about scratch that loss? Are you still short biased, or now are you looking for longs?
No, after we broke that, 2-day kind of high there, trend is to the upside. Looking for a pullback to the daily view up now. As we can see, we have not retested that New York view up since 10:11. A little bit, right? Almost half an hour there. So let's see. Does it just bounce on opening price? Because that's where it's bouncing right now. Opening price from New York session. Kind of front run the daily view up. Could do that. But the best entry for me would be a retest of that daily view up, which right now it's sitting at 235 there. But long biased at this point for sure.
Randy, you done? Oh, he's taking the video. Everybody make some noise. You're going to be on Randy's video. If you made money today, make some noise. There we go. Who made at least $500 today? Who made more than $1,000 today? More than 1,500? Sucks, Chris. More than $2,000? My man, Scott. And he got a payout, so that's good. It's real money. 3K? Good for you. Anybody over 3K or Scott, big dog? Big dog. That doesn't count. Not everybody's copy trading. Okay. I love it. I love it, everybody. Very good. So you made money yesterday. You made money today. You covered the cost of your ticket, hopefully. Now, this is the last call for questions for these guys on any live trading stuff. These guys are going to take a seat here in a few minutes. We're going to take a break and get Brian back up on stage. Any questions before we break? Yes, sir. Can we get a mic there, please? And then anyone else on this side of the room? Troy, you good? Did you make money? Good boy. That's what I need. Steven, how about you? Attaboy. With who? Live account? Atta guy. That guy can fucking trade, bro. Don't fucking forget it. Savage Steve. Now wait, can I before we go to the question, Steve used to blow accounts so bad in the Blackshirt Club, we called him Savage Steve. And now that guy is one of the most paid out traders that we know. So he is proof it is possible, just like there's many other people in here who are in the same trajectory. Steve, put your hand up. If anybody wants to talk to him, he's a nice guy.
Just quick question. Don't look at the VIX ever. No one's ever spoken about the VIX.
It's right here on my watch list on the right side. So I see that it's up today. The only thing I do is I say VIX up, indices down. And then still today I made money long. So it has no impact on me as a day trader. Zero. Tanner is the guy to talk to. He looks at the VIX futures, I think. But I think everyone in here is not looking at the VIX. James can't spell it, so. Why? What were you thinking?
No, I just see when the VIX moves, what it does to the markets, and then I trade against the VIX or with it.
Same idea. Yeah. Yep. The inverse of the move to the indices.
Yeah. I think when you're looking for bigger moves, the VIX definitely will help with it. But the way I'm trading now and scalping and just looking for 10 to 12, 15 points on ES, the VIX not necessarily is going to give me a clear direction of what I need to do. So if I'm looking for a sell-off or looking for a big bounce or something, then I might flip over and look at the VIX if I'm looking to see if that's you're getting the inverse there. But the trades I'm taking sometimes can be so fast that I'm not really watching the VIX at all. So that's because I used to look at the VIX constantly and be like, the VIX is doing this, but I'm looking for such a small move in relation to what's going to go on across the market with that VIX either spiking or dropping, that it's not really helping me. It's just adding one more layer of something to just make things more confusing.
Love it. More questions? Good? Beautiful. Well done, everybody. 2 days of live trading in the books, and we're green. Ooh. So we love it. Everybody, you know Brian. He needs no introduction. But we do have something exciting. We have 3 signed copies of the book to give away. So if you stay through until the end of today, we're going to give these away at the end of the day. Is that okay with you? Okay. We're going to make sure they get signed, of course, too. So they're going to be signed copies, which means you could probably flip these things on eBay to cover the cost of your flight, hotel, but we don't do that.
Do a deck race for them.
Exactly. Also on stage, everybody, you know Chris. Chris is the VWAP Wave Master. So instead of me taking the reins and just grilling Brian and then doing Q&A, I'm going to try to set up some really interesting dialogue between the three of us. I think before we do technical analysis stuff, background stuff is good. You know, the charts are fun, but I think people like the stories. So I'd like to talk to you, Brian, first, and then I'll come to you, Chris, about 1991 and 1992 and 3 and 4 and 5, basically before the internet happened. You've seen the transformation of day trading. You've seen the transformation of investing using technology, faster information. All of that has led to today, 2026, where we have almost too much information, right? So now, too much noise, as you call it, for the day traders here, we'll direct the advice in that direction. As AI comes into play, and as technology continues to evolve, what advice can you give to us that you look back on the internet age that you maybe could have done in terms of embracing the technology to help you make more money that maybe we should be thinking about now as we're going through almost like an internet 2.0 with AI?
Well, you know, back then I started out as a retail stockbroker in 1991 with Lehman in Boston, and then moved to Denver, was a broker there, realized I didn't want to be a salesman. And, you know, that's when the soda shops were just starting. So it was, you know, the spreads were in fractions. They were a quarter point, then they went to eighths, then they went to teenies or 16ths, 0.0625 cents per, you know, per tick. And then we had decimalization. So there's been a lot of technological changes that have, you know, made it different. But really, I mean, even with AI now, it's great for getting all that info, for getting, you know, gathering all the information. But all that information really isn't going to help you with doing what you were doing this morning. That is irrelevant to what happened. You saw the market was down, people could freak out because they say, you know, China, you know, talks didn't go well or whatever the headline was. And a lot of people got scared out of their stocks, which is why it gapped down. You guys are getting long and making money. And that's what it's all about, is making money. So it is information overload. And I don't really, I mean, I use AI and, you know, learn a little bit more about a company, but is it actually helping me make money? No, only price pays, keep it simple.
What do you think, Chris? How are you using AI now in your trading? Are you talking to Claude every morning for a morning update? Are you doing anything at all?
I can't say that I am. I think there's some benefits to using AI for review purposes, crunching my data and giving me a better understanding that I might not be able to give just based on eyes alone. Looking at my stats and my analysis, it can kind of draw conclusions and give me some insight that I might not be able to otherwise have. But outside of that, I feel that I'm pretty systematized as well with my trading. There's things I'm looking for, it's repeatable, I know what to do, when to do it, I can easily tell when I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and I keep it simple like that.
So it's almost like the caution is to beware information overload. It's to beware to trust too much from the information and the AI itself, because it can distract you from what pays.
I think so. I mean, I'm looking forward to other applications. I'm not closed-minded to it, but I know at the end that over my career, what distracts me versus what I think is useful at the time, a lot of it ends up just being distracting. And you get back down to the basics, like we spoke about yesterday. You add all these indicators because you think you cracked the formula to the market, and then you realize you didn't, you start backing them off, and then everyone's charts start looking the same. They all have price, they have some VWAPs, and very little else. I mean, maybe you have a pet indicator or two, but you know, just keep it simple.
We're going to say something, Chris?
Yeah, I think there's also a benefit to research. I think AI has a really strong ability to go through a lot of information and just kind of give me the highlights, so to speak. So when it comes to news drops or economic news, and I don't want to go and look back 10 months and see what the trends were, you know, AI can do that for me, right? Give me all the information, what's been happening, tell me what the sentiment is out there, and give me like the 3 most important bullet points I need to know going into CPI this morning, for example.
Love that. Is anyone in here using AI in their process already? Awesome. I would encourage you all to do so. Find out different ways of how we can improve our systems. There's a lot of people talking about AI taking jobs and it's going to take day trading away. Do you think that that's going to happen? I'm going to guess you're going to say no. Am I right?
You are 100% right.
Because it's always been, like they said that probably with the first Quotron or whatever it was called, right?
Technology's scary at first, and it sounds like it's going to take everything away. But discretionary trading and human interaction is saying, well, this time it's a little bit different. I've really never been a systems trader. If I was a systems trader, I'd probably be more excited about it and being able to create more systems. But as a discretionary trader, I think that I am key to my success.
It's a great segue into the first chunk of this, which is, I think, for the listeners here, a lot of guys are in there, just to show Brian, who is less than 5 years deep into trading? Majority. They're probably wondering, how do I build discretion, and specifically around the VWAP? I'll go to you first, and I'd love to hear how you've adapted.
Well, discretion within guidelines. I'm kind of against hard and fast rules, so I call them all guidelines. Your double break this morning was a perfect setup. You had a guideline, you had your stop, it went against you for 10 minutes or so, and you didn't freak out. You just, this is the trade, this is the process. Focus on the process. If you have rules of engagement guidelines, then stick to those processes and understand what gets you in, what gets you out, what's repeatable, and just keep doing what works. If your systems are not working in a certain environment, back off, try to understand why. Is it you? Is it your systems? Most likely not the systems, it's probably you.
Is the only way you've built discretion and to build yourself into this trader is the only answer time? Because people ask me that. Doing the coaching thing, they're like, how do I how do I trust my discretion more? And I only tell them time, experience. Do you have a better answer that I can use?
Yeah, it's trust the process, trust the market. When you see the same things repeating over and over again, you have to look at it and say, okay, here's where my odds lie, and if I can manage risk based around that area, then I just have to trust the process, because that's what works, that's what I see over and over again, and my edge is to repeat that and understand where we are within a cycle, how much risk to take, and that sort of thing.
What do you think? Because you, I feel like, have a little bit of a structure to it, similar to me, but I also think we share a discretionary aspect.
Yeah, there's a big discretionary element. I agree a lot with Brian. For anybody who's read my book, I talk a lot about discretion actually being our edge as retail traders. It's actually one of our strengths comparatively to an institution or a bank that just doesn't have the nimbleness that retail traders do, right? We can make money on one contract and do well with it, whereas an institution can't bother themselves with one contract. They can't easily get in and out of the market, right? So developing that discretionary ability within a framework, the rules of engagement, just like Brian said, right, allows us to be nimble, adapt to the market conditions, recognize patterns, and be able to deploy a framework or a strategy or a system within the discretion. So I think it's a pendulum. Right, you can go way too far systematized where it's too rigid, right, and it doesn't leave any flexibility, or the other side of the pendulum where we're just like kind of gut feeling the market. It feels like it's going to go up. It feels like it's going to go down. I think the balance in the middle, a framework like Brian said, rules, guidelines, whatever, and then deploying them based on the probabilities.
I think we should get down and dirty now, everybody. Let's stop skirting around the edges. I need a trader story. I need something. You mentioned Lehman, you mentioned the boys. Everybody knows how it is. Like when you were telling me the story out on the deck last night, I wonder what Brian thought when he watched Wolf of Wall Street.
I thought it was a terrible depiction of the worst part of Wall Street, and the fact that people look up to that movie and use that as inspiration is just a sad statement on society.
I can't disagree with you. Now, I think Leo did a great job. Leo's great.
It was good acting. It was a fun story.
It's a fun story.
But as far as, hey, that makes me want to be a trader, you are a degenerate.
We could give him a round of applause.
In all fairness, he wasn't a trader.
He was a salesman. And in all seriousness, that's why I'm very interested to hear if you have any similar stories, because you started as a stockbroker on the phone, explaining to people like you were saying last night, hey, these analysts are pumping this thing, so give me your social security number, let's get some buys in. And now you see what it is now. But along the way, there's definitely been some fun stories and some fun stuff. So maybe share something with the audience that you haven't shared. Dig back into the archives, boys, both of you, because you both have some stories. Chris, maybe you got one first? Okay, think for a second. Brian, you got one?
Well, when I was at I started at a company called Thomas James prior to leaving, and I was there for about 3 months, and it truly was a Wolf of Wall Street bucket shop. And it was, so we had these companies, I remember one was Dynagen. And Dynagen had this technology that was gonna, I forgot what they did. Actually, those BPI bags, they were like recyclable bags. And there were just all these crazy, awesome stories. They were really good stories, but the stocks would come as a unit, as an IPO. It price at $8 a share. You get 1 share of stock and 2 warrants, and then they break them out and they trade. And the stock would be maybe $5 bid, $7.25 offer, and they would managers meeting each morning would be, okay, we've got a special on Dynagen today. We've got an extra 50 cents on the spread. So you sell it to your customers at $7.25, we own it at $5, we're actually giving it to you at $4.50. So we got 50 cents extra chop in the stock. And like these brokers would go nuts and just give this garbage to people and just fill their accounts with this garbage. And I didn't realize at the time that it's just getting the insiders out. Anyways, after a couple months of that, it just like I saw people losing tons and tons of money. I was like, I got to go somewhere else. I got to do something else. So I went over to Lehman Brothers as first as a dialer. So my job was just to dial the phone and get a connection. If I got a connection, I would hand it off. That person would qualify. The qualifier would then, get the lead. Hello, we're going to call you back with our best idea. How much do you typically put into an idea and that sort of thing. And then call them back and open the account. And as I was explaining to you last night, one of the things they used to say is your customers, you treat them like mushrooms. You feed them shit and keep them in the dark. That's what we do. It's crazy. So none of that really didn't jive with me.
It's
like
not
the
even
whole
trading the way the trading is now. It was sales.
It was sales. I realized after a very short period of time that I was a telemarketer, basically. And the definition of a successful call is you either make a sale or you get hung up on. And like, how many times do you get hung up on today? Good job. You annoyed the shit out of them. They just couldn't take it anymore. You persisted. You won. But I didn't feel like a win. I kind of feel like an asshole.
Well, it kind of shows a little bit about your character, I think, too, and that you are money motivated to be in finance for sure, but it wasn't the sole driver. So what was going through your head when you saw them selling that shit, keeping them in the dark?
Right.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking, hey, we're here to help people make money, I thought. And that, my first trade was a successful trade. And that's what got me hooked on it, is that I'm going to make a ton of money. And as a broker, I'm going to identify stocks, we're going to trade in and out of them, and we're going to be hustling, and we're going to be moving in the market. And it wasn't like that. It was just always get new accounts, get new accounts, get new accounts, and you're going to have churn. It's going to rotate through that. So I grew really tired of that, and I wasn't the most motivated salesman. I just hated bugging people. So that's when I got into trading and just said, I'm going to take a risk on myself. I've told the story. I started out, at this prop firm that you put up 25 grand and they would give me 20 to 1 leverage on that money. 3 days before I went to get started, a stock that I was in dropped 40% and I lost my grub stake. So I went and took out credit card loans to do it with my 9-month-old son at home and my wife pregnant with another one. I was the only income in the family. I had already quit my job, and I was like, this was the most, the dumbest thing you could have done, but the smartest thing, because I was betting on myself. And that's the only time you can do it, is at that age. So, when people say, don't put all your eggs in one basket, don't listen to them. If you're young and you're new to this and you believe in yourself and what you're doing, be careful. That's what really taught me risk management, was one, getting the shit beat out of me before doing it, and then realizing I have to succeed. I have to make money. So cutting losses was never an option. It was either that or go back and beg back for my job as a telemarketer, which I didn't want to do.
Definitely want to do that. Well, the 40% drop, and I'm going to come to you for a story, the 40% drop in that stock that then caused you to take out the credit card loans and go and bet on yourself fully, It was probably the universe saying, Brian, what do you want to do? You want to make this work or not? And that 40% stock also probably still biases you a little bit today to not want to take 7% losses and 5% losses. Am I fair to think that?
No, yeah, I was definitely snake bit. I mean, yeah, and you learn, though, you remember those lessons. I always remember my losses much more than my big winners. That's just the way it goes.
Love it. Love that. Go ahead, Chris.
Brian reminded me, first of all, the funny story, if anybody's ever heard it, the rich brokers are all hanging out on their yachts, and somebody comes up to them and says, where are the customers' yachts? And they all start laughing. The customers don't have yachts. And that's kind of sad. So that's
It's the nature of finance, and that's why there's so many people that think trading is a scam and finance sucks and I shouldn't invest.
Yeah, I think there ultimately a book came out called The Customers Don't Have Yachts. So there's a book out there by that same name. But I actually, strikingly, have a very similar story to Brian. I lost my job in the great financial crisis. I worked for a big PR firm, and I said, this is my opportunity. I'm going to go into finance and trading, ideally. My father was on Wall Street. He worked for the Solomon Brothers. He was on the institutional bond desk. My brother works at a hedge fund. I'm kind of like the black sheep who went through like a marketing education track. But I did want to take the financial stab, and I was looking for a job, and I was in South Florida. And I run into the first two. The first one was, I can't remember, it was like Gun Allen Financial or something like that. My interview was 8 o'clock at night. And I walk into this, essentially a boiler room, and it's a bunch of like steroid-bound guys pacing around their desk with headsets on, exactly Wolf of Wall Street. I'm like, what is this? Not impressed. The next
They're
one,
selling shit stocks.
no, they were selling small caps, and at least it wasn't pink sheets or whatever. But they're ironically not in business anymore. Go figure. The next one was one that tried to roll, this is like 2010, so gold was still really big, and they were trying to get people to roll their entire IRA into like gold depositories, to roll it all into an account, and these guys were getting like a 30% margin on just rolling their IRAs into gold. It's a lot of money, right? So these guys were almost immediately down 30% by just rolling their IRA into gold. So I was like, okay. My third one was a proprietary trading firm. Very similar situation. I had to put up some risk capital. It was only $5,000. And they gave me, I want to say it was 5-1. So I got $25,000 to trade with. And these were all .com guys. They were all trading earnings trades. It was like an orb breakout style strategy. Every time there was earnings, we traded the next morning. It was an orb. And I was unsuccessful. I didn't lose a lot of money. I was able to get my money back after about 8 months of trying to make it work. But man, I was hooked at that point. I knew I wanted to come back.
Crazy. Are we getting feedback, you're saying?
Yeah, so we're having a little feedback. We want to know if I swap these 3 mics with those 3 mics.
Is it in the back only? I don't hear it.
It's in this camera.
It's coming through there.
Oh, it's coming through the cameras. Yeah, we can swap the mics real quick. Thank you, guys. Sorry, everybody. Quick pause. Tech team here.
We'll edit this out.
Beautiful. Okay. I wanted that. I wanted the story. And then the mushrooms in the dark. I love that. I want to get technical, and then maybe we'll back out. We'll see how deep we can get. So you saw maybe a little bit of Chris's work. He talks about the bands, the volatility bands. And then someone asked me yesterday, Austin, why don't you use the bands? And I said, I don't know, ask Brian tomorrow. So I want to know why you don't use the volatility bands, and maybe if you could speak on how they could be powerful, and then I'd love to then transition to Chris and hear how he's using it and why.
Yeah, Chris got me intrigued actually yesterday with them. And, the main reason I don't use them is I use TC2000 as my main charting platform, and they don't have them. So that's, the one biggest reason. The second reason for me is that, I've got maybe 2 or 3 moving averages, and I might have 2 or 3 VWAPs on a certain time frame, and then I add the bands. It just becomes too much. It becomes overwhelming to me. So I actually thought yesterday, so I think I said, even on my screen, I have like hidden screens where I'm always looking at something, just trying to look at things. I think I will do that on my trading view account, just start to look at them on a more frequent basis. And, I'm open-minded. I have not cracked the
Isn't that
code.
interesting? Would you have expected him to say that?
That was the last thing I expected.
I only put them on this panel together to get them fighting over the bands. It is not because they're both bald, okay? I wanted a beef, and now we got no beef because Brian is so open-minded and so willing to learn.
You've been so cool, Brian. Jeez.
Even after he's made all this money, and even after he's Brian Shannon, you know what I mean? Not to stroke him too hard here, but like, that is huge, everybody.
I expect I'll quickly dismiss them.
Thank you. Where did you first hear about the bands?
So it's a funny story. You know, you put these, I put VWAP on my chart and they were just there, right? And I just didn't turn them off. So as a result of just studying price action over a long period of time and watching how price interacted and responded to the deviations, I started to notice common patterns based on patterns I had already recognized in auction market theory that took place on the volume profile. It just started to make sense. And I was able to dial it down into 4 scenarios that I saw almost all the time. And that was literally how it works. Just watching it and studying it and deriving pattern recognition, and this is how I understood it.
So for someone that maybe wants to implement them, what would you say is the starting point that they should take, if you could maybe redo anything?
Yeah, 100%. So one thing that I love to do is I review the chart every single day, and I point arrows to where price met certain setup locations, and I notice what happened, right? So kind of typical back testing. I did it every single day. I go through the whole session, and I still do it today. And those recaps I share in my community, and I think that gets a lot of people intrigued. One of the best things I could say is make your own recap and then compare it to mine, right? Where did the setups happen? What happened? And just start taking notice of what happens and build a playbook on that.
Who's going to try some bands? Okay.
It's okay, I won't take it personally.
You won't take it personally. Maybe you read the book and that'll convince you too. Pinch. There's always questions about the pinch. It's page 54, paragraph 3, subsection 2. No, I'm just kidding. It's in the book. Who's familiar with what a VWAP pinch is? A VWAP pinch, sorry. Okay, so it's when 2 important VWAPs are coming together, price is trading in between them. Can you elaborate on the pinch? Because I think people almost get caught up in it too much. They rely on waiting for the pinch and then chasing a breakout of the pinch. What would you say to those people?
Yeah, 100%. I wish I could go back and rewrite that chapter. Simply because for whatever reason, people really just kind of, it made a lot of sense to them, which is great. But I think it's misused a lot, is that people look at any 2 VWAPs, one upper one, one lower one, and they see price between them, so they just say, hey, that's a pinch. The point of the pinch is, it's what people call, Mark Minervini calls their volatility compression, VCP. I'm not sure what it stands for. But what we're looking for is just, a market ran up, it starts to really coil tight. And as it gets really compressed, a lot of times you'll see it does kind of pinch between those 2 VWAPs, one upper one, one lower one. And you can see it with moving averages as well. If you look at XLF right now, XLF is pinching between the declining 20-day and the advancing 50-day moving average. It's just bouncing in between. And that's getting nice and tight. So the way I look at it is, it's truly a pinch of salt, not grabbing a handful and throwing it into the bowl. Most people, or a lot of people, I shouldn't say most people, will look at it and they'll say, Brian, that's pinching. And I'll say, great, but look at the range of this so-called pinch. It's 10% range. We want a 3%, a 2% range. We want it really nice and tight. We want compression of energy that's coiled up and ready to do something. It made a move, now it's coiling up, it's digesting, and it's building energy for its next move. So maybe I should do a video or something to kind of emphasize.
I'm surprised that you said you would rewrite the chapter, but I understand now why, because of the slight overuse of the pinch. Are there any key things once the pinch is actually understood and they're using the correct VWAPs, the range itself is correct? Are you chasing or trading the break of the pinch? Are you waiting to then react after so you know who's in control?
So you don't even need the pinch, truthfully. It's more important.
Thank you for saying that, because I don't want to teach it.
Yeah, if you're talking about the VWAP off the high, you don't just buy the break of the VWAP off the highs. No, we're grading Tesla, as you know. But what you want to see is how did it get to that point? It's always, so anytime I look at a stock or any potential trade, I say, where does it come from? Where does it have the potential to go? And based on the answer to those two questions, is the perceived risk worth the potential reward? So if the stock, I'll get questions all the time about stocks, and the strangest thing is that people often ask, hey Brian, what do you think about this stock? And I'll look at it, and it was up 10% in the last 3 days. And I'll say, well, you're clearly not early, okay? 10% in 3 days is going to tempt some people to get involved, to take some profits. And then, like I said, it might be breaking out. Well, that breakout is most likely going to get sold into. How many times do you hear people say, well, breakouts don't work? Well, of course they don't, because that's not the breakout. You want the shorter term time frame where the buyers regain control. So to answer your question directly, what we want to see is we want to see it come up to that VWAP off the peak. Maybe hit it, pull back, make a higher low, pull back, make another higher low. And now we've got some nice higher lows that we can identify, here's where my risk goes against.
Would the higher lows be in the pinch still? Probably.
Most likely,
Right.
and they might not even be touching that lower VWAP.
They're just moving away.
They're just moving away from it, yeah. So that's more important than, some people look at it and say, well, I put my stop below the lower VWAP. But that lower VWAP might be 6% away, whereas the higher low might be 1.3% away. That's the risk that I want to take.
Makes perfect sense. With the bands, are you looking at pinches at all?
Generally not. I will pay attention if there is price trading between.
So maybe you
US.
take the pinch and you start pinching,
Yeah.
and then he starts banding. And
There you go. We get some type of magic going on. But we do pay attention to the compression, right? So that balanced market condition, if there is any substantial time there, we might actually wind up fading the edges until it breaks out one way or the other.
Love it. I know there's a lot of you in here who are talking about the pinch, asking me about the pinch. So when we do questions in a few minutes, if you have any more on that, we can deep dive it. I want to back out for a second. That's good on the technicals. Who's your favorite trader of all time? We were talking about this yesterday a little bit. Someone asked me.
So you mentioned Paul Tudor Jones, and he's right up there. I'd say he's probably Stanley Druckenmiller. He's got the most consistent track record, and Paul Tudor Jones has had great success, but he doesn't talk as much as Stanley. You get a lot more nuggets out of Druckenmiller, so I would say him.
When Druckenmiller was short 13 stocks in 2001 in the dot-com bubble, and they all went bankrupt, but he closed his short for I think it was a $400 million loss. It made me think about betting against the market, even in what I think would be a bubble, which arguably people say AI is a bubble now. And it's made me money to not be bearish right now and continue to be bullish. Also, Stanley says, what you just said, for especially the young people, but he actually says it for everybody. Put all your eggs in one basket and watch the basket. Do a bunch of research so the basket is sturdy. I think the average person advice is, spread the eggs and watch them all. But I really like Stanley's advice too. What do you think, Chris?
So there's a lot of great traders.
Don't say Leonardo DiCaprio.
No, not gonna say it, but I would have to go with my man, Ross Cameron, man.
Are you serious?
I think he's such a savant, and he's such a wonderful trader. He's such a wonderful guy. He's got incredible skills, and I've had the pleasure of spending time with him and seeing how he executes. It's just incredible. I think he's up over $1 million this so far this year, all audited by an independent broker. I mean, the guy's quite incredible.
Good for him. I love it. Do we have questions so far? Okay, we'll get to the questions in a few seconds. When you think about the first time you found VWAP, who showed it to you?
I was just playing around with the software. It was real
Kidding me.
That 100%. I was just curious. I was looking at everything, every little tool, every little.
So dude, the guy that invented it must be mad at you because you're now like the face of it.
He is rest in peace.
Really? Who is it?
Dr. Paul Levine.
Okay,
He died, I think, in '96 or something like that.
And he is the actual inventor of the VWAP.
Correct.
Interesting. Do you know anything more about that?
I really don't. I mean, there's a book out there called The Midas Approach, and I forgot the names of the authors, but they wrote about his approach and kind of went and took that a little bit further. So that was written maybe 15 or so years ago. And it's, to me, and it's no disrespect to the book, it's a lot more academic than, I try to make my work digestible. I don't want to...
Tactical. This is tactics.
Yeah, this is not for mushrooms.
And not to be left in the dark.
Yes, this is out in the garden, in the sunshine.
For sure. When you guys, one thing I admire about both of you, family men, successful businessmen, but you also both take care of yourselves physically. Like, I know you both do a lot off the charts, especially you, Brian, leaving today to go hiking in a canyon, doing some crazy shit. Has that always been a big part of your life? And how much has that impacted your trading, do you think? Because I'm worried that a lot of the kids, the younger guys, under 40, are like obsessed with trading, and they think not only is trading their business and their hobby, but they don't need to have other hobbies and other outlets. Could you speak on that a little bit?
The thing that I see is that a lot of younger traders in their spare time, they go play video games. Like, we're playing the best video game there is, and it pays. That's not balance in life.
Wait, you're not really good at Fortnite?
I haven't played a video game in I don't know how long. I've never played Fortnite. But get out, it's about balance, right? I mean, we've got our priorities. You have to, it's family, it's work, it's get outside, take care of your health. To me, it just keeps me, maybe I'm a little antisocial at times. Do I like just getting out in the mountains by myself, not at the resort, but where there's nobody else, and just having that solitude and reflect and think and just enjoy what this, we're trading for freedom. Freedom for what? Freedom to stay chained to your desk longer? It's always been important to me, and fortunately my father did that for me. He brought me up hiking and skiing and doing outdoor activities, so I learned that early. And maybe people just aren't learning that. I don't know.
I think that's a great point. What about you, Chris?
Well, I'm very fit, active in fitness. I do CrossFit every morning. I'm at the gym every morning. Incredibly, not so much for the physical aspect, but for the mental. I need to expend that energy, and I find that intense exercise does something for the brain that allows me to feel better and manage stress as well. Balance is super important. Time with my family, my son, my wife, friends. Also, I'm sober. I've been sober for a long time. I don't drink or do drugs.
I feel like everybody's laying off the drinking, except Randy. Am I right?
I spend a lot of time also helping struggling alcoholics and addicts to get sober. So I spend afternoons doing that. Yep.
Does anyone feel like this is them? Like, does anyone feel like they are too obsessed with trading right now and they need to find some balance in their life? Thanks for being honest. And that Steven right there, great trader. Like, sometimes they're really great traders that need to figure out how to, okay, now I'm making money, now I need to go get some sunshine. It's a great point, Steven. Steven, you have a lot of things to do outside too, where you live, bro. Sports, skiing in the winter, you got lots. So I'd love to see as you guys continue to progress and grow, you also develop as individuals. That's what I'm trying to do. Trading for me has always felt like the ultimate path of like becoming the better version of myself every day. There's nothing else I've ever done yet in my life that makes me feel like I'm solving a problem, like he said, the most fun video game in the world, and I'm making myself better every day. I'm becoming a better person, which makes me better for my family. But I think priorities of your morals, Ryan, as people can hear through the bucket shop comment and the outdoor stuff, I want them to feel that from you, because I think people see you as almost a trading nerd, but you're not at all. And I don't think you ever have been.
I am.
Are you? But you're like also outdoors and also doing fun stuff, so you're not like nerdy in the sense that we need to tell you to get outside. Like, you take care of yourself. You want the freedom to enjoy your life and live it to the fullest. You're canyoneering, clipping into rocks, and you know what I'm saying? That's not a nerdy thing to do. What are you talking about?
But it's also, I spend a lot of time on the weekends, looking at charts and figuring stuff out. There's a lot of behind the scenes work, but I'm in a much better place in terms of that balance than I was 15 years ago. As you age and your accounts grow as well, you look at it and say, well, what am I doing? Am I just trying to have the biggest number in this account, or am I going to do something with this? And enjoy, at 58 years old, how many more years do I have to go climb big mountains and do fun stuff outside? You got to start taking care of that. And I tell my son, who's 31, I'm really proud of you because you listen to me when I say do these things. I wasn't that mature to listen to older people telling me, hey, look for balance, take care of your body better, don't drink as much as you were back then, and that sort of thing.
When you look at the new traders, you mentioned that you don't like that they play video games. What else do you think new traders are making a mistake when it comes to their trading, not their off-screen life? Any other mistakes come to mind?
It's not that I don't like it, it's just get some balance. Do whatever you feel is right for you. I'm not here to tell anyone how to live their life, but some people say that younger generation is entitled and that sort of thing. I don't see that in trading. Maybe in other aspects of life, but I see hard workers. If you're not a hard worker, if you're not dedicated, this business will chew you up and spit you out really quickly. And the get rich quick people are going to learn that. They're going to come in, real proud and brave and loud and talk about what this stock will do, and they'll get 2 or 3 of them right, and then they just quietly disappear.
A lot of that in 2020.
Yeah.
When COVID happened, everybody put day trader in their Instagram bio, and then they're back at McDonald's rocking that drive-through. What about you? Any take on that?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, I might digress a little bit from Brian. I think playing video games gives us a little bit of an edge of comfortability and being fun with the screen.
You think an edge? I thought you were going to say at least it's a little break.
I think it builds hand-eye coordination.
See, I knew I could get them to disagree on at least one thing. Did I think it was going to be Fortnite? Absolutely not.
And I love playing Fortnite with my 14-year-old son.
Which is sick.
I mean, it's just, I grew up a gamer, so I love video games. Do I play video games all the time? Unfortunately, no. I don't have much time for video games at all. But when I do it, it's with my son. But can they become obsessive? Yeah, when I was a younger guy, I would play video games all night till the sun came up. Was that healthy? No, right? So there is definitely balance. In terms of what other newer traders might be making a mistake, I'd be very wary of the lifestyle type of content on social media, getting pulled into the Lambos and this luxurious lifestyle as if that's like the key to all of this or that's the end game. You're going to be disappointed. You're going to be deeply disappointed because the true gift of trading is the freedom, right? It's the time, it's the ability to be your own boss, it's the ability to make your own decisions and give you options, right? It's nice to have nice things, but at the end of the day, there's so much more meaning, there's so much more stuff out there, and trading gives us the flexibility to find that.
Who's going to go home and turn on their PlayStation and be like, fuck, I shouldn't turn that on. I love it. Do we have any questions? I don't want to keep talking if we have a lot of questions. We have one here, we have some over here. You want to start there? We can get the mic moving around, we'll come up here. And then anybody else on this side, hand up and we'll make sure we get you. Anything you want to ask Brian right here in the gray suit jacket, please. Anything for Brian or Chris, of course. We'll go with this one first.
This is mostly for Brian, but also for Chris. If you were to become a scalper, like 5-minute trades or something, is there anything specifically that you would, I guess, relate to us? Anything to help on that?
Well, again, the market is fractal, so I would say, you're probably trading off a 1-minute chart. I would put the anchors off the morning low. I would put the anchor off the overnight session high. I would look at those, I would probably try to discourage you from being a scalper, truthfully, but, because the markets are fractal, you can learn the market really well there. And if you do well as a scalper, start expanding your time frame is really what I would suggest.
What I enjoy about scalping the market is that I can come in, turn on the screens, take trades for an hour or two and shut it down and enjoy the rest of my day without having to think about another chart. As far as what's been most beneficial for my scalping has been focusing more on the depth of market display and putting my orders in on the DOM, as opposed to just always watching the chart and putting orders on the chart. It dissociates me a little bit from the historical price. It puts me more in tune with the immediate order flow. What is price doing right now? Where is price? How is it reacting? Right? So it gives me a little more of a feeling to the immediate action that's going on with prices, as opposed to just all the historical price action.
Both good answers. I have a question for you before we go to anybody else. How have you avoided lifestyle creep? I've never seen your Lambo, Brian. And you're going to say it's because it's a McLaren, Austin.
You know, I used to be into cars, and I drove some cool ones, but they've never been my identity. My identity is not based. For some reason, I'm just not a materialistic person, so I don't care about that stuff so much as other people seem to be. I'm not influenced by other people showing their shit off. It just doesn't matter to me.
It wasn't something you ever had to grow out of? What was the cool cars you had?
I had an Aston Martin. I had a Audi S4. So
pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
But I can relate to that.
But I never posted pictures of the car or
you got it because you like
my
it.
life. Yeah, it's just because I like driving.
Yeah.
My wife will also, well, I should say. So say you'll see some little guy get out of a big pickup truck, boy. He's got a small.
Maybe everybody says that.
Maybe he just likes driving the car. It's gonna be like, hey, I used to drive a cool car, and you know me. But we're getting too personal.
No, that's good though. Chris, what about you? I mean, you know, and I both live in Florida where it's like Lambo City, bro. You know, so how did you avoid the lifestyle creep?
And in particular, I live in a very affluent part of South Florida, and there's just money everywhere, and every other car I'm driving by is ridiculous. But I try to surround myself with people who are grounded, right? People that don't put everything into that kind of stuff. I tend to gravitate towards people that, like Brian said, not materialistic. You know, I like nice things too, but it's not my identity, right? There's more things to life, and there's things that are really important. And I see money as a tool, and gives me options and freedom. And immediately, you know, you can become a slave to your things. And I don't want to be a slave to my things. I kick that into this, and for options and freedom, right? I don't want to be a slave to a house or a car or any type of item.
I was not trading during 2008, so I've never experienced an actual recession, whatever you would call it, depression, whatever. I wonder how much, like, because we're going through such an amazing market right now, as guys who have made money through those periods, do you, in the back of your mind, think this train can end at some point, so I need to not outlive my earnings, I need to live within my means? Is that in the back of your mind at all, or no?
It's definitely the back of mine. I lost my house in the great financial crisis. It was my first house. I put down a 20% down payment on that house. I was super proud of it. It was like $80,000 at the time. And I didn't go into foreclosure. I had to sell it because I couldn't afford it. I lost my job. And I wound up walking away with a check for $1,000. So, you know, I'll never forget that, right? Also, you know, my father was on Wall Street. The firm he worked for was eventually bought by Citigroup. He had a ton of money in his retirement account of Citigroup stock. And if anybody remembered what happened to Citigroup during the great financial crisis, it went from about $55 to under $1 a share. That was a big part of his retirement fund.
Do you think it's possible that we live through something like that again? And then I'll come to you for an answer. Do you think that that's possible? Do you think it can happen again?
I 100% think it can happen.
I think so too. And that's why, like, as a younger guy, I'm like, I don't want to start buying these Aston Martins and listen to Brian when he told me to buy the Aston Martin. I want to save my money for the rainy day. So what's been your take? Has that lived in the back of your mind or no?
Yeah, it's always in the back. I've always thought you should live below your means, and you know, if you hear anything financially responsible when you're young, it is prepare for the future. Make small sacrifices today, live below your means, put stuff aside, dollar cost average in, and you know, those. I think it's inevitable that we'll see another large down cycle, and that's what keeps me focused on risk management. It will come, and when it does, it won't affect me one bit. I will have been stopped out of every single one of my long positions, and I'll be trading on the short side or trading bounces, and it won't matter.
Good answer. Any questions on that point? Yeah, we got one here.
We have two questions. Wait.
Please.
I have a question.
Sean, you're tapped out, bro. I told you.
Too many questions.
That's good.
I have a question for Chris. I've been in your streams. I've seen your trade, and you do a lot of trades during your streams. Are you more of? I haven't been there a lot, so I want to ask you: are you more of a micros guy, a minis guy? does it depend on the asset you're trading? Because I've seen you trade a lot of different assets.
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on the volatility, how much price is moving, right? So if NQ is whipping around, I'm definitely in micros. And I'm a lot more comfortable on minis on ES, right? So it's going to depend on the product, and it's going to depend on the time of day. It's also going to depend on how, how well I've traded so far that day, whether it's my first trade or my 10th trade, where my profits are sitting at, how well the system is behaving with the market conditions. So I know everybody wants an answer, like this is how many trades I take, and this is what but it really varies on day to day. Some days I come in feeling great, the market's playing nice, and I push it. Some days I'm struggling to put together $500 for the morning, and I'm like, this is all I'm gonna do today, So that's really it.
Beautiful. Was there a second one? Okay, dude, let's hear this.
I want to hear about the hiking, the canyoning. Where are we going next, Brian?
We're going to Havasu Falls in the Grand Canyon.
Nice.
Canyoneering. Canyoneering. He was telling me about it last night. It sounds fun. You would like it, Zach.
Epic. Do you find that translates well? Just the hobbies and sports and athletic pursuits? I know you're not the cars guy, so you find that that translates well to trading?
It does, and the solitude and the ability to just get outside of my head without drinking or doing drugs or whatever, and just having that self-time. I do yoga, and I just don't think of anything. My wife will be like, "What do you think about the music? Were they playing music? I don't know. I didn't hear it." It's an escape.
That's awesome.
Great questions. Any other questions, Eric? Yeah, we got one right here. Danny. Yeah, we're gonna mic to Danny. Anybody on this side? No? Okay, Danny.
So this question is for Brian, but really for all you guys, Brian and Chris. I know for me, for myself, I've had an interesting journey. I had the pleasure to speak to you, Brian, yesterday. I appreciate that. I'm probably speaking for a lot of people that may have not said anything. Me personally, I'm trying to work and do the trading. I know a lot of people have even businesses and they're trying to do trading. Like you guys were saying, you're talking about hobbies outside, getting off the desk and everything, but maybe speak a little bit to the managing the noise of everything. Because a lot of us, we want to do this for the financial freedom and, for our families. So I guess if you guys could put yourselves going back, in the shoes of just beginning, you either have a business and you're trying to trade or you're working and you're trying to trade, what would you recommend and how would you start from that point?
I think we spoke yesterday about balance, and family first, and then balancing your career, which maybe you don't want to have. You want to transition away from trading. My belief is that most companies that you work for truly don't care about you, and they'll get rid of you at the first moment there's a sign of weakness in the business. So you should flip that script and think, this is a means to an end. I'm here. I'm going to do what I have to do, and I'll put in effort. But if it comes at the expense of a little bit of trading, then I'm going to put my trading first and make sure you're better than the next guy. It's like they say when you're in the woods. You don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than your friend. Just be better than that next guy, and think of yourself first. It sounds selfish, and it is, but it's your life.
Great answer. You want to answer that, Chris?
I think it's incredibly difficult to be successful in trading, especially day trading, if you're worried about money. So I think that it's important to have income and stability to be able to focus on your trading, especially day trading. I'm an entrepreneur. I've built several businesses. Until I felt like I could focus on day trading fully, I had more of a slower approach to trading. Swing trading, maybe trading the Asia session, being involved when I can, but not of the mindset that I needed to trade all the time, right? Until I could. And when I got into a financial position where I could focus on trading without having to worry about money, that's when I was able to take things to the next level. So I think there were stages to my personal growth. Was I ever not obsessed with trading? No, right? So it always consumed me a lot of the time, but approaching it from a place where I wasn't my own worst enemy, right? Where I'm trying to force things when really I needed stability to be successful, right? If you can create that foundation and just make sure you're taking care of yourself first, trading second, right? I think you'll be okay. That gives you the time and the on-ramp to outlive the learning curve, essentially.
I think they hit it. So all I would say, Danny, is just focus on you. Whatever is best for you and your family. Don't look at anybody else. That's the best thing you can do. And Brian's tip of work a job, and they are going to get rid of you as quick as they can, basically, just tells me what I did was you squeeze that orange as hard as you can when you're working that job. You take every extra gig. You, even for some of you, maybe reposition the job that you're currently working to allow, Cam, we just talked about this, to allow for you to lean into trading. I'm not saying quit the job and then we're all in on trading, but now there's space to give trading more of the go that it deserves.
Move to the West Coast. 6:30 open. Show up at work at 9.
Do not do that. Do not move to the West Coast. How long you've been trading and how long they've kept you in Colorado, and then to know that it's got to be the mountains or the grass. I don't know what it is. Something's kept you there long enough. You should be on the East Coast. I'm surprised you didn't move back to New York or something like that with all the other finance guys.
No appeal.
No appeal. Not for an outdoorsman. Not when you have the mountains. Okay, good. More questions.
Yeah, I've got one. So I'm curious about each of your personal stories as in terms of working with your psychology. Where did you start out, and how did you develop, and where are you now? Are there still things you're working on, or is it just plugging in and going?
I work on myself always, and that's what I get from being outside and doing activities. But I actually am just about to work with a coach one-on-one again. It's something I do once every couple of years, just to get me unstuck from certain things, to see things from a different angle, to be vulnerable and admit my weaknesses outside of my P&L. So it's something that I think that people need to really take seriously.
Trading is a performance sport, so a performance coach would be fitting.
Always. I mean, all the top athletes have them, and they have staffs, they have all kinds of...
Do you take that comparison literally of like athlete to trader?
I do.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, do you agree?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so the team, the preparation. Go ahead, Chris.
I also have a therapist, right? The therapist helps me a lot. Sometimes I just need to vent and talk to somebody, about my trading.
These goddamn bands just are not
working.
working.
The bands didn't work today, goddammit. I've made incredible strides with my own personal psychology over the years. What I've found for myself personally is a lot of the psychology that I found or issues I was having was actually a lack of trust in myself or my trading system. So I would always override myself, right? I'd always double guess myself, right? And that's generally what caused all my problems, that uncertainty and indecision. Once I got comfortable with the uncertainty and more confident in just letting myself trade how I know I should be trading, things got a hell of a lot easier. So, and that didn't happen overnight. That took time. But really, the key is sticking to one thing so that you can get comfortable with it, understand what you should be doing and when you're not, and you can really settle into yourself, right? Settle into your routine and learn the different days, how to adapt, and psychologically, it got a lot easier to trade for me.
Are you guys big readers? Like any books about psychology?
Always.
Yeah? So I mean, like, I almost feel, other than your book, there is no trading book I recommend, except then to tell people to go read The Psychology of Money, Morgan, whatever her name is, right? Or his name. Books that actually teach you why are you thinking the way you think.
Atomic Habits is a good one.
Atomic Habits is a great one. So I think just for those things, like the working on yourself may come from a resource that is not trading related. Would you agree?
Yes, definitely. And Chris just wrote a book about the subject.
Yeah, exactly. From gambler to trader. Good. Next question.
So I asked Brian this yesterday, but I didn't ask Chris. If you want to repeat your answer to everybody, Brian, that's cool. But for Chris, what did your tilt days look like, and how long did it take you to get to a point where when you do go on tilt, you know how to kind of like dial it down and really, I guess, bring your pride down, your ego down, and step away? Like, is that a skill? Would you consider that a skill, and how long did it take you to do
And
that?
I want to hear his answer too. Yeah, I absolutely want to hear Brian's answer. My tilt days tend to take the form of over leveraging and taking on too much risk, which is very easy to do in futures, as we all know, with incredible 500 to 1 leverage. And I'm not afraid of risk. I'm not afraid of losing money, almost to my own detriment. So on certain days, I can really push the envelope, and if it's too much, I'll get pretty angry at myself. But what that looks like now, it still happens here and there. It's not completely gone, right? I'll push it too hard on some days, but I've gotten really good at just, man, you blew it today, and just walk away and come back tomorrow. I've learned to lick my wounds and just accept that this is part of the game. The key has been lowering the frequency and mitigating the damage when it does happen. It's gotten better, right? There's been insane blowouts in the past. Those don't happen anymore. I don't let them happen anymore. I don't have enough cash in my cash account for that to happen. I don't keep all my money in there, right? I have guardrails on the prop firm accounts. So it can't happen. And to refer back to Atomic Habits, it's easier to create an environment for you to succeed than fight your own willpower. Right? If I'm trying to quit eating candy, what's the easiest thing I could do?
Don't buy it.
Don't keep any candy in the house, right? The same thing applies to trading.
Yeah, so yesterday I said, unfortunately, human nature is a son of a bitch, and once in a while, it still does happen where I will just have some belief in a stock, and it will start dropping against me, and I'll start justifying why I should hold, and why I should actually probably even buy more would be the smart thing to do. And then I get exactly what I deserve. And I start seeing that, I used to do this maybe 3 or 4 times a year. Now it's once every other year or something like that. And I think, it's never gonna happen to me again. And then a year and a half later, I'm in that situation. But what I have gotten so much better at is recognizing it in the moment where I start recognizing, wait a minute, why am I adding to this loser? You've added to this loser. Now, there's nothing here except your pride in the way. And so once I recognize that, I just cut the trade. I don't think, okay, maybe I can mitigate the loss. I abandon those thoughts because that's what gets you into the big losses.
Before we go to the next question, I know we got a guy in the back. EQ and IQ, emotional intelligence. You've talked to me about this sometimes, the just book smart guys struggling with trading, being too smart for your own good. When people are thinking in the room, do I need to increase IQ or EQ? What direction would you push them and why?
Yeah, 100% EQ. I mean,
100%?
Well, you can't increase your IQ, I don't think.
No?
I mean, we can't increase your natural ability to learn.
That's true.
But always keep learning. But your scrappiness, your ability to fight and say, every headline is screaming negative. I should be shorting this market. No, it's just look at the common sense of what pays, only price pays. It just really, again, every simplicity is the market's greatest disguise. And if you have that scrappiness about you and that ability to believe in what you're doing, your systems and your risk management tools, the trade's gonna go against you a little bit. And when this morning you were in your trade, it was going against you, I heard zero stress in your voice. There was no self-doubt. There was no, wait, it's below VWAP, now I've got to freak out and do this. Two days in a row, actually, you did that. And that's belief in what you're doing and just having that confidence.
You couldn't tell, but my butthole was... Anything you want to add to that, or you're going to go to the question?
Yeah, I think trading is a beautiful mix of art and science, and the high IQ people want to approach it like it's purely science and math, and while that is a huge aspect of it, I don't think that's it by itself. And I think you have to embrace the science-minded people here, have to embrace the art side, and you art-minded people have to embrace the science side, right? I think the balance is somewhere in the middle, so it's definitely a mix of both, and we're usually one or the other. So try to embrace the other side of your personality, right? Try to get a little more art or science-minded to be a better mix.
I love it. Yes, sir.
So my question to you guys is, in this digital age and era of content creators and stuff, of course we are thankful that we found you guys on social media. That's why we are here. How do we filter through the noise and all the people that are in this for content?
I only follow who Brian's following. So, now how do you do it? Because everybody's probably hitting you up. You must get every guru, furu, and in between.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of, I should probably admit this, political follows, like people I know in the business, and I follow them, but I have them muted. So I don't want you to just go follow all those people.
Definitely.
But I have to protect myself against myself, truthfully. And that's why I don't have a television in my office. I don't have CNBC on. I don't listen to other people's opinions, not because I don't value them and think that they're smart, but I have confidence in the abilities that I've developed over the years and that I can trust price. Now, obviously, someone newer doesn't have that ability. You're learning your processes and you see all these people, really loud. The loudest people are usually the wrong, the ones who are most wrong. Look for, I think, just consistent performers, and you can see. So whenever I look at someone on Twitter, and they talk about a stock, and all they talk about is the upside, and never mention risk, they're immediately off the list. Because they don't get the game. They just show the rocket ship emojis and this one's gonna moon and do all that. Those are not serious people. The serious people will mention risk. The serious people will admit that they've made mistakes, that they're wrong, and they've cut their loss because it's just part of the process. So try to filter through, vague, as Austin was saying, cocktail talk. Versus, does this person actually seem like a real trader? Not that they're showing their P&L, and most of the people who show a P&L are just so full of themselves and they only show it on their up days. They never show, they'll go 6 days in a row of not showing a P&L, and then they'll pop up with a nice
Where did they go? Right. Did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Brian's assessment entirely. I think I gave one of the big red flags, right? Watch out for the over lifestyle marketing with Lambos and fancy houses and all this kinds of stuff. But the other aspect, I think I've been so successful because I tell people what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. I was told a long time ago that the man who tells you what you need to hear wants to help you. The person who tells you what you want to hear is there to help themselves.
Bang.
So live by that.
Such a great quote. Yeah, I would just add, you're right, bro. The only thing that I try to do now, and I'm curious to know what percentage you guys assume, I assume that everything is fake until it proves to me that it's real. I have guys who have started Twitter accounts for their own accountability. Those guys they're nobodies. But they consistently post their wins and losses. They're more real to me than these other guys like that he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? The losses are important for sure. The transparency, embracing the part of the journey that you're in. I think most of us would probably say at least 80% of the stuff you see online is somebody painting an image for you that they want you to see. I had a guy, this one was crazy. Some of them, they're bears. So he's seeing the bulls, moon only. My algorithm is feeding me people that think the world is ending because the war is coming and they're gonna just short the market. Someone literally drew a channel on SPX and showed 2% potential to the upside and 30% potential to the downside. Why would I follow anyone that operates like that? Guy is the dumbest rock that I've ever met. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of people, unfortunately, that get a platform. That doesn't mean they deserve it. Trustpilot, reviews, stuff like that's a good place too. What other questions, please? Tate?
Yeah, I got one more question. It involves social media as well. I just did a quick check on X and roughly you guys have 500,000 followers.
Damn, I was looking at us. Yo, should we go pick up a Lambo? Take some pics?
We'll go to 2 million.
Could you imagine you two in a Lambo on Twitter? I'd go crazy.
So hold my own eyes at myself.
You guys are all obviously very well involved in social media. Do you think it's been overall beneficial for all of you guys?
For me, yeah. Overall, yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. The connections.
Okay.
I talked to 1,000 scamming furu bastards just to get to Brian. All right? And that's, I think, the point. So it's worth fighting through the weeds and all the shit to find the really good people. He mentioned Scott Redler. I used to work with Scott at T3. I still follow Scott. Scott's the shit. You know how many other people have popped up on my feed all this time and I don't follow them, but I still follow Scott? So it's worth it to find the diamond or the needle in the haystack, right? The diamond in the rough. Agreed?
Yeah, sure. I also think it's made me a better trader. Because now I'm held accountable by thousands of people. If I do anything that's against what I teach, guess who's hearing it right away?
Me.
This person.
Like that guy that emailed me.
Exactly.
I love you, but you're retarded short. It makes me accountable. Good. What else? Do we have any more? Cam's got one here.
Anybody else? We're gonna do a last call. We're gonna wrap up here, Ben. Last call.
Yeah.
All right, big dog.
When did you guys know when you were ready to be an independent trader? Like right now, I trade with Austin and the BSC. Like I'm in his high subscription a month membership, and it's going really good. But he's even giving me feedback himself, saying that I'm an independent trader. I have a really good read on the market. So how can I start thinking when I should start taking off the training wheels?
I think it's about consistency more than anything. And are you able to recognize when you're making those emotional decisions and seeing yourself about to, spiral and go on tilt? Just generally consistency, and can you actually see the lifestyle that you're trading can support? Do they match up? You might have the limbo expectations, but if you're making 50 grand a year trading, you're a good trader, but that's not going to get you an executive lifestyle, right? What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I think that's a good assessment. Sometimes you just have to go for it. But sometimes, like I said, if you come from, and I think Tanner did a really good job talking about this yesterday, but if you're coming from the scarcity mindset, it's when you need money, it makes trading a lot harder. Right? So that's something that you need to be mindful of, right? So if you're not financially ready to, or need the money, like I need a payout this week or I'm not gonna be able to pay my rent, that's a really bad place to be trading from, right? So just keep that in mind. If you can get to a place where you're set for a couple of months and you can give yourself a little wiggle room to trade and make the money you need to, then I think you're in a better shape.
I'll give you an answer even though you're in the community. He has his own community, he has his own community, and I have my own. So you either start one or you join one, brother. You need to try. Right? You can't trade alone. You don't trade alone, do you? No, you do 3 videos a day for me. They come on my feed, I get to play every day. Right? Of course, if you join the subscription on Twitter, it's $10 a month. It's ridiculous. You get these videos from him every day. It gives me my community. The Black Shirt Club members that are my customers, they don't realize it. I have coaches, I have mentors. I don't think it ever stops. That's just my opinion. And trading alone would suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, amen to that. Any other questions? One more. He gets an excuse. We know him. He's from California, that's why he gets an excuse. He's a 49ers fan. Shame! See you again this season, brother.
That's right. So we have individual names coming to the futures space. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
You were just talking about that last night, the single stock futures. You want to go, Chris? Right?
I'm concerned there's not going to be a whole lot of liquidity, and there's going to be these crazy bid asks on the products, like kind of like Bitcoin, if you've ever traded Bitcoin. So hopefully they pick up and they're traded, and there's a lot of liquidity and nice spreads. But that would be my biggest concern. So I got to see what happens.
Well, Brian told me last night this actually was a thing 10 years ago. Do you want to speak on that?
Yeah, they did have them, and the liquidity wasn't there, the risk appetite wasn't there, but now we have, 6 different NVIDIA double leveraged stocks to trade. And they all trade millions of shares a day. So the risk appetite has changed. I think that they will be a big success. And I probably won't trade them, but
never say never. I'll be DMing them every day. Brian, look at this. We're trading NVIDIA after hours. Asia. Says the guy who was scalping Asia session. He told us on a 15-second chart a couple days ago. Did you not say that?
It's true.
So never say never, everybody. Friends, give it up for these two guys. Amazing. Those who stay, those who have endurance, get rewarded the most, right? As in most things in life. We've had some stragglers fall off. I know guys had to leave maybe for work. That is unfortunate for them. Thankfully, this will be recorded, but I'm super excited to have my business partner, Randy, on stage with me here, as well as legendary trader, Steve Klesian. So could you give Steve a round of applause, everybody? Welcome to the boot camp.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to make sure to challenge Steve in ways that maybe you haven't seen him challenged before in a Q&A or an interview setting. But Steve is actually a guy who needs no introduction, although I have a beautiful introduction on screen for you if you'd like to read that. I'm not going to read that. I'm going to tell you for a second about how Steve has influenced me. So if you go back to when I started trading 12 years ago, there's this guy who comes up on my YouTube feed. He's hanging out with Patrick Wieland in an office, and it's covered in screens. No joke. 30. How many screens were on the wall in Connecticut? 40 screens.
About 40.
And it stood out to me. And I'm like, what is this guy doing? that just kicks off you falling down the rabbit hole of understanding everything that Steve has to offer. Steve has been in the game longer than most people even make it, like last. So the experience here, from building trading platforms to educating traders to making money on his own, like he has checked every box. So we're gonna do a little fireside chat. I got a couple of questions that I wanna make sure we pull from Steve, but this is gonna be super interactive as everything has been. So if you have questions as we go, please write them down or just raise your hand. Eric's in the back of the room and he'll make sure we get microphones to people as we go, okay? Thanks for coming back on time, everybody. Are we excited? Beautiful. So Steve, like I said, you don't need an introduction, but I'd like to go back if I can. Do you remember who introduced you to day trading?
Yeah, so it was a gentleman that was a floor broker on the Florida New York Stock Exchange, and a good friend of mine. I just had come back from Chicago. I was going into the 30-year bond pit on the Florida CBOT, and first I had to do the night session. And the night session was horrible. There were like, I don't know, 150 guys in the pit, and the market was 18 bid at 19. And if 100 lots traded in the night session, you're all fighting to make a 30-second on maybe like, if you were even lucky to get filled at 18 and sell at 19. So I said to myself, I'm not standing here for 2.5 hours to make $32. I'm not doing it. So I said to Ronnie, I said, get me in the 30-year bond pit. He goes, no, you have to do that. I said, I'm out of here. I'm going back to New York. I'm not dealing with this. So when I came back, I called a good friend of mine, and he said, yeah, come in. Joe wants to talk to you. So this guy, really, there should be a statue for this guy. This guy really developed the way prop trading really initiated. So it was me, John, and Sal, and every morning he had a beautiful, beautiful condo overlooking the Hudson. I saw the Statue of Liberty to my left, the Colgate clock right in front of me, and he said to me, hey, Stevie, get in there, start day trading. But what really taught me the game about day trading was when I was on the COMEX, about to go into the gold pit to trade in the open outcry in the gold arena. And I met a gentleman, big trader. Big. So big trader means like when you're a big trader, you stand on the outside steps, so, and he taught me about consistency. And he said to me, the number one thing is, you have to want to come back the next day. So he said, I was a clerk making $100 a day. I just got married, so I was making $500 a week. And he said, the number one thing is you want to be able to come back. And he said, this is a chance of a lifetime for me to go into the gold pit. So Steve made $100 for a month every single day, and then he bumped it up to 200, then 300, then 400, and he's worth several $100 million today. But Joe really taught me he really was the one who started prop trading. And so I was with him for about 11 months. I started my own company in the midst of me being there. And I think I made like $1.9 million. And I tapped him on the shoulder. I said, Joe, at the end of the day, can I talk to you? And he said, sure. And this is back in 1991, 1.9 million. So he said to me, what's up, Steve? I said, Joe, I can't thank you enough. It's been a great ride. I know I'm supposed to get 30%, but you think you can bump it up to 50%? And he said, Stevie, you deserve it, And so he's writing, he goes to his checkbook, and he knew it was my last day. And I didn't have to pay him the extra 20%. I'm leaving, right? So he writes me a check, and I said, Joe, can I ask you one more favor? And he said, what's that? I said, can I take the chair I was sitting in? And he says, take it. So it was a brand new building. The elevator didn't work. I had to carry this chair over my head down like 11 flights of stairs. And that chair stayed with me for over 2 billion, close to 2 billion shares.
No way. That's crazy.
Well, traders are superstitious.
Absolutely.
Right?
Is that your biggest superstition, that chair?
That chair's long gone. I can't find it now.
Okay.
That chair is gone. But no, to be honest with you, I have a lot of superstitions. Like, I don't know, it's quirky. I don't want you'll all think I belong in Bellevue if I tell you, but it's part of the game, you know. Like when you're on a hot streak, you just don't change a damn thing. You eat the same food, you wear the same clothes, like, you know. But no, it's just really about, you know, the mindset of everything, you know. And I don't know, you know, sometimes, you know, I have a bad trade, I'll go out for, you know, take a walk around, you know, outside I'll come back in and I'll be like a complete animal. I'm like, that's it, you know, short 10,000 Amazon, you know. I'm like, you know, that's it, you know, and that's. But you know, one thing about trading is that I love is that every single day is a different day, and I love the financial freedom that it's given me, and there's no greater joy at this stage of my life than to help so many people who are up and coming, especially in the prop world, or people who are struggling, and people who at this stage of my life now, I give my phone number out to the whole world. I get phone calls from everybody around the world, and I literally relate to them, and I think the day trading world now is expanding to no avail. So I actually was having dinner with the CEO of the CME on his birthday about 7 years ago at Rosebuds in Chicago. And he said, Steve, I'm coming out with a micro E-mini. I'm like, oh my God, Terry, unbelievable. You'll have every retail trader in the world trading futures. And then that really is when the prop world started to really emerge, right? From the beginning of the micro E-mini. So it's given a great avenue, but you know, to answer your question going back, I know I went on a little bit longer here, but Joe was really the one who pioneered, and he really started like the upstairs trading, like the first New Yorks of the world, the Schoenfelds, the Schottenfelds, all emerging to upstairs type trading. And that's where really, I think it escalated from Joe in 1991.
It's a great answer.
Yeah.
We want the long answers, right,
Yeah,
everybody?
sorry.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Don't be sorry.
I got too much knowledge.
You have everything. I want to know, who's the most famous person that's reached out to you or that you've come across in all your years? In any industry. It doesn't have to be a trader. We'll do biggest trader that you've ever met, other than yourself. But most famous person.
Biggest trader is Steve Cohen.
Yeah, I knew you'd say that,
Yeah,
Steve.
I've known him many years.
Can I ask your opinion of him?
Greatest person in the world.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think he gets a bad rap?
Yeah.
Publicly, I think people think he's like an inside guy sometimes.
No, I don't buy any of that. I
No?
think it's pure talent. It's pure. He's just amazing. Amazing person, amazing trader, and I'm lucky to be able to say he's a friend of mine, and just an honor and a privilege.
He was one of the first people that I ever heard like became a big trader. Like you would listen to podcasts about his story, and now he's an owner of the Mets. Is he the majority owner now?
Yeah, he owns the Mets.
He owns the Mets, yeah. So it's pretty incredible to go from day trading, small little Stephen Cohen, to now owning the Mets.
Well, I mean, I remember him from the days of working on the New York Stock Exchange trading floor when he was working at Grunthal. I would call him and talk to him and, you know, give him insight on different various stocks and execute orders for him and give him ideas on things I saw on the floor. Pure outright the greatest and the best trader of all time.
What about him made him great? I'm very curious.
The focus. The focus. Stephen was laser focused. You could not utter when he was lasered in, which is all the time. He was just completely engaged.
Okay. Most famous person. He's the biggest trader. So now, who's the most famous person? Has anyone famous like reached out to you to learn how to trade?
I think. Not really. I don't know who's famous enough to reach out, like an actor or something like that.
Yeah, or an athlete.
No, not really.
Okay.
No, not nobody.
Even in all the days of Chicago and New York, never bumped into anybody at dinner?
No.
You didn't see Leo after he did The Wolf of Wall Street and compliment him on his role?
No.
It's good. Okay.
No.
So I don't want to spend too much time, Steve, on your backstory, because everyone knows it, I think. But I want to definitely talk about the origins of prop trading.
Mm-hmm.
I worked at T3 for a time,
Sure.
a prop house. Prop trading now in the retail space has changed a lot. Can you take us back to like what it was like to be on Wall Street, trading with a prop firm, trading with someone else's money, and more importantly, trading with
someone who is incentivized to see you win and help you when you're losing?
Well, I always traded my own money. So I came from absolutely nothing, zero. I mean, literally, I had a hole on the bottom of my sneakers for 3 years, and every time it rained, I just would cringe. I mean, I came from nothing, I swear to God. And, but I never, like, the first New Yorks would ask me to come with them. American International Group asked me to run about $250 million back in the 90s. I actually turned the money down. I just wanted to work for myself. I didn't really want to work for anybody else. I just wanted to just chip away every single day, and it was me against the world, and I love that. I love it. I mean, like, I hate when I have to leave my office. I mean, because I feel in my office, I feel like it's a sanctuary for me. And I got to go out there and I got to deal with crazy people honking at me and this and that. And it's like I just can't deal with it at times. You know, I'm like, you know, I just live in a beautiful area of Jupiter, Florida. And, you know, I do maybe 10 miles a day in my car. And I'm the happiest guy in the world. I see a palm tree, I got warm weather, I got my kids, I got my dog, and I'm the happiest guy in the world.
Yeah, I love that. I think a lot of people in here want that freedom. That's what they got into trading for. Did you get into trading for the freedom or for the money? Because you came from nothing, so were you just going after the money?
I never I know this sounds crazy. I never thought about the money. I never even knew how much money I made at the end of the day. Yeah, I never, because I traded so much. I would only wait until the next morning when, back in the days when the fax machines would spit out like 85 pages of my reports, and I would just go right to the back page and I go, oh, 85,000. Okay. I didn't even care. I never really cared. I swear. I just loved being in that seat and trading a storm. Like, you know, I mean, like sometimes I was anywhere between 5 to 10% of the volume and a lot of these names on the floor, you know. So it was, you know, I never really thought about the money. Even today, when I don't even know my P&L. I'm just trading, I'm like, Matt, how do I do at the end of the day? Oh, you made this. Okay, good. You know, I just don't even care. It's just, when you get so involved or engaged, well, you know, for me, it just comes to the point where I'm just looking for the next trade, the next, you know, it's just like a euphoric feeling. You know,
you enjoy the problem solving.
Oh God, I love it.
So I'm curious then, you know, the way you've traded over the years has changed, I'm sure. From you said you trade like a storm, so you just take the market by storm. How do you do that now?
Well, it's a little faster now because of the way the algos and also the price action. I mean, when I started, you know, the Dow and the S&Ps were staggering a lot lower where they are now. So the higher the NASDAQ is, the faster the drops. Like we called a beautiful short last night, and then boom, was down 100 handles on the NASDAQ like that, and literally in 4.5 minutes, you know. So I think the speed is what's different now, and I teach people that there's two types of trading. There's pattern trading and there's scalp trading, and you'll get anywhere between 5 to 8 great patterns a day. Based upon my system, and scalp trading, well, they could be up to, you know, 25 to 50 great scalps a day, you know. And that's what really I teach people who are Joe beginners. A lot of people in my community, I would say maybe 15 to 20% trade their own money, and then the other 80% trade prop. And it's revolutionized the whole space. I mean, you see every day a new prop firm comes out, and you know, the competition's out there, and you know, I got people 9-10 months ago trading gold and silver. They didn't even know what the hell gold and silver were. I'm like, I'm not trading gold and silver. I'm like, okay, forget it. Just make believe you're trading water. You know, forget about the gold and the silver. You know, but I think the whole respect to trading now has taken off, and I really think that it's just going to keep going upward. I've never seen more people contact me now more than ever who want to learn trading because they're fearful where AI is going to go with their potential jobs. And they're like, hey, listen, can you teach me? You know, I got a wife and 2 kids. You know, I don't know if my job's going to be around in 3 years. I'm like, yeah, I'll teach you. And there's no greater joy in my life than to see someone who's really successful and when they succeed. And it really is just the mindset, the focus, and learning a methodology and learning from someone with, this August 1st will be 44 years.
Good for you, Steve. 44 years, bro. Yeah. We can give a round of applause for that. That's fucking sick. So I'm gonna let you talk in a second, Randy. I gotta go. I got the mouth. We got the mouth. When you sit down with a new trader and they look at you and they're gonna say, Steve, what you're doing seems very intimidating. How do you break it down and distill it down to just do this one or two things first? Do you have a couple steps you could share?
Yeah, I tell them, clear your mind. Like when I wake up every morning, I don't even think of the market. I don't watch TV. I once in a blue moon I'll put on Fox or something like that just to see what's going on in the world. I don't watch TV. I watch sports here or there. But I wake up and my mind's completely blank. I don't think of a damn thing. I don't read a periodical. I don't know. I already know what earnings are coming out, what economic numbers are coming out way in advance. So my mind's completely blank. I don't even think of trading. I don't even care. Okay, the minute I walk through the door, I look at the bigger time frames to see what's everything's doing, the 15 to 30 and the 60-minute time frames are doing on those individual names. But to answer your question, when someone comes to me, whether they're a beginner, I love beginners because I can mold them. I can really mold them. They have no opinion. They don't have any bad habits. They're not like a wild bronco in Wyoming. The ones that can just make me lose my hair on my head is the ones that just have bad habits that just don't want to break. Like I have a saying, like, why'd you lose today? Well, I didn't put a stop order in. I'm like, okay, you have a wife and 2 kids? Yes. I said, do you drive a car without brakes? I mean, like, come on. Like, you got to be able to be disciplined. My 5 key words are consistency, discipline, confidence, patience, and passion. So, if you look at those 5 key words, Steve taught me consistency. Discipline I've always had my entire life. And, you have to have the confidence every single day to be able to do this. And then the passion, and then the patience. Yesterday there was a Broadcom gapped up, right? And I said to everybody, well, let's just wait for the beautiful pullback. We got a beautiful pullback. It was patience. Stock ran $4.50 on it. So you wait for the pattern to set up. I see a lot of people doing revenge trading, and that's a no-no. No. There's no revenge trading. If I lost on a trade in Microsoft, I'm not looking to go back in 8 seconds later for a trade. I'm going to wait like a cobra and then attack, But I think most beginners should be really, most beginners should, at this stage, be looking at such an opportunity that they have, to find the right mentor. That's why I do a stream every day, and I teach people all day long, and I have my software, and I'm educating, I'm teaching. Most people don't even know this. I bet you right now, maybe 3 in this room. Do you know that when you're trading the futures markets, to be looking at the underlying ETFs during the US session for correlation studies? See, the thing is, I teach that to people, and people are like, oh my God, like we had a monster short yesterday in gold, dropped 25 like that. It was based upon a correlation. So when you have beginners that learn these type of methods and these type of patterns and scenarios, or conditions I call them, it starts to, I had my phone blew up yesterday. Some people text me and say, Stevie, I'm seeing it now. Oh my God, it's just amazing how I can see these setups,
How do they build confidence, another one of your 5 words, in the setups? And do you recommend that these guys learn multiple setups at once or just do one at a time?
Well, I have what's called, so the way I look at, that's a great question, by the way. So to gain the confidence is to believe in yourself, number one. You have to believe in yourself. You have to say to yourself, I'm going to achieve this, and I'm going to be able to make this right, and I want to be the best at this game. So basically, I have what I use 3 time frames, 15, 30, and 60. I have 5 conditions based upon my algorithm, and then I have, of each of the 5 conditions, I have 10 strategies, a buy and a sell divergence for each of the 5 conditions. And once you start learning it and seeing it, because everything I do is based upon visualization and repetition, period, right? And when you start seeing the math, because math doesn't lie, right? And when you start seeing the patterns unfold and the setups and the conditions, the confidence level just escalates, And, for me, I think it's just a remarkable experience when people start getting it. Like, if I can have a minute. There's a young man here with me today. I can't tell you how proud I've been preaching this all week long, and he's going to be probably one of the best I've ever come across. I've never met a man who is more focused and dedicated. Now, people come to me from around the world, they're dedicated, they're focused, but not like this. The minute I picked him up, came into my home, opened up his laptop, started studying, went to dinner, started studying again, and this week he's made about $28,000, didn't have a losing day, and met him through our YouTube Discord, and he was struggling for 7 months. And I said, enough with the BS. Just call me and just come visit me and I'll try to turn you around. And that's what it's about. It's a great feeling when you could see someone's life change right before your eyes.
100%. When you have seen the progression of this and you've made so much money over the years, how have you avoided, I asked earlier to our other guest speaker, I said, how do you avoid lifestyle creep? Because there's guys in here that are coming into their biggest year of earnings yet from trading, just like your guy. How do you avoid keeping up with the Joneses and buying all the stuff that you see? How did you stay away from that?
I am so laser focused. I shield all outside thoughts. I am just so focused. I just live a very simple, I'm just happy. Like when I walk out of my room, I feel like I give birth because like I could breathe, it's like I'm trapped in this room with all these screens all day long. I walk out the door and I go, whew, I could breathe. And then I can't wait to get back at night, to do the Asia session. But I think people have to be humble enough to know that the rug can be pulled out from under you any minute. Any minute. I've seen guys, the worst guys in the world I've ever seen are home run hitters. They're the worst. I look at myself like a Pete Rose, right? Singles and doubles all day long. I just had a guy today, I think he made $500,000 today. He texted me and he said, Stevie, singles and doubles, and I said, kudos, Peter. I think that's what really, I think the other thing is, and I started bringing this into the community a little bit more. I find a lot of beginners and people who are trading prop accounts are more or less now, when they're trading one account, I think it puts too much pressure on them, per se. And I said, you know what, why don't you take the pressure off of you? Why don't you go buy 3, 4 accounts and make a couple hundred here, rotate, do another couple hundred here, another couple hundred here, it takes the pressure off. And then go back and rotate. And then after 22 to 35 business days, and you're past the evaluation phases and you start collecting some payments, then you could go buy 5 accounts and link them, and then you can keep going and going. I mean, I have some people in my room that have 60 accounts that are linked. Some people have, oh yeah, my community, some of these guys, one guy lives in Thailand, he goes, I'll never be able to spend the money I make on just in a month in Thailand for the year. So a lot of guys know in my community, everybody helps each other, and I have a veteran who's 27 years old, and he said, but I never in my wildest dream, he lives in Alabama, never in my wildest dream was I thinking of ever making money like this. So it's also the discipline factor. You have to have discipline, and I think that's a lot where I like the beginners more or less, because that gives me the confidence that they're going to listen more, the beginners who really want to learn right out of the gate.
Do you think great trading is taught, or do you think they're born that way? Because you have those 5 characteristics. Can you teach them all, or do you have to be born with something in those 5?
I think it's a combination of both. I mean, I've taken people who have never traded in their entire lives who become very, very successful traders. Look at me. I thought I wanted to play Major League Baseball, and then I wanted to potentially maybe go into the medical field. So just because my father worked on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange didn't mean I was going to follow his path and be in the industry. So I think more I'm leaning that it's you could be taught the trading aspect of it.
Mentioning your father and his time on the street, what were any of the important lessons he taught you about trading?
Oh, this is the greatest story of all time, okay? So it was my first trade. Now remember this carefully. I'm 63 years old, right? And I was working for $2.10 an hour. That was the minimum wage back then. So think of how many hours I had to do, to accumulate $3,000, right? Yes, a lot of mowing lawns for 210, right? So I get a job on the floor of the American Stock Exchange. My father knew Peter Kellogg, and Peter got me a job on the floor of the exchange. And then next thing I know, I put $3,000 into a brokerage account, and I'm working on the floor of the Amex, and I see a stock behind me called American Can. It's so I don't know. It was, I think it was early October. So the stock was around 52, and I said, you know what, Tommy, buy me 5 Feb 50. I never forget this trade. Buy 5 Feb 50 calls at 2 3/4. So you bought them. A couple of days later, stock's 51. I buy a little bit more at $1.78. No idea what the hell I'm doing, right? And next thing I know, make a long story short, it's like about the day before Thanksgiving, and I look like death. The stock's like 47, and the options are like maybe at $1, right? So here's all these hours I worked mowing lawns for $2.10 an hour, and I just went poof, right? So now it's Christmas time, and the options are $0.50, and I'm like staring at the machine, and somebody pats me on the back and says, "Hey kid, go home. You can't turn the machines back on." I'm like, I think I heard that before somewhere, like trading places, you can't, right? So, so then to end. Make it fast forward really quickly. So it's about a week before expiration. The stock's $42 a share. The options are 1/16 and 1/8. So that means poof. So that Monday up 2.5. That Tuesday up 3. That Wednesday up 3.5. That Thursday up 3. That Friday, 54 bid. I pick up the phone at 3:45. Tommy, sell 20 Feb 50 calls. Market. Get me the hell out. Right? I see the broker walk in the crowd, sells them. I make back my money, and then plus a couple $1,000, which is a lot of money back then. So as I'm hanging up the phone, I turn around. I see my father, and he said, "Are you out?" I said, "Yeah, I'm out." And he said to me, "Let me tell you something. When I walked on the floor of the American Stock Exchange, I found a penny faced up. And I bent over and I made a wish that you wouldn't lose any money on this trade." So he said, "What'd you learn from this?" So I said, "Whenever you have a losing trade, you look for a penny faced up." He says, "No, you horse's ass. You never average down." So as he walked away, I said, "Tommy, buy me 10 Merrill calls."
There you go. That's amazing. And
it's true. I swear verbatim.
I believe that 100%, especially when you say the superstition thing at the beginning. The penny thing's a little superstitious.
The American Can went from 42 to 54, or something like that, in a week. Unheard of. Because of a penny faced up. And
can you share a story about a big loss too?
Oh yeah, a big loss or a trade that I missed.
I want both.
All right. So I was so busy, and I was probably doing probably 500,000 to 1 million shares, right near the close. And I had an order to buy 100,000 shares of America Online, and it was being added to the S&P 500.
What year is this?
Oh, God knows. Look it up.
Long time ago? This isn't recent, though. That's all I'm saying.
Where's ChatGPT when you need it?
Okay, right.
I don't even know. But it was being added. The symbol was AOL, and it was being...
I was going to say, Austin doesn't know what AOL is.
Oh.
You have to say it like that. As soon as you said America Online,
okay.
I knew what it was.
All right.
But Austin needed to hear AOL.
For those of you who are over 50, remember the disc you used to get in the mail for 8 hours of free internet? Remember those days? Oh, jeez. Oh, be quiet. Anyway, so I had an order, and I was about to pick up the phone to tell Ronnie to buy 100,000 AOL market, and I was selling 100,000 on the bell. And I was so busy in British Petroleum. I was busy in like, oh my God, it was wild. It was absolutely wild. The amount of shares I was buying and selling, and it was like 359, and I see the order. I'm like, oh my God, Ronnie, did I call you? No, see, I didn't get in yet. And now the ding, 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 ding. I would have bought 100,000 shares, roughly around, 88 and a half. The stock closed up $90, $9 million. Crazy.
Who owes you the $9 million? The guy.
Nobody. Myself.
Okay. Now the loss. That's the miss. Now the loss, or one you saw, maybe, because I've heard stories of guys on the pits
crashing out, stabbing their broker, stabbing somebody with a pencil, freaking out and running out of there.
I didn't hear that story.
Okay. Maybe that was...
I never walked around with a vest, so I mean, I was upstairs trading. My biggest loss, let me see, my biggest loss. I called it the New Year's Eve Massacre, okay? It was the New Year's Eve Massacre. So there was a big program that I took the other side to, and monster volume. So there was a strategy called bullets. Anybody know what bullets are back then? So it was a derivatives created by a company called Susquehanna. And it gave me the ability to sell short on a destabilizing tick. Back then there were plus ticks and minus ticks, not like today, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I ended up losing about $180,000 on the day, on that night. And I get home. Now, remind you, it's New Year's Eve. And I have like 40 people come to my house. I walk in the house, my wife is there, and she says to me, "Hi, how are you?" I'm like, "Don't say a word to me. I'm going in the basement. At 7 o'clock, bring me a plate. I'm locking the door, bring the kids down. You know, I'll see the kids every so often, but bring them down." She says, "Well, Steven, your mom's coming, your sisters, you get your nieces, you got everybody." I go, "Tell them I died." I tell them, "Leave me alone. I need to be left alone. I am not, lock that door. I am locking that door. Knock 3 times and I'll open it, let the kids in, and bring me a plate. I am not going up to seeing anybody. It's New Year's Eve. I don't want to know anybody." And that was my biggest loss today.
When you went back to trading after that, do you remember, how did you feel? Were you like...
Oh, I was an animal coming out the following day. Whenever, I think that was on I think New Year's Eve that year was on a Friday. So that Monday, I was ferocious.
Can you explain what that means for everybody? Buying everything.
Ferocious?
Yeah.
Just trading like an animal. I wasn't revenge trading. I was just pissed, you know.
So what market did you take it out on? Were you back?
Mostly all equities, like, you know, Compaq, Pfizer, Telephone, Lucent, General Motors. I mean, I was for Coca-Cola. Like, if there was a sell program, and normally I would do 25 or 30,000, I probably was selling 50 or 80,000 shares. Like, and I was pissed.
Did you make it back? How long did it take to make it back?
Oh, like 2 days.
Right. I love it. Randy, I'll stop talking. You want to hit some questions?
I had a couple questions, but honestly, I just love listening to them.
I know. That's why we're so grateful for you coming. See, the stories are so good. What about The Office, right? So like, I started with The Office and the screens and everything. Mm-hmm. I think, you know, in today's day and age, social media, Twitter, Instagram, it's a lot of distractions. But then you look at you and someone would say, how is he not distracted? So how do you process all that information?
Well, first of all, I'm a very humble person, and I feel like the good Lord gave me a gift. And to be able to stand there and I can go like left to right, and I can see things within milliseconds, and I can react. Pretty much I was doing high frequency trading before high frequency trading ever even came about. And I love all the comments on the internet. He's going to die of radiation poisoning. Who pays his electric bill? And I type back, well, my electric's included in my rent, you know. But you know, for me, I don't really care what one person thinks or says. I really don't. I have a methodology. I just look every single day to be successful, to put up good numbers, and then just at the end of the day, just go down to the beach, walk my dog, just go have a nice dinner, come back, relax, But I think to each his own. Like, there's only about 1 million people in the world who can sit in front of a screen. Most people work, and I'm also right now very close to building my quantitative algorithms to put out to people, or even alert people conditions in the market that they can react to, whether they're options trading or stock trading or futures trading. But I think that's where a lot of the world is going right now anyway, where people are getting, alerts and things like that, because I have lawyers calling me, doctors calling me. I had a dentist call me and says, "How do I trade? I'm doing drilling." All that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you, So I said, if you get an alert while you're giving someone, doing a drilling or something like that. You know, we can stop and say put the drill down and execute an order and on a, you know, whatever. But I think that you know, you got to find what works for you, right? You got to find what works for you. And if it means me sitting in front of, you know, 40 monitors, I actually need 10 more. But if you, no, I'm joking. I'm serious. But if you really sit in front of a screen, you got to understand that. I tell people all the time, we're like doctors, right? Because a doctor can read an X-ray, an MRI, a CAT scan. You got to be able to read a chart, understand certain things about the chart that will enlighten you to like, whoa, eureka, I see that now, you know? The price action, the market structure, the volume profile, all the different conditions that are out there to pave the way for a great, successful trade. Divergences by far rule the market, and I've studied divergences for a decade. If you could really learn divergences, you've mastered the art of trading. There's buy divergences and sell divergences in a powerful trend. On the way up, this whole move up, there were divergences on sells because some really great short patterns. And I think it's a combination of what really works for the individual per se. Some people trade with 1 monitor, some people trade with 6, some people trade with 8, whatever. It's whatever you're comfortable at doing, and that's in order for you to gain success.
Is that something they can work on, the pattern recognition of seeing so many charts? Do you think that that's a pursuit people should chase?
No, it's not so many patterns. So basically, a 60-minute time frame is not going to react the same as a 5-minute time frame, right? Slower, right? So if I look at a 60, 30, and a 15, I'm really relying on a 5 and a 15 for where I'm looking. The 5's more for entries and exits. 3 to 5s are looking for entries and exits. I actually played around with a 1-minute chart. I almost ran for the Johnny Walker. I'm like, a 1-minute time frame, I think I'm a little bit too old for that. It's too fast. Right, Dave? I'm like, oof, that's fast.
I went from a 1-minute to a 2-minute to now I trade on a 5-minute. So.
Yeah, so I was doing a stream. They said, SK, go to a 1-minute. I'm like, what are you, out of your bird? I'm like, all right, I'll go look at it. And I'm like, wow, that's fast. But, oh, my God, what a short. Let's take the short here at 90. Boom, 60. I'm like, wow, that's cool, you know?
Is that because it's all fractal to you in a lot of this? All this quantitative, all the way that you trade, it's very fractal. So you could do it on a lower time frame, right?
Yeah. You know, I will tell you this. Since the beginning of my first days of trading, I knew that there were strategies. I've developed so many strategies that were so effective, whether it was the days of the 8-point markets or even the days of decimalization or even the days of futures trading. And I was very, 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 I was able to really see through the forest on so many different aspects because I always want to be creative and see other ways to potentially make money, you know, in an environment that allows you to have that flexibility, you know. And obviously now I'm working with my quant team right now to develop, and the results are like astronomical. And I think that's where the markets are going now. Like, you know, you got the Renaissances of the world, and you get the big banks with their quants guys, and you got Citadel and all the big firms, and even the big hedge funds have quant divisions. But I think for the retail trader, I want to design something that's going to really benefit for them. You know, that they can really start taking advantage of. Someone with the years of experience I have, with a really great dev team, to build something that they can have and they can see that can assist them in their success.
When is that coming out?
I'm hoping within a month and a half. I worked on it for a while.
I'm excited to see it.
Oh no, we showed a little bit of it yesterday in my Discord, and people went completely hog wild. Forget it.
Well, that's because they're your people, so. I said it's because you're guys. You're hog wild. They're hog wild. Well, it's all the same.
I have a community of traders from all around the world, and they join my Discord, and you know, and it's you know, and you know, I make trading fun, like, I have a bunch of sound bites and everything, and I invented the word kabooshed, and so I'm actually in the Urban Dictionary on it. So, I just came out with a bunch of kaboosh T-shirts, and everybody went crazy over it. So, kaboosh means like when the market drops, obviously, So, but what I love about trading is that every day is a different day, and you just meet so many great people, so many struggles or people who are new in the game, but you get the sense that the desire is there, but more so the will to really want to learn. And that's what brings me to the dance every day outside of live trading, but to help other people really achieve greatness.
Could you speak a little bit about market conditions right now, what you see, what you think, what you feel?
Well, in my 44 years, what I've seen since the last 6 weeks has been insane. You go from 6,300 to what, 75, 20, 38 yesterday on the S&Ps. It's insane. It's two words, AI and chips. That's it. Chip stocks, AI stocks. And it's funny because I keep saying, 6 weeks ago, I called the big fund. They're like, why don't we start taking a position in Micron at 311? 311. Sanders was 517. And I'm like, well, we'll look at it. I'm like, you better hurry up, Micron goes from 311 to 819 in 6 weeks. Like, why were you dumping it at 311? Now you can't get enough of it at 700-800 now. It's just mind-boggling the way these fund managers position their position their portfolios. I just don't understand how you could be dumping Micron at 311 if you really believe the growth of the company, and now you're buying it at 700-800 like it's just like, the next best thing. And so I think that I haven't seen anything like this. I actually talked to a couple big fund managers I know, and they're like, Steve, I'm in the same camp. We've never seen this. And what do you think? I said, I short the world. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think, so basically the way I have my algorithms written right now, I'm expecting a pullback, getting to an oversold condition on the daily, another monster move up, and then you get a really big pullback on the weekly, and then a monster push up over 8,000 on the S&Ps by the year end.
Quote it.
Yeah,
We're clipping this at the end of the year.
I think I'm going to be dead on this one.
What do you think about zero DTE options driving market behavior right now? Can you speak on that a little bit?
I know a lot of people are getting into, a lot of people are getting burned by it because I don't think they really truly understand it. I think it's driving a lot of volume to the options markets. I find that a lot of people don't understand a lot about it, and how, like, if you could be selling an option at 11 o'clock and by 2 o'clock, the stock could be sitting nowhere and you're losing decay, and they're getting slaughtered, And I think it's not for the beginner. If you want to learn, go learn. Basically, I would tell people, if it was me, I would be learning at the stage to learn trading futures. Trading futures, to me, is the greatest vehicle, especially with the micro E-minis. Whether it's gold, oil, NASDAQ futures. I can't even tell you how many people are trading oil now. I mean, they're fearless now. I mean, like, they see oil, because I tell them all the time, maybe in the last month, I think I had maybe 150 trades short in oil and maybe 5 on the long side. Oh yeah, no, because they're going to pull the rug out from under it, and I'm not going to get caught long oil at 102, and next thing you know, it's 80, it's 97 bid.
What about silver?
Silver is an animal. Okay, it belongs in. It used to before they raised the margin. Silver used to. I would say silver belongs in a cage. It was an animal. It was in the night session. It would move down 1, up 3, down 2, up 4, and like, this is crazy. One guy made $35,000, I think, in 12 minutes one night. I'm like, yeah, in silver. And then now I have a joke now, and I say they killed my silver. I have like a slang, SILVA, because the margins, they raised the margins on it, and they just completely destroyed the poor silver.
Single stock futures are coming to the CME.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I like it. I think more vehicles, the better. I wish that they would do more 24-hour trading and options. The one thing I don't like is when like NVIDIA earnings come out, or you can't trade. Let's say you bought like AMAT yesterday. AMAT came out with great, pretty good earnings. The stock was up 33. So if you bought AMAT earnings before the close, you could have been out. Then AMAT was up 33 and then down. You got to let the markets be free. I'm all about open markets. I'm all about new products. But as my father once said to me, Stephen, be great at one thing, not good at many, right? So you should really just try to focus. If you're going to trade futures, then stay focused on trading futures versus being everywhere. Who needs to be trading options or stocks or this? How about perfect one thing at a time and then move on?
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Absolutely. I mean, you have a great audience here, and as you told me, they're all pretty much futures traders. Stick to an index. Like I had a guy a couple of days ago, Steve, he said, Stevie, I'm long NASDAQ and S&P. I'm like, why? Pick one, or double up on one.
Because what if there's a divergence between the two?
No, it's not. They're like brother and sister.
So they don't diverge. What about YM, the Dow? Will the Dow diverge?
Oh, that's different. That's a different.
Is that the stepchild?
I mean, you can have the Dow actually up and the Nasdaq and S&P down, because it could be like United Healthcare could be up, or Caterpillar could be up, but a lot of people don't trade the YMs. The Nasdaq is a beast. Why you need YM? I have people trading the Russell a lot. But again, if you're going to trade an index future, you really need to look at the underlying ETF during the U.S. session, the way I teach the correlation studies. And I taught this to some of the top guys in the country, that you cannot trade independently. I remember a big hedge fund manager called me many years ago and said, Stevie, what do you think of the S&Ps? I'm like, well, right now it's flat, but we're looking to sell a ton of S&Ps. I don't want to tell you the amount, but a ton of S&Ps against the portfolio. I'm like, I wouldn't do that. He goes, why? I said, because I have underlying buys in the ETF, the spiders. He said, but I got to protect my book. I said, okay. He said, but where would you sell them? I said, if the S&Ps take out this number, or the spiders take out this number. He goes, that's 12 handles lower. I said, you're asking me a question, right? So I wouldn't sell them here. That was up 700, about 550. He called me up because, thanks a lot. You saved us a ton of money. I go, now you can sell them. Click.
And send my commission check.
No, it was a friend. But I said, now you can sell them. Boom, 355.
I'm wondering why the funds haven't come knocking on your door saying either come work for me, or why are you giving out our secrets?
I don't want to work for anybody. I love what I do. I was given an opportunity a number of times to work for some very, very big firms. And I used to come home at 4:30, 4:45, see my kids, go play men's softball like an animal, and just afterwards take the kids to get something to eat, get them washed up, go to bed, put them to bed, and then go to the gym. I didn't want to come home at 9 o'clock. And now, I have some opportunities but I love being an entrepreneur. I think that's what capitalism's about, being able to do something that you have a vision for. You could have a great idea, right? So I was in Newport Beach, California one time, and I was with my good friend, and I saw a couple people roller skating. So I ran to the lemonade stand, and I drew a boot with 4 wheels down the middle. And I ran over to my friend. I said, B, is there hockey in California? She says, no, I don't think so. I said, what about this? And she said, what is it? I said, roller boot, roller wheels or something like that. 9 months later, she comes and calls me, you idiot, rollerblades just came out, I'm like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. But I think, to me, I think that this industry gives you so much upside and potential that you could do anything you want, And I think that's why I love the industry. Every day is a different day. I reinvent myself. People say to me, what are you, out of your mind giving out your phone number to the world? I'm like, leave me alone. Get away from me. You know, like I don't want to. I want to talk to people. I want to try to help people. He goes, but it's not doable. I'm like, well, that's maybe to you, but I get to them when I can. Till this day, I've never not ever returned a phone call or a text to anybody.
I can attest to that.
And
he's kind of, he's old school. He'll just call you and check up on you. He called me when I was busy, and I was like, fuck, is he going to cancel? Is he not going to come to the event? What's going on? I call him back. He goes, what's up? I'm like,
yeah,
not much. He's like, no, I'm just checking in. How you doing? How's trading this week?
If you don't pick up, I actually text you back. Hey, I just called you.
Yeah,
you know?
like I wouldn't see it.
I do.
Like my dad would
pick up.
That's exactly what my dad used to do.
Every second's valuable to me, you know.
No, my dad would be, you okay? Question mark.
Yeah.
Right. So just quick question. Like speaking of passion, do you trade when you travel, or are you like how you have your office and when
No.
you get in the office?
If I'm away, 0 positions.
That's what I was curious to know, because one of the things I love about trading is you're able to do it from anywhere in the world.
Well,
you have an internet connection, and you have time, you can trade.
It took me 4 hours to get here, 4 hours to get back. I'm sitting in a car. I'm not going to be looking at my phone and trading and calling my guys without charts or anything. It's complete irresponsibility. It's lack, it's so, you know what? There's always another day. There's always another trade. Next, right? That's how I look at it. That's how I look at it.
That's what we've been talking about. Okay, questions. Can we Q&A this thing? I'm sure there's some.
914-500-7484. 914-500-7484. I'm happy to talk to anybody afterwards.
You're the best, Steve.
Thank you.
And I love the capitalism in you.
Oh,
Roller
yeah.
boot. Don't give me the name. Give me the idea. You are an innovator.
You got to be in this industry. My friend said to me once, my good friend said to me, you have to be like a chameleon. You have to adapt to change. The ones who stay on their heels will never go anywhere. I was always given the gift by the good Lord to see through the forest. So I've was always 1 or 2 steps ahead. In this, when I write my book, I'm going to really dedicate the book to him, because he really taught him and Steve. Steve taught me the consistency of trading, and Ralph taught me the mindset that you got to always be creative, and you have to be an innovator. And I think that, here it is back in 2001, my daughter was born, and I'll tell you a really great story before I take questions. So I decided to take a couple of days off to go to Pennsylvania. My son was about 4, my daughter was 2, and my son loved Thomas the Tank, and it was a little wooden train series. And so I had to put them in the car. I said to my wife, pack up, we're going away this weekend. And as I'm driving and I'm getting to Pennsylvania, one of my developers called me up and says to me, Steve, we got a problem. The algorithm that you built is not showing such great results. You got to come back right away. So I had a flip phone back then, right? And that's what we had. And I hung up the phone, and my wife looks at me, doesn't say a word. I look in the side view mirror, and I see my kids playing with the trains on each other's arms. And my wife looks at me and says to me, you're going back, aren't you? I didn't say a word. A minute later, I said, get him back on the phone. I said, I'll see you Monday morning. Don't bother me the whole weekend. I didn't even think of it. That Monday, I got back. By 2 o'clock, I figured it out and never looked back. So I separated because I really felt like the karma would have been against me if I did something like that. My family meant everything to me. Let them go have a wonderful weekend. You know what? I figure it out. If I don't, who cares, right? But I think what all of you really need to do is learn. Learn as much as you can. Learn from someone with experience. Learn a methodology. Learn about correlations. Learn about divergences. Learn how to do things in a way that's going to make you very, very successful.
I think the karma, everybody in here understands what you're saying. I think we'd all hopefully make the same decision. Money comes and goes, but time with family, come on. Let's go to some questions, please.
Hey, is there a skill set that you developed while trading in the pits that has translated to like electronic trading? And if so, like how could someone like develop that skill set now?
That's a great question. What I learned on the trading floor, really, I have to say, it really started from the game of baseball with me. So I took the same type of 5 keywords: consistency, discipline, confidence, patience, and passion. It didn't really come from the trading floor, per se. Was that the question, the trading floor? I think, because those days are long gone. But, you know, I think what you need to focus on now is when you're sitting in front of a screen, and I get this from everybody, I don't want to trade alone. I love your community, I love your vibe, I love the way you trade, I love the way you explain things in the market, how you see setups. I think has really elevated a lot of traders because they've learned to now be part of a community, more or less, than versus sitting there and, or listening to different discords or whatever. But I can't say that the trading floor or the pits that I was going to be in really took a step for me to go where I am now. I think it really came from within, kind of thing. I always believed about consistency. Consistency is life. It could be trading. It could be anything. Discipline, well, you're talking about a disciplined nut over here. I try to do everything right, and so I'm very disciplined in every regard. Confidence, confidence is very important to a trader, right? So if you have the confidence, you feel like yesterday a guy had a bad trade. I started screaming at him like, and he picked up and boom, in 2 or 3 trades he was way above where he was. The passion to be able to really learn, to really want to do this, and to be able to know that it's within you, you can. And then the patience, waiting for the right setups. But to answer your question, I don't think something from the trading floor took me to that level. I hope I answered it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Great question, Mike.
Mine's not trading related, but it's just, you mentioned Steve Cohen, who now is the owner of the Mets, and then you have other hedge fund managers like Jeff Finnick that bought the Tampa Bay Lightning, and you talked a lot about sports and wanted to be in baseball. So was that ever an avenue you considered of getting ownership in any major league sport? Or
No. No, I just lived a very simple life. No.
Good question.
Great question. Like I said, when I heard he was buying the Mets, I was ecstatic for him, and I was just, he's from that part of Long Island. He went to school there and everything, and the Queens and Long Island. No, I'm just so happy for him. I'm just so happy. A good friend of mine that my father introduced me to when I came to visit my father on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. My father said, "Stephen, come here. I want you to meet somebody." And he said, "Stephen, see this guy here, Stu Steinberg?" I said, "Yes. I want you to be just like Stuart." And then next thing I know, Stuart and I are really good friends, and he owned the Tampa Bay Rays, right? So here it is, I pick up one day I was getting a haircut with my son in Rye, New York, when I lived in New York, and it was when the Phillies were playing in Tampa Bay, and they were playing in Philly. It was a rainy, miserable day. Oh, cold, damp in October. And who was crossing the street? It's Stuart. And I said, "Stewie." He goes, "Stevie." And, and I said, "Stephen, this is a gentleman my father said I should be like." And he gave me the biggest hug in the world. And I said, and he took a picture with my son. But I never had it's not what I was about in any way like that. Thank you.
Great question. Yeah.
Hi, Steve. I'm very new in this business, so I'm figuring out stuff. I just want to know, how do you trade? So for me, I learned demand and supply, order flow. So I heard you saying you see things in millisecond.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to know, what do you see there?
So with my new software, it's going to be more quantitative. But just to let you know, the way I look at the market is based upon price, right? And I try not to complicate my life. I use a bunch of indicators, but indicators lag. But the way I have the indicators set up, so for example, price leads, indicators lag. But guess what the indicators do? They paint a picture. The indicators paint a picture for me to see exactly what to do next. So when Broadcom yesterday or NVIDIA or any of the names that we were trading were, setting up, the indicators told me exactly the divergences and how to react and how to take the next trade. So I don't look at momentum. I don't look at volume. When I was on with Fox Business one day, I think it was Maria or Keith Hegstad said, do you look at volume? I said, absolutely not. I'm not going to trade a stock that does 5,000 shares in a day. That's ridiculous. But I'm saying that I don't look at volume based upon where my next move is going to be, per se. So I look at indicators that give me the ability, like, for example, yesterday I had 3 powerful buy divergences on a 5-minute time frame that Broadcom rallied, I think, $9. We caught 6 of it, right? So I'm not going to get top ticket. I don't care. Up 6 by 320, I'm out, So what am I going to hold on for $3 more? And then, it's not what we do, right? You're lucky, to get 6. I was happy to get 3. And my guy's like, let's say, sell half and maybe we'll sell more. I'm like, all right, whatever, But the ability to, and I have a podcast called The Bull, the Bear, and the Ugly. It's on my SK Trading YouTube. And you see the patterns develop. I show them to you. And these patterns repeat themselves over and over again. And it's just amazing how the way the software is designed and how you're able to see these divergences and how you're able to pick up the patterns. Now, again, like I said to you, there's pattern trading and there's scalp trading. You have to decide. Scalp trading, you got to be like an F-14 fighter pilot. You got to be fast. You got to be quick on the dom. You got to be, hand on the mouse. You got to be moving. Most scalp trades last 1 to 3 bars on like a 5-minute time frame. A pattern, from my research, shows it could last up to 8 bars. If it's a 5-minute time frame, up to 40. If it's a 3-minute, it's a 24 bars, 24 minutes. And if it's a 15-minute, well, it's 2 hours. So if you're a beginner, I think you got to take a step back. And what you need to do is focus on the methodology, focus on something that you could research and learn, and then understand what asset you want to trade. And since you're a beginner, you probably, in my opinion, should probably just stick to trading one asset at first. Don't jump all over the place. Learn one asset. I think beginners should not go near the NASDAQ. This is my personal opinion. I think, you think the S&P is a little bit more friendlier to that because the NASDAQ could rip your face off if you're wrong, but even some of the biggest guys I know don't even trade the NASDAQ, believe it or not. It gives people nightmares, But I think that, I'm comfortable with it, but, sometimes you just want to throw a chair through the wall, but I think all beginners should really just stick to looking at the S&Ps because I tell people all the time, something trading at 7,000 is going to trade a lot differently than something trading at 29,000, right? And the spreads and the movements are rapid, right? Very rapid. But as a beginner, I think take a step back, trade one asset, learn the methodology. I'm happy to help you if you need
Get
any
on
help.
stream if it interests you. He's there.
I'm here to help anybody pave the path for your success.
Out of everything you've said, you've surprised me with a few things, but I think the biggest one was I can't stop repeating it in my head that you were an animal at males softball. I did not expect you to come here and say
Animal.
That. Animal, complete animal, all over the field.
I had a bat. I hit a ball about 350 feet. As I was crossing home plate, the commissioner of baseball was there. He goes, "That bat's banned." I went crazy. You ever remember?
Oh, yeah,
do you remember when George Brett came out of the dugout with the pine tar instrument? That was me.
Oh, right. Love it. Do we have a question here?
Very intrigued about the divergences, and so I'll study and look at your material on that. Does it work with futures or more so with stocks?
Everything. There's divergences every day in the market. And I really emphasize the divergences. Like yesterday, for example, right on the opening, I had big sell divergences on the NASDAQ and S&P futures on the 30 and 60-minute time frames. So when the highs were coming in, I'm like, short them, like that. That's it. Boom. NASDAQ dropped 200. S&Ps dropped like, I think, 1920. People like, it's Christmas in May, you know. Oh yeah, we have a blast in our Discord. It's completely psychotic though, but it really is. I mean,
when you listen,
I have sound bites that will make your heads like whenever we're long. So one of my favorite songs is "Sweet Home Alabama" by Leonard Skinner, right? And so I have a sound bite like, "Come on, SK, turn it up," because at the beginning, Ronnie Van Zant says like, "Turn it up." So I got to press the button. I go, "All right. Who's long?" And like 800 people. All right. And then you hear the riff, you know, and next thing you know, the NASDAQ's climbing. SK, you're the best, you know. Oh my God, 80 handles on the NASDAQ. And so I'd sit them up. So yes, I ended up playing it 6 times. And if the people forget it. One guy made 29,000. SK, I love you, and Skinner. You know, I'm like, oh, I love it.
I love it. Great question. Where else? Question? Do we have any more? Last call for questions. What'd you say? Kaboosh.
Kaboosh. Yeah, you got to spell it right, though. It's Kabooshd. Kabooshed.
Kabooshed.
You guys see the T-shirt that just came out? It's sick. I actually got ornaments, Christmas ornaments coming out for a Kaboosh and a Kaboom. It's a bull with a green box with a Christmas present box, and it says Kaboom, and then a bear with a red box saying Kaboosh. So my friend just made he's sending me some samples for Christmas ornaments. They're like, oh my God, it's insane. I'm telling you already, I think I'm gonna be sold out in like the first 5 minutes.
I love it. Chris, you got a question?
I do. Steve, local Jupiter resident as well.
Hey,
so
my friend.
Let me buy you a burger in Abacoa.
There you go.
Quick question on the divergences. Are you talking about on like the volume, price versus volume divergence, or like an RSI? What exactly are you speaking of?
Divergences based upon the way the indicators line up. I don't do anything with volume, period. So it's all based upon divergences, how my oscillators line up with, let's say, like a MACD per se, a MACDV, MACD. And so what I've seen is when my oscillator, so there's 2 types of, well, there's many different divergences, but one of my favorite is when the price is pushing up, okay? Now there's so much, I love the first hour of trading. I think the first hour of trading is IT, you know? And so I'll go around, I'll look, to answer your question, I'll look around, I'll look at all the big time frames, and I'll see, okay, these are negative divergences, these are positive divergences. Right now, it looks like we're gonna gap up. So I'm gonna take these shorts and these 6 or 7 names, right? So basically, for example, let's say you get a push up, okay, on the opening, and you have a real big negative divergence, negative MACD on the 16 to 30 minute time frame. Well, now you're pushing the price up into that negative MACD. It's gonna drop. I would say 85, 90% of the time, maybe even higher, it's going to drop based upon that divergence. Another divergence would be when you get the price pushing up into that negative MACD and on the bigger time frames, and then my oscillator is actually getting overbought into that negative MACD. Well, that's a double whammy. Yesterday, I think we had a really good buy on Broadcom. Tesla. Tesla gapped down and ricocheted right back up. If you look at the MACDs on the 30 and 60 minute time frame, so the price is making a new low, but the MACDs couldn't confirm the low, right? And so this is all gonna be all automated going forward and for people to see but yeah, if you're in Jupiter, stop on by.
Awesome, thank you, Steve.
Good question. Any more? I love it. Everybody, the man, the myth, the legend, give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
But KV and I have been friends for a good while here. He's one of the best traders that I've ever worked with, for sure. From a system standpoint, he crushes it. From a discretionary standpoint, crushes it. He's also a true entrepreneur,
just like Steve, just like myself, true capitalist, always trying to innovate from his automated levels business that he had. Now he's got Stash AI, bad trading. Who knows what else this guy is doing? Probably something I don't know about, right? There's probably something. Yeah, definitely. So full focus here. This is going to be treating your trading like a business. If there are questions at the end of this, we're going to do a quick Q&A, but definitely do not hesitate to reach out to KV on social. He's super, super available. Also, he'll be hanging out, I think, for a little bit tonight. So if you have more questions about this, we can definitely deep dive that. But now that you're all focused and locked in, give it up for Big Dog.
Hello, hello, hello. Close to the end of this 2-day. I hope you guys have enjoyed these 2 days because personally, I love going to these events. I'm going to talk about my story a little bit during this presentation because I used to go to these same events over 10 years ago. Feels like a decade ago. It is a decade ago. A lot of VWAP talk these 2 days, okay? I love the VWAP myself, but I was like, let's just do something different. So this presentation will be if you plan to be profitable. Do we plan to be profitable? Are we profitable? Because, look, if not, you guys could go outside. But if you plan to be profitable, this is the last step. I feel like this is most of the most under-talked topics because, unfortunately, most traders are not profitable, okay? That's the truth. So most people do not reach this point where now they have to think about expenses, about taxes, about structuring things the right way. I have to say, though, this is personal advice, okay? Not a tax advisor. Hopefully, Austin can bring us a tax guy next year, a CPA, focused just on trading. I think we did mention a little bit yesterday, someone working on a QuickBooks kind of software specifically for trading, which I think would be pretty cool. But I am a trader just like you. This is just from my personal experience. It's a big statement what I'm opening this presentation with. Most traders fail the moment they get a payout. When we first start trading, we're like, okay, things will change as soon as I get that first evaluation, as soon as I get that first payout. In the reality, though, the trader's journey as a full-time day trader starts the moment you get that first payout, and that's where you actually fail. So raise your hand if you've ever gotten a payout before from a prop firm. Okay, looks like 70% of the room. Keep your hands up if you set aside taxes that same day. Oh, 10% of the room. Okay, so that's why I'm doing this presentation, because I used to do the same thing. Oh, wow, $2,000 payout? Let me go spend these $2,000. Now let me enjoy myself, which is something you should not be doing if you are a full-time day trader, right? If it's a hobby, if it's a side thing, then don't worry about it. But most traders fail. Most traders who start getting payouts fail not because their strategy stops working, but because they are running their trading like a hobby and not like a business, right? A business needs more structure, right? If you are doing this full-time, it is a business, right? If you get payouts, I'm going to talk a little bit about this, at the end of each year, you get a 1099. The government considers it a business. Why don't you? Why don't you put that effort to make this a business? But short, I want to talk a little bit about my story. How did I end up here? I've had a lot of good conversations with a lot of you guys throughout these last 2 days, and I've enjoyed them. So I was like, hey, let me just put a few slides about myself here. Oh, wrong image. No, that's actually the right one. That's where I was born. That's a village in northern Albania, Eastern Europe. If you count the houses, you could probably, there might be more people in this room than in that village. There probably were more sheep in that village than people, but that's another story. And that's me, a little villager when I was just 1 year old. You can tell by the flowers, that's definitely not in New York, okay? Those flowers do not exist in New York. They're probably, yeah. In 2006, when I was 8 years old, we moved to the US, me and my family. We moved to New York. I'm not sure why I put a Washington, D.C. background there, but we moved to New York. Probably this was the best picture I could find. We moved in 2006, right before the financial crisis. Not a good time to move to the US, but that happened. And the reason I said I love these events, because that's me in 2015, going to Market Drive. I'm not sure. Does anyone trade with Thinkorswim or knows Thinkorswim? Okay. So Thinkorswim used to do these TD Ameritrade events back in the day all across the country. This is in New York, but they were all across the country, so popular. And that's why, again, I love Austin, who's just setting the bar up and up from these events. This event is double the attendance from last year. Last year got sold out. This event got sold out. Hopefully, we can sell more of these because it's great, right? You get to connect with traders in real life. And that's what happened to me as well. I was connecting with people who had over 30 years in the industry, just like you guys got to connect with Brian, Steven as well, right? Not sure if you guys know these. These are big in the small cap world. Cameron Foos, anyone know Foos? Okay, a couple of hands in the back. Yes, I did start on the penny stock world. Not the best experience, I gotta say that. But again, networking-wise, you gotta go through these experiences. You gotta learn these things. This is me back in my business school days. I was running one of the biggest finance organization on campus, and I feel like that's where all of this teaching kind of came about. I was doing stock pitches, I was doing market prep, like this is where it all started, and that's what kind of made me start communities, right? These are a couple of images from events that I've had with my community in New York. I'm based in New York, so usually they will be in New York, and I just love doing this. I just love helping people. I love actually seeing transformations, right? First job on Wall Street, okay? This was the dream, okay? Coming from an immigrant to the US, financial crisis, I was like, I need money. Like literally, we had a few conversations yesterday. Money should not be for me was money. Like when I discovered trading, I was like, I need money, right? Obviously, you need a job and all of that. So I was like, okay, let me see if I can do something in the finance world. So I got the first job on Wall Street, equity sales at BMO Capital Markets, which is one of the largest Canadian investment banks in the city. After a year, I was like, this is not for me, okay? I was on a trading desk. It was great, but guess how many hours I were working? 60 hours a week. Fresh out of college, like I had the energy, but I was like, is this the life I want to have? I love traveling. My family is still in Albania. They love it there. I love traveling across Europe and everywhere, and obviously 60 hours a week, I cannot do that type of traveling. So it was cool to start and get that experience, the institutional side of things, but it's a whole different world. This is where I actually discovered Brian Shannon and the anchored view up. So that is in 2023. I was trading with a daily view up, which I feel like 99% of people know, right? It's an indicator you can find free on any trading platform. Daily view up, pretty simple. But the anchored view up I was like, what is this? So the guy on my right there, his name is Kenny Glick, a good friend of Brian as well. He introduced me to this, and it was literally a month before Brian's book came out. So that's where kind of the anchored view up journey started in 2023 there. Now, I'm not sure how many of you guys love Top Step or not, but I got to give props to Top Step because that's where I did start my futures journey, actually, in 2023. So MP actually reached out to himself. I was really popping on social media at that time. I don't know why. The algorithm loved me, I guess. Millions of views, and he was like, hey, do you want to partner with Top Step? I was like, what is this? Whenever I saw prop firm ads, I was like, this is probably a scam. Like, I don't want to get involved with this. So that was the first kind of, I gave Top Step a chance, and it worked out. I was 1 year as a performance coach at Top Step, and then I also had a weekly show called Patience with KV, the Patience King, okay? And I think you guys did learn a lot from all of the speakers talking about patience, right? Waiting for the setup, waiting for the pullbacks. Big, like if there was a quality as a trader to have, it is patience. Something that might be a little bit more difficult to learn, but, and then just last year I got my Series 3 license, maybe opening a fund in the future, specifically for futures trading, we'll see. And then this is probably the scariest logo of all time. It's like, I'm not sure who combined these 3 letters together, really. Like, do you guys have, do you know this logo? It is scary. So this, jumping back into the presentation, okay? This is where I kind of, look, this is one of my tax returns where I thought taxes were normal. I was like, $15,000. I was like, I am paying my share to this country. You know, let them fix the roads. If you've been to New York, you know that it doesn't happen. But anyway, I was just trying to justify it. I was like, $15,000, I can work with it. The moment my taxes jumped, and this is year over year, okay? They jumped from $15,000 to $52,000 year over year. I was like, this got to change. Like, I just got scammed. Because you're not prepared, right? Again, $15,000, maybe you're like, okay, whatever. But like when it jumps from 15 to 50, you're like, what happened? You're doing good as a trader. You're happy, you're making money, but now you didn't account for this growth. You didn't account for this progress. And that's why I wanted to do this presentation, so you can kind of get early on with this journey. So that doesn't happen. Because if you get hit with a 50 grand bill, well, last year you paid 15,000, you're like, oh my God, where am I gonna find this money? So if any of this sounds familiar today we want to fix it. So you have no legal structure right now with your trading business. Okay, we're gonna call it the trading business because it is. You're mixing personal and trading money. Okay, you're missing tax write-offs every year. There's no system to track your performance. Today we're gonna fix all of that. Okay, so if all of them or just one of them, that's where you are right now, there will be something during this presentation that will help you fix that. Okay. So how many of you already have an LLC set up for trading? Wow, okay, it is pretty low. 35% I would say the people raised their hand. I want to note though, for you guys that don't have an LLC yet, just setting up the LLC will not save you on taxes, okay? I'm not sure what you have heard online. It will not save you a penny on taxes, okay? LLC is more for you just to have that structure so you start taking this seriously, but I have not gotten into this presentation about S-Corps because that would be a whole nother presentation, but keep this in note. Whenever your trading business grows at about $80,000 or more in not payouts, but net profits, after all of the expenses, after all of the things have gotten paid, that's where you should start looking for an S-Corp, to convert to an S-Corp because you'll save a little bit more in taxes, okay? But it's a whole nother presentation. So step number one, again, for the 70% of you that don't have one, set up your LLC, please, okay? File with your state. This number right here is for the state of Florida. Each state has a different cost fee, okay? Whether you do this yourself or you pay someone to do this, you're still gonna have to pay this state fee. The government needs your money. So in Florida, it's about $125, and then your next step is to get your EIN, which is basically like your social security, but for your trading business, okay? This is free, okay? You just gotta file some paperwork, but if you're like me, I just prefer to do it through a software, okay? Busy, again, I am not affiliated with Busy, it's just what I've used personally. They used to be Inkfile back in the day. They're Busy now. If you want to spend the extra money, I personally just pay the extra $200 and they do all of the filings, they do all of the paperwork, and they're like, hey, you got approved or not, okay? Task number 3, open a business bank account. It is free. Okay, you go to your local Chase or Wells Fargo branch, open a business checking account. They're like, hey, I have my LLC, I have my EIN number, let me open this business bank account. And then task number 4 is open a business credit card. Please, I don't know if you believe in credit cards or not, doesn't matter. Open a business credit card if you're dealing with prop firms. There have been a lot of cases with prop firms. Well, hopefully we're not dealing with those, but I don't know, maybe you're playing around. You're like, hey, this new prop firm popped up, let me buy an evaluation. If they shut down tomorrow, no one's caring about your debit card. The money's gone. If you have a credit card, you might get some money back. So to protect yourself, this is all about taking this seriously and protecting yourself because all of these, Steven mentioned Steve Cohen, right? That's like the extreme. Who knows what level of protection he has on all of these businesses and all of his accounts, right? So why don't you? Why don't you do the same thing just at a smaller level, right? So yeah, mixing personal and trading money is the #1 mistake here. Step number 2, track your income. So prop firm payouts equal contractor income at 1099. So the IRS, look guys, I'm from Eastern Europe. So if you're thinking you can hide the money, you cannot. Because if you, look, if you get a 1099, the IRS will get that 1099 before you. So be like, you can't tell the IRS, I only got $2,000 of payouts, where you got 10,000, because they already know. Okay, so the IRS will know even if you don't track this. They will get this information. So set aside, depending on where you are, again, I'm in New York, we pay much more than 25 to 30% of taxes, but depending where you are, set aside about a third, right? Maybe 25 to 30%. Move it on a separate savings account. Every time each payout hits, just move it there, okay? Pay estimated taxes every quarter or face IRS penalties. So when you own a business, it is recommended to pay every quarter because you might face penalties at the end of the year if you don't do that. Usually if you have a W-2 income, right, you'd only mess around with things in April and be like, hey, do I have to give or get back money? With a business, it should be quarterly. So every 3 months, you gotta know what your net income is, right? So all of your payouts versus minus all of your expenses. And then optional, log every payout, date, firm name, and amount. I'm actually gonna go over a software right now that you guys could use to do this automatically, but log your payouts every time you get them. It's gonna take probably a couple of minutes, maybe seconds. Hence, who here wrote off their platform subscriptions for 2025? Because that year is over. You guys are killing me today. What do you mean, only 7 hands up? So what happened with the rest of you? You just gave that money to the IRS? Do we pay for TradingView? Do we pay for Bookmap? Pay for data, $7 a month for TradingView data to get those real-time CME futures? Yeah. All of that can be written off. So track your write-offs. First thing is software and apps, right? As I mentioned, TradingView, Bookmap, all of these softwares can be written off. They are things that you use to run your trading business. If you can't use TradingView, you can't make money. Number 2, data feeds, right? As I mentioned, data feeds, whether that's on TradingView or any other software you're using, those fees can be written off. This bootcamp, guys, you paid $1,000 for this bootcamp, right? And not only that, you paid $1,000 for the hotel. And not only that, you paid maybe $300 to $500 for your flight. All of that can be written off. You can buy me a drink later at the bar. That can be written off because you're on a business trip, okay? Please. You don't have to. You don't have to. Your home office, okay? Let's say you have an apartment, 1,000 square foot. Your home office is about 200 square foot. 20% of your rent or your mortgage can be written off because that's what you're using for your business. As long as you don't put a bed in there, it can be written off. So no beds in your home office. Maybe you guys like to sleep a little bit when the markets get sideways. Get like a office couch or something. Number 5, physical equipment, right? So your MacBooks, your phones, your, Steven had what, 48 monitors? All of that can be written off, believe it or not. Damn, 48 monitors. Why not 50? Number 6, prop firm fees as well, which I think will be the biggest expense if you are trading the prop firms, right? To get a payout, you're spending maybe half of that amount to get that payout, right? To get a $1,000 payout, maybe you spend $500 on an instant funded account, right? So prop firm fees, you can write all of these off. So if you don't write these off, then you're just basically giving money to the IRS, which I don't know why you don't want to do that. So here's how like a payout really moves. So let's say you got a $3,000 payout. Someone would just put this to the bank, maybe tell her wife, I'll buy you a Chanel bag or something. Don't do that, because that $3,000 after write-off goes to $800, and after taxes it's $1,300, right? Around. Less than 50% of that payout you're getting to keep. Sounds crazy, right? And step number 4, stay organized like a CEO, because you are a CEO. What I want you guys to do, if you have social media, some Instagram or something, probably change the bio to CEO/trader, because you are one. You're probably going to get some messages, oh wow, like congrats on your new role. So this is your weekly to-do list as a CEO. You review this week's P&L across all of your accounts. I personally do that on TradeZella, one of the sponsors for this event, so you guys could use any other journaling platform. TradeZella for me works great. So review the P&L across all of your accounts. Are you up? Are you down? If you are trading with multiple accounts, live accounts, prop firms, right, all of that. Step number 2 is logging all payouts received, and you can actually do this with Prop Firm Sync, which I'm not sure if you guys have seen. Prop Firm Sync just launched maybe a couple of weeks ago. It is under TradeZella. So if you have a TradeZella subscription, Prop Firm Sync is completely free. So there's no extra charge for Prop Firm Sync. I'm going to talk about Prop Firm Sync separately in a second, because when this came out, I think it's pretty great, just to keep things in organized and tracked a little bit. Rate your mindset and discipline this week, okay? And be honest about that. Check if any rules changed across all firms with Stash AI. I'm going to be honest with you guys, it is my AI. So we built this. I'm going to talk about it in a second here. But you want to track all of those rules that have changed across all prop firms. If you are a lawyer, right, you are up to date with all of what's changing, right? So you trading these prop firms, shouldn't you be up to date of whatever's changing? And I can tell you, some of these rules change without any announcements, believe it or not. Unfortunately, it's just how the industry works. And then set clear goals for next week. Okay, so set some expectations for the following week, just like you would, I mean, think of it like this. Before you open a trade, do you have a plan where you have certain targets, you have a certain stop loss? That's a plan, right? Do the same thing for a full week of trading. Hey, these are my expectations. If you hit them, great. If you don't hit them, great as well. As long as you are coming into the week prepared, that's really all that matters. This should take 30 minutes per week, believe it or not. If you use the softwares, which most of them are automated, they're going to do most of the work for you. You're just going to have a quick look at it, but it shouldn't take more than 30 minutes a week unless you're super scalping with 100 trades a day or something. If you're trading 1 to 3 trades a day, 30 minutes per week. But you know what takes longer? Is you actually deciding to do this. I'll just do this after I go grocery shopping with the wife. Maybe let me just take a little nap and I'll do it afterwards. So that process takes longer. But once you sit down and be like, okay, in these next 30 minutes, I'm going to do this exactly 1, 2, 3 steps that I just mentioned. That takes longer. So I'm going to talk about 2 tools today, so you guys could start using these. So again, one of them is Prop Sync by TradeZella. It is on beta, I believe, because they just launched like literally less than a month ago. Basically tracking all of your prop firms in one place. They have a very cool dashboard. Again, it is integrated into your TradeZella account, and you can connect your bank account or even do it manually. But if you're getting software like this, use it with the automated, right? They use Plate, which if you have used any other financial service softwares online, it's pretty safe. So I personally connect my bank account to it. So you connect your bank securely through Plate if you wish. Again, there is also a manual option. I just don't know why you would do it manually. Hold on. Yes.
I think it's plaid.
What do you mean plaid?
I don't know. I've been saying plaid.
Austin,
this is very important. Is it plaid or plaid?
Austin, I'm an immigrant.
Hands up for plaid. Hands up for plaid. All right, sorry, KV.
Is it plaid, really?
I think so.
Okay. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
There's not going to be any options.
It's a language barrier.
If it starts with a P, that's the option.
Yes.
Okay?
Woo! Says the offensive jokes. Let's go, KV.
You can access all of your prop firm income, expenses, and performance in one place, right? So not only you can track your expenses, the prop firm fees that you're paying, but also when you get a payout, it will deduct. It will make sure that the payout gets into that account. They have listed which prop firms they are currently working with. Not everyone is on the list, but the major firms are. So if you're trading with the major ones, everyone should be okay to use this. And you can get your true ROI per each firm or overall. And I think this is a very important thing because if you're already journaling to figure out what type of market works best for you, which day of the week works best for you, all of these, why not do this with prop firms? Hey, am I profitable at Top Step? Yes, no, why? Maybe the rules are a little bit different. Am I profitable or not at top on futures? Why? Maybe the consistency rule helps me. Maybe it doesn't. So this way you can also figure out if one prop firm suits you better than others. A lot of you guys don't think about this. Like, oh, wow, 90% sale. Let me just get it. No. Does that prop firm, does those rules suit you as a trader? If not, then what's the point of the sale? Because it's going to cost you more in the long run. And then you can also generate tax-ready reports for your tax advisor, make his life easier. Be like, hey, these are all of the expenses and payouts that I got. And then, again, it is free with TradeZella. Austin said there is a deal with TradeZella on asfx.biz/sponsors, right? So if you guys already have TradeZella, which I feel like this type of group, this type of audience, everyone should have TradeZella, but it is free with it. Show of hands, before your last eval purchase, did you actually read the firm's rules? Okay. But did you really? Okay, I'm not saying skimming the rules, I'm saying like, did you read the rules? Because did you know that even though you could use the same platform, Tradeovate, commissions can vary up to 4 times between prop firms? Did we know that? 4 times. I was on a client call the other week. I opened up TradeZella. I was looking at the trades. The guy was $1,000 up. But because, I'm not sure if you guys know, unless you do the commission manually in TradeZella, the Tradeovate commission doesn't get transferred. And I logged into his Tradeovate account. He was down $90. I'm like, something's not adding up here. So he made $1,000, and he also paid $1,000 on commission. I'm like, what is going on? Actually, so if you're super scalping, these commissions can add up. So when you are making these decisions as a trader, even such a small number that sometimes it's not going to be on the main website page, you're going to have to really look into this, like deep into those FAQ pages, which are pretty long. You will not be able to see this difference. And you're like, oh my God, why am I not passing these eval? You're also paying $2,000 in commissions. So I built this tool called Stash AI, which is basically the world's first prop firm assistant. Personally, being in the prop firm industry for 3 years and coaching and helping and having a community, what I was getting tired the most is, KV, what are the rules for this account? KV, what are the best deals right now? I'm like, things are changing so frequently, I don't even know. Like, I don't know. Like, I have to look at it myself and give you that answer. So I was like, there has to be a better way, and that's where we came up with Stash AI. It is a completely free software to use. We launched this a month ago. We already have 1,000 users the first month. People are loving it. You can use it on browser and mobile, and it basically helps you navigate the prop firm world easier. So you can ask about rules. And one of the biggest rules as you're starting out in the prop firm industry is explain the trailing drawdown like I'm super dumb. Okay? You could ask this to ChatGPT, you can ask this to Claude, and they're gonna give you some vague answers because they don't even know what you're talking about. We have trained this specifically for prop firms. If you ask it something else, it's gonna be like, I can't answer that because this is what I'm trained for. Okay? We are using one of the best LLM AIs out there, which is Claude. So that's what it is based on. You can compare prop firms. We don't want this to be labeled as a compare website. There's a lot of compare websites. You could compare prop firms, but this is more on the assistant and the research side because that's exactly what it is. I feel like a lot of us over the last maybe 2 years now, we have moved from asking Google to asking ChatGPT, right? Does anyone go on Google to ask questions anymore? I don't think so, right? So I want this to be like that, to be like, hey, you have a question, maybe you're in a trade live, you ask a question, you get that answer. But yes, you can compare prop firms. You can compare, for example, hey, compare the Lucid Trading Flex 50K account versus the Tradeify Select Flex 50K account. And what's important here is, which is better for me? Not which is the best. Because what do you consider the best? The best sale? The best payout rules? The biggest drawdown? So you can personalize this to what you're looking for specifically. And I feel like that's where the advantage is. And lastly, payout policies. So am I eligible for a payout? You can ask Stash AI. For example, I'm on day 3, up $750 on a 50K top 1 futures instant funded account. And it's going to give you that answer. The only way you would get this answer is either you know the top 1 future rules head to bottom, either you download all of the FAQ pages from Top 1 Futures, import them to ChatGPT, try to figure it out, or you ask your mentor and bother him. Okay? Look, I love being bothered by my clients. No, I love it. But I'm just saying, right, sometimes I'm not available. Like, so I've been in this conference for 2 days, right? The people that have come to see me from my community, great, but the people back in the community, like, I haven't been available for 2 days, so what are you going to do? You need this answer right now, because you're live trading. In a couple of seconds, you are going to get that answer. If you are breaking any rules or not. If you are in line with the consistency score or not. And it is completely free, okay? Just to be honest with you guys, every time you use this software, we get charged from Claude. Okay, because that's how it works. From a consumer perspective, you guys pay a subscription, whatever, like $20, just like ChatGPT. From a business perspective, we get charged based on credit. So every time you guys use it, we get charged. But it is completely free to use. So this is the mindset shift today, ending up this presentation. Please, please, please try to change your mindset from a hobby to a business. Is it a hobby right now? Maybe it is. Maybe you're not making any money from it. Maybe you have a 9-to-5. Maybe you have another business. But it could be your full-time business, right? Like, aren't we all here for that reason? For it to be your full-time thing. But if your mindset doesn't change, then how do you think your P&L will change, right? Doesn't make sense. So remove the question from am I profitable today to am I profitable after all of the expenses? Oh, I took $1,000 payout. If you spend $2,000, you're into the negative. Well, it looks cool to post online, right? But I'll track my expenses later. No, I'm going to log everything in real time, right? In real time, either once the day is over, once the trade is over, have it there. Because you're just going to procrastinate. Oh, I'll do it later and tomorrow and the next day you just forget. Next thing you know, you have a month worth of payouts and expenses piling up there. I'll figure out taxes out in April. No, pay your quarterly estimates, okay? I mix funds everywhere versus business accounts only. So this is your action plan after this conference. Do these this week, okay? File your LLC. Again, 70% of you don't have an LLC, which blows my mind. It's going to cost you literally less than $400 if you do it like through a website. You guys are spending more on prop firm fees, just blowing evals left and right. No, it's true. Get your EIN. That is free. Open a business bank account. Connect to prop firm sync. Again, if you have a TradeZella account, that is free. And please, please, please ask Stash AI before your next prop firm purchase. If you scan the QR code, it should send you to prop firm Stash. Again, all you need to sign up is an email and a password. Thank you.
My man. Any questions?
Any questions? It should send you to prop firm Stash. Again, all you need to sign up is an email and a password. Thank you.
My man. Any questions?
Any questions? I don't think you guys have questions, right? Do you? Well, look, I told you guys, if you buy me a drink at the bar, you can write it off. So we could probably have a conversation at the bar. No, but actually, any questions?
So when you have your LLC, when you're logging in, so say like I set up my LLC for trading today, and then I go to buy a new evaluation, are you signing in under your name personally, or are you signing in under your LLC's name? And then obviously all your payouts will go to your business bank account.
How you sign up doesn't really matter. It's when you get a payout. So once you get a payout, all of the prop firms will send you a tax form. Whatever you fill in there, that's what's important. And since you asked that question, I mentioned a little bit about the S Corp. All of the prop firms, again, all the major ones, all of you guys should, just check the rules a little bit. I believe TopStep is one of those that do not allow the S Corp.
TPT.
Yeah, TPT as well. So some of them do not allow it. So if you guys are doing that, careful, yeah.
Was there one back here?
Hey, I'm Jeff. I happen to be an attorney, but after that question, and please don't quote me on this, but if you are inspired by KV's presentation, you can get your LLC taxed as an S corp and skirt this difference, but you got to do it by like June. The IRS. So everybody get on your butt, get off of your butt, and get this going, because you can request this from the IRS, but after June, then you got to wait until next year. So I thought I would mention that for everybody if you're interested in doing that.
Well, Jeff, look what do this week, not this week. Like literally, what are we gonna do after this event is over? Maybe at the Hard Rock tonight.
Yeah, and
but after that, right? Please, like it's literally, this is for your own good. It's for your own good.
Yeah, Michael Schwartz.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jeff. Yeah, please.
Well, here's my question. I just thought, since she just said that, my understanding now, I've been doing a deep dive on this as far as like getting paid as an LLC. It sounds like with Rise, you can just submit yourself as an LLC, and maybe the prop firm doesn't even care. Can you maybe just explain that a little bit more?
What did I open this presentation with? I'm not a tax advisor.
I can actually. What I think you're saying, Jeff, is you link your business bank account after you do his steps to Rise, and when you get paid from the prop firm, they're going to tax you individually because you're going to fill out their W-9 or whatever it's called, the tax form, in your name or in your LLC name. So they're still going to see that as taxable income, but you can take the payout directly to the business bank account. Yes. Okay, that's what I do. All the payouts should go into the business. You should not be taking any of it to personal.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, some firms are like, yes, you can sign. Like TPT went through a whole revamp of like verifying your business. They have an IRS automated system where you put in your business EIN, your business name, what state it's registered in. They verify it, and then, okay, cool, we'll pay you out. Yep. Great question. Was there, I think Michael Schwartz, yeah.
So I got 2 PSAs and a question. So PSA number 1, for some states like New York, if you are,
just leave.
If you're signing up for an LLC, you also have to publish your LLC in papers. So there are, companies that do that for you. So just check your state when you do that. The second PSA is for you. If you have a free AI tool that you get charged for every query, make sure your devs are putting in rate limiting so no one charges up your bill $1 million.
Thank you for that, Michael. Yeah, we have definitely. We have the. Well, look. At the end of the day, it's still write-offs, right?
And
the question, right?
Yes, the question. So you said pay quarterly taxes. Why would I opt to do that when I can take my payout money and put it into something like gets me like 3 or 4% over the year, and then I pay my taxes.
You could, if you want to do that, sure, right? As long as you're fine with the penalties at the end of the year, right? And you're like, hey, I'll make more money keeping this and putting this into another investment. Absolutely. Yeah, you're not going to go to jail. You're just going to get a penalty.
And there's a lot you can do, everybody. I've deferred taxes, and the penalty is 1%, sometimes interest per month on the balance, and then you can pay it off before October. So there's a lot you can do as you get this going. It took me 2.5, basically 3 years of deferring some taxes, setting up the S Corp, getting enough income coming in to really now have this well-oiled machine that runs super well. I have a recommendation. My accountant works with a lot of people in here. The website, not to steal your show, can I?
I don't have an accountant, a website.
Ready? 6 letters. E-C-K, Eck is his last name, tax.com. Ecktax.com. His name is Chris, but he has a bunch of employees now. Just tell him I sent you. He's a trader. He watches my podcast. Like, he actually trades. So he's a great resource. And he has really wealthy clients that have helped me as I've made more money. He's introduced me to tax strategists and stuff like that.
No,
So-
that's what I was saying. Like, I hopefully maybe like in the next conference we can actually bring someone.
There's no next conference.
in person. There's a next conference, absolutely. I heard they might be in Mexico.
Randy, any more questions? Yes.
So even though I haven't hit the 80,000 mark yet, what about people that are like me, just getting started, only taking a couple payouts? Would S Corp route be most basic form, or do you think just going through the steps?
Yeah, don't think about an S corp right now. It wouldn't make sense because there are a couple of more expenses. Because an S corp, the way how it works, you pay yourself as like an employee of the company, and there's extra payroll expenses.
So you need, there's payroll expenses, so you're paying taxes throughout the year as well. You become an employee of your own company. So he said to put, you made me laugh, you said put in the Instagram bio, owner and stuff. The way Chris has my business, I'm actually the manager. Because owner, when you file taxes, raises flags to the IRS. So I'm a manager of my business, which is called Austin and Riley Incorporated, and my wife is literally labeled as the secretary, you know? So.
How about Leo?
No, not employed yet. Okay. Because it's I think it's either $6,000 or $12,000 a year you can write off on a kid. I'm good. I don't need that yet.
You could. What I've heard, most people use.
I'm already paying 4 people's
No,
salary.
look, what I've heard, most people use their kids as advertisement,
Right,
and
yeah. I'm good on that. Models. Yeah, because but see, one thing KV did not go too deep into, which is where Chris can help, is a lot of people think business expenses are all write-offs. Not all business expenses are write-offs because of, like, you buy a watch, it's not necessary for your business. If you got audited, the IRS will look to say, is this necessary? You know, to the point where on a business trip, sometimes to be dot your I's and cross your T's. If the entire trip is not business, you shouldn't be writing off the entire. Can the business pay for the hotel and the business credit card? Yes, but it's not all a deduction against the tax. It's an expense. So don't conflate the words expense with write-off. There's a lot of business expenses, but not every business gets as many write-offs as other businesses. There's no reason I would get necessary to write off a car. I don't have to leave.
It's called, the word for it is necessary and the ordinary expenses. Yeah. That's the technical legal word.
But we're getting down the rabbit hole now. Go talk to Chris. Don't talk to me. This is boring. Any other questions? I think there was one somewhere. Eric, yeah? No? No? Randy? And then Michelle? Stop. You're Canadian, so it's actually a third one we played.
It could be
how Canadians say that.
It could be plued as well. I don't know. Right. It starts with a P.
Yes.
I don't know, now that I'm thinking in my head, but if you're setting this up only for futures where obviously you're a 1099 and getting your income that way, if you're trading, I don't know, like, again, I don't know this world yet, but like shares or small caps or anything like that where you're not getting a 1099.
You will be getting
You're
something.
getting a 1099.
You'll be
Brokerage
getting.
accounts will send you a whole packet of shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's all still taxed.
Yeah, it's a whole. It's your trading business. Whatever brokerage you're using, Fidelity, Charles Schwab, they will send you that at the end of the year. Yeah.
A nice packet sometimes. Yeah.
It's thick because because with a prop firm you only get one sheet of paper and that's your. But if you are day trading with your own personal account, you'll get like a block of all of your trades in and out. Your accountant might go crazy.
Yes, and it's fun. Like, you've seen the memes. The accountant has to go through 800 pages of shit for me to only make $48 this year, right? What's cool about working with a guy, whether you do it with Chris or anybody, you want to have an accountant that has like a portal. So when tax information comes in throughout the year, I can upload it directly into a tax organizer that he has for me and our shit. I also have a live chat where I can, instead of bothering him, he's boss dog, I hit the live chat, it's his staff. Hey, we took in extra income this month. I'd like to take another distribution. Where are we at on it this year? So when you have the S corp, I forget, Josh, I think it was you. You can take distributions tax-free and shit like that. So there's a lot you can do on top of the income that you pay yourself. Me and my wife, when we started it, we were paying ourselves less than $60K a year, and now we're paying ourselves way too much, probably. But yeah. Questions? Yeah.
So for
right.
For just a basic LLC versus having a separate personal account, what is the benefit of the LLC? Is it record keeping because it's not tax?
Yeah, there's
right?
no again
There's
tax.
no benefit.
There's no tax benefit.
It's
Zero.
record keeping.
Okay.
Yeah, good thought, to be clear on that. Yeah.
Or you could move to Puerto Rico and there's no.
Who's a credit card points person in here? Not that it's the same concept. Who is very against credit card points?
No one.
We should have a conversation about
Two
that.
people.
That's free money, brother. So if you set up the business account, didn't you have a Capital One promo in here, and didn't you? No. You took that out
Only American Express.
because I roasted you.
We'll email everyone my American Express referral.
I'm just saying, if you do follow his steps, there's really nice business credit cards that'll give you a 200,000 points bonus once you spend money. If you have a business and you're spending money, it's free money. If you have income coming in and can pay it off. Yes.
One more in the back.
Jasper.
So this may be a bit ambitious and rabbit hole as well, but you know where I'm at, Austin, with content creation and so on. At what point and how much more complex does it get when you need support? Like, as soon as I can, I would like people to help me, like pay people to help me create content, for example. How much more complex? Is that even a feasible path? Like, I know you've done it, Austin, but
Yeah.
for someone like me?
Yeah. It started with, like, you're speaking specifically on content creation, not taxes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
On
there's
content-
tax to that as well, right? You have employees or
Yeah,
you have
exactly.
contractors,
Yes.
whatever. Yeah.
Well, I think you have to always look at it like the boys were saying before, of like, are you going to go all in on yourself and invest in your business? Because now you're not just a trader, you're a content creator. All the guys in the back that are all KV, we are not just traders. You could call it educator. We're content creators. You're making content on social media. So feasible? Very. Hard? Yeah. But it's very rewarding, Yeah. Does that answer your question? You maybe just need like a smack on the ass. Like, yes, Jesper, fucking go,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
Yes, let's go. Jesper's on the podcast tomorrow, everybody, so. Any more questions? Give it up for Big Dog. Mr. New York City. They don't need an introduction. Lawrence is new to the stage, everybody. Can we give Lawrence another round of applause? So, Lawrence, of course, I introduced him already. Lawrence is going to probably smoke the rest of these three, so he's been, saving himself. He's like the closer, right? CC Sabathia, they hit the music, and he comes running out. These guys have been playing the whole game. So really excited to hear from Lawrence. You know Zach. James, all the way from South Africa, here to make this happen. We don't get him out too often, so we're very excited for this. The panel today is the evolution of the day trader. So I hope that you guys find this relatable. I think that there's going to be a lot of Q&A here, so once we get through about halfway, we'll jump into some questions. So one more time for the boys, everybody. Let's enjoy.
What is up? You guys made it. Thanks for hanging on the entire weekend. We're almost there. Hope you guys learned a lot. But we're going to talk about the trader's journey. So everyone here is on similar path because trading looks the same for a lot of people. We all go through different speed bumps and whatnot. Depending on what year you're in different developmental parts of it. So we're going to talk about the journey. Got these three dudes up here to go into their insights on it because all of them have made some money trading. They've definitely lost a good amount of money trading as well. But they've made more than they lost. And that's what makes you a profitable trader. So that's what matters. So to kick it off, the main first question is, what got you into trading? What was that moment? And I know for me, it was like a specific moment. I was on my way to my corporate job. I found out what options were for the first time, and I took a Netflix call option on the way to work. And I made more money than I did for my entire day at that job from that call option on the way to work. And I was like, okay, this is it. And like literally that was like my moment. So for you guys, what was your moment? What got you into this? And you're like, this is it. I'm hooked.
I guess I'm going first. You guys looking at me? Go for it. So basically, I'm a Navy vet. I got out of the Navy in 2018 when I was like 22 years old. Appreciate it. And I picked up IT. So I was an IT engineer. I did Linux. I was a Linux engineer for a private IT company in Northern Virginia because I'm originally from Maryland.
So I had a 401k, I had a good amount of money stacked up, and I just never been really good with authority, right? Like school, I wasn't really good at that. The corporate job, wasn't really good at that. I was good at it, but I just couldn't maintain it. I didn't like being in a cubicle. So I quit the job. I wanted to start my own business, but I quit before I even got to a business. I didn't have a product or a service. So I'm like, okay, what can I do without dealing with people? And I can do what I want. So I Googled that, and then trading came up. So next thing you know, I'm trading options on Robinhood. And then that led me to Tastyworks. I don't know if you guys remember that. Was it Tastyworks? And then
the guy with the hat.
Huh?
The guy with the hat. He always wears the fedora. The Tastyworks guy.
Yeah.
And you guys know that Tastyworks guy, Tasty Trades? Yeah, he always wears fedora.
Yeah, so basically I was just trying to start a business, didn't have a product or service. I looked it up, didn't want to work for anybody, didn't want to work with anybody, very introverted. And I came across options. I was doing that for 3 years, lost a lot of money. Like my first week, I was trading Tesla. I was using my 401k, burnt my 401k in about 2 months, lost $2,000 on Tesla puts in my second week trading options. Had no idea what I was doing, just guessing. And after a while, I started to, learn technical analysis, started to learn more and more. And then that's when I met this guy, right? So I was trading options. I was looking for a trading coach. I went on Instagram. I found Tanner. Tanner took me on as a coach. And more we started working together. And yeah, here we are.
And now you're crushing it.
Yeah, for me, I think the intro was just first buying a stock, clicking a button, and watching money on the screen just start to go up. And I thought, man, what is this world? I'm over here breaking my back, working. I've got to get, So that was an intro into stocks. I won't give you the full story, but it quickly, I had the same experience when I first got into crypto and, was trading with technical analysis, set a take profit, set a stop loss. I click a button, and 60 seconds later, take profits hit. And so that was, of course, the major intro. I had such enthusiasm around the charts themselves. I'll save the full story. It's on YouTube, but that spiraled into Forex and then futures eventually. And, here we are 6 years in. So.
But it was clicking the button first and just seeing it go up.
It was
it's like seeing the slot machine for the first time.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's just absolutely insane. Of course, that leads you into, now that doesn't really go that way every time. Lose money first, and then I think some of us are dumb enough to stick around, all of you guys here in the room, and actually make it out the other side. Hopefully make it out the other side. So that was the intro.
South Africa.
Yeah, well, for me, I was playing professional rugby in South Africa, and I had a bad knee injury, so I had a lot of time, found trading, and I think after the first years, I still didn't know what a stop loss was until I found Austin. So that's kind of how I got into it. Yeah.
Did you have like a specific moment though, where you were like, "Oh, this is it. This is what I'm doing"?
I think in the beginning, I did make money in the first 6 months, and then lost it all. So I saw it was possible. Yeah.
Okay. So to follow up on that, what did your family and friends think? Or your wife, if they were like, if you said, "Hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm gonna be a trader."
Yeah, I think I had a different experience than most, where I had a really supportive family. I didn't come from a ton of money, divorced parents, but both of my parents, when I called them, and I was a little bit later in life. I'm 34. I've been working in a career after going to college, put myself through college. And I had some previous successes, but both of them were like, "Yeah, it's a great idea. I think you should go for it. That sounds great. I'm sure you're going to do fantastic." For me, what I struggled with, and I think is so important, I want to hammer home at some point here, is the belief in yourself, right? I think most people won't have that experience, right? Everybody around you is going to tell you, nobody makes money day trading. That's crazy. Don't do that. That's a silly thing to do. Whether or not you have the belief from your support system like I did, or you don't, it really doesn't matter. It's on you guys individually to cultivate that belief. But I'm lucky to have that belief system. And there was some times where I called a year or two in, I'm like, "Hey guys, you didn't really help me out here. You should have said no. You should have said, don't quit your day job. This isn't going so great. Why didn't you tell me?" But no, I was lucky, very lucky.
Lawrence, want to go for it?
Same. My family was super supportive.
That's awesome.
They've always been supportive. Anything that I pretty much put my mind to, I'm very good at whatever I do. I've always been confident in that. They've seen it themselves, and to a point where when I wanted to go full time with trading and I quit my full-time job. I literally left my little Lux apartment in Northern Virginia. I was living in Alexandria, Virginia, if you guys are familiar with that. Moved back to my mom's basement, very humbling. And I just was grinding it out in my mom's basement. She was very supportive, didn't charge me anything. And I just had to pay for my car insurance, and that was it. So,
love that.
Yeah, so my side, my dad owns his own business, so he's always like quite supportive of, anything that I wanted to do. And yeah, he actually bankrolled me, so that's how I managed to get my startup, basically.
Damn, can you bankroll me if I blow some more accounts or what? I love that. And I think this is really important to showcase. I was lucky enough, too, to have supportive parents. My parents didn't really have big careers or make much money at all. So when I was like, hey, I want to follow my dreams, become a trader, they're like, please do it. Change our family lineage and let's make some money.
You're the one. Get it done, Tanner.
Full port NQ. So on that note, if you do have if you have anyone supportive in your life that does support the endeavor of trading, really, give them thanks and give back to them. And I was lucky enough to buy my parents a car this year from trading, and so that was like a really thank you. So that was like a really big thing for me where I was like, damn, I can't believe I can do this. It's like feels so good because they never supported me financially because they couldn't, but they always supported me. I literally remember going to their house, breaking, literally crying and be like, I can't do this. I don't know. I'm losing all my money. And they're like, you can bounce back. You know how to make money. You just got to make some changes. You can do it. They never once told me to quit or, well, what if you do this instead? They always were supportive. So if you do have someone supportive in your life, definitely, take note of that.
I want to add to this one. I think it's important to say I gave my parents, my wife, a reason to support me. And I think it's really important to have this, serious aspect around it. If you're just quit your 9 to 5, you're going to be a Lambo, boy, you're going to make a ton of money and you have no idea what you're doing. About the point where I was talking to my wife and saying, hey, I want to make a run at this. I'm getting ready to leave my career, in upper sales management for a racing fuel company I was working with. I was saving considerably. I was getting ready to bankroll myself both in trading and to be able to pay, mortgage bills, everything for a long period of time, even after I was gaining consistency. I was waking up in the middle of the night to trade London session and Forex. I was setting my Apple Watch because my wife was like, you got to turn the alarm off. I'd wake up, go in the other room. I did that for months. I really did that for months. I'd work all day, maybe read some trading psychology books, whatever it was, go to sleep as early as I possibly could, set my alarm for 1 a.m, wake up, try to trade for a couple hours, lose money, get super frustrated. Maybe if I could go back to sleep, catch a nap, usually on the couch because I started to wake her up. So, when we were having those conversations, I had already, laid out this drive, right? This ambition that I was going to make this happen, and here's what I'm doing leading into it. So, even if you don't have that support system around you, I think send it, do your thing, believe in yourself. But I think it's easier to support people that are at least displaying that they're going to make a really solid run at it. So remember
definitely, because not everyone's going to support you, and I'm sure a lot of you have learned that. People are like, oh yeah, cool, and then I guess what's going to happen? You're going to start making money. And then people are going to come out the woodworks like, hey, I knew you could do it. You're like, no, where were you when I was struggling, right? So just, again, I think it's important to take notes. So go for it. No, go for it.
Yeah, so I was going to say, let me ask you guys a question. Raise your hand if you felt like you didn't have support learning how to trade or nobody understood you, whatever the case may be. Now, let me ask the same people, or maybe the people who didn't raise their hand. The worst thing ever to me is to not have that support, but also doubt yourself because you constantly mess up during your trading session. And one thing that helps me out a lot because I coach traders, I have 11 traders right now that I'm coaching, okay? And I have a specific niche of traders, and all of them have a profitable edge that they know that can, work, but they get in their own way, right? They're very emotional, they sabotage themselves every now and then. So what I normally tell them is that if you can create physical proof, undeniable evidence, like check boxes, annotating your charts, doing chart markups, just evidence that you did everything that you possibly could in your trading session, you won't have any doubt, and coping with loss becomes easier. Okay, so that's just something that you should take with you, where it's just that will build your confidence day in, day out. Just give yourself evidence. Know that you did something right. And even if you didn't do anything right, forgive yourself. Just be like, hey, I come in here with good intentions every day. I don't do this all the time. And when I do it, I'm going to go ahead and give myself a little bit of leniency, right? If Tanner calls me and he's like, yo, Lawrence, I fucked up, bro. I lost $15,000, which he's liable to do, right?
That happened last week.
Yeah, so, and the way that I, would tell him, I'm like, listen, bro, it's okay. You're going to get it back. And we have a habit of not talking to ourselves just like I would talk to Tanner or a friend would, or you would talk to a friend. So talk to yourself like you would talk to your friend, okay? Whenever you do fuck up.
On that note, so let's go into the struggle, right? The struggle phase. So you get into it, you're starting to go a little bit, doing the thing, but you're just struggling. Like you're trying to figure it out. So for you guys, what really was like one of your biggest struggles in the beginning? What's like a big account blow up, like, in like that year 1 to 2? Because I had a lot of conversations with some of you guys yesterday too. I mean, we kind of all agreed on this. Year 2 to 3 is like almost the hardest. Because like you have a grasp, but the scoreboard isn't really reflecting it. And it's really, really frustrating. So like with some of your struggles, yeah, you want to start with this, James?
Yeah, I mean, I still think you struggle. You're going to have blow-ups from time to time as well, right? So I remember mine was, I had made, in my year 3, I made about 158K on a personal account. There was no prop firms at that time. And one day I blew up 50K on the account. So
50K
yeah,
one
50K
day.
one day.
Is that your worst day you've ever had?
Yeah, still to this
Whoa,
day.
50 grand.
And then, you get shook. I actually stopped trading for about a month. And you kind of just have to bounce back. Resiliency, I think, in trading is quite important. Bouncing back. You're not going to win every single trade, obviously. And that was a tough part.
Yeah, I wasn't the blow up king, but I was the slow bleed king. And I think I was just consistently losing money, which I think is equal to, if not, even worse. But I specifically remember a frustrating session of just back-to-back losses, and I zoomed out, which I really didn't like to do because I was, losing money. My equity curve was just a clean slope to the downside, just a clean 45-degree angle down. And it was a hard realization that if I had done the exact opposite of what I was doing by way of trade management and entries, I would have had the exact opposite, curve. That was tough. That was really hard. I had been putting in the work. I had really been putting in the work, and that helped carry me through. I'm gonna give you guys sauce. I'm gonna think on this one for a second.
Open it up.
I was thinking about this a lot on the run this morning. If you want to do something that most people don't do, because most people don't make money trading. So it's a hard fact. The vast majority, like it's not even close. You have to be willing to do what most people won't do. You have to be willing to make the sacrifices that most people won't be willing to make. Maybe you'll get lucky. Most people won't, okay? I'm going to run 100 miles in October. There's a joke about ultramarathon running where how do you know if someone's going to be, an ultramarathon runner? They're going to tell you in like 5 minutes of meeting them. So, you guys can roast me after
Thanks
this.
for telling us.
Yeah, just so you guys know. Because I'm going to do that, most people won't do that, I ran a half marathon this morning. I was up at 3:30 a.m. to run 13 miles. Partially to build the endurance to be able to, actually run the race. But the bigger part is to callous your mind. Because late, and where's my ultra marathon runner? There's somebody else. There he is. These guys know. Late in the race, at mile 70, all the training goes out the window. When you're struggling and the devil creeps in on your shoulder and everything sucks and you're throwing up and, everything hurts, you're bleeding. And, you start getting that chirp on your shoulder that says, what are you doing out here? Why are you here? Nobody cares that you're out here. There's no money at the end of this. You're not good enough for this. You're not built for this, man. It's not your day. Just wrap it up, go home, have a beer, smoke a joint, do your thing. And in order to kill that motherfucker, excuse my language, you have to have a stack of evidence. And I will think back to this morning running by myself. You guys right now, here today in this room, are building your stack of evidence. Most people today are not at a trading conference. Most people did not spend money to come out to trading. So congratulations to you. Please, clap for yourself. I'm hyped for you guys.
Give it up for yourself, everyone. Come on.
Doing this hard work, putting in the hard work every day to say, I'm showing up early. I'm not hungover. I'm at the charts an hour early. I'm doing my markup. I'm reminding myself of my risk per day, my risk per trade. I know what I need to do. Is going to help you when you get to that point in trading, like in the ultramarathon, when you blow 3 accounts in year 3, or you have that really tough time and you go, this probably isn't for you. That devil creeps in. You're not, nobody makes money trading. Does anybody make money trading? You know what? it wasn't cut out for you. It's not for you. You don't have the mindset that these guys have. It's a scam. Nobody makes money trading. In order to push through that, you need that evidence. So build that evidence. Build the belief in yourself, guys. Build the belief in yourself. Do the hard work.
I love the evidence thing you're saying, and Lawrence, I'll be going 1 second, because this does remind me of a moment in my life when I was working at the restaurant and learning how to trade. And talking to some people there, like, oh, so what are you doing? You're back here? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be a trader. And everyone, and all people restaurant, well, day trading is really risky. Most people don't make it. And like, so many people said that to me. Everyone said that to me. And I just had to ignore them and just go, but I know I'm putting in the real work to do it. And I remember specifically certain days where I would work open to close and go to the gym at 11 p.m. at night and still get my workout in and go, it's because I'm doing the shit other people don't want to do, which makes me know I'm different, right? And you have to all think that about yourself. Is like, think that you are different. Think you are unique. And not in a cocky way. You got to remember, a lot of people are lazy. A lot of people don't want to do shit. A lot of people are comfy with their 9 to 5, just doing that forever. That's it. They don't want to take an entrepreneurial leap. They don't want to take the risk. They don't want to go for that endeavor. So stacking the evidence, I think, is like such an important thing. And think to yourself, like, what evidence am I stacking and that I am putting in work that others aren't, right? Lawrence, biggest struggle, Honda Civic.
Yeah, right. So the Honda Civic, biggest losses, when I used to trade options or whatever, I had a cash account. I lost $24,000 in one day trading Facebook. One day. Well, not even one day, really an hour.
And at that time, I was coaching him, and he was on a heater. He sent me like back-to-back days where it was like 4K, 6K, and I was like, this is your best day ever. This is your best day ever. This is your best day ever. Yeah. And then then he told me to chill out, and I told him to chill out.
I got the hot hands, and yeah, I lost $24,000 in a day. That's one of those losses where you just breathe, right? You just you just lay out and just like accept it. I came back really like the next day at that point, because I really felt like if I was able to lose 24,000, then I'm able to make 24,000, and I have done that. So yeah, biggest loss in a day, 24,000 with cash account, prop account, 50,000. It was $10,000 in 5 accounts copy trading, and I lost the whole 10,000 in a day. If you guys have ever seen my YouTube video, I do master classes on trading psychology, and I go into depth. They're like 30 minutes to an hour long. And a lot of people compliment me on the depth and the perspectives that I have. And I only have that because I've done everything that you guys have done, if not worse. Promise you. And raise your hand for the boom and busters in here. We're the boom and busters. Boom and bust cycle.
Everyone's probably done it.
Boom and bust cycle. Okay. So for me, my biggest thing was I would make a shit ton of money, and then I will eventually lose it all, which made me realize that a lot of us know how to make money. We just can't keep the shit. Right? So what I realized and what I had to do was understand that I literally attached my identity and my own self-worth to a day-by-day random distribution, like my P&L on a trade-by-trade basis. So whenever I had a green trade, I'm the king of the world. And whenever I had the red trade, I should have never been born, right? So, that's very volatile. So your account balance is only going to reflect what you can handle mentally and emotionally. So if every random distribution, trade by trade basis, we all know that even when you take a great setup, you're going to lose. And when you take a horrible setup, you may win. And if you sit here and you continue to attach yourself to every single green and red P&L, how can your account balance be steady if you aren't? Right? If your identity isn't. So it's one of those things when I had to realize I had to connect more so with the things that I can control, right? Like my risk, my process, making my system another gem for you guys so y'all can have it. I got Evan right here. He's actually one of my traders too. So every trader that I onboard, I make them do a 5-year-old trading plan. So what that is basically you have to explain your trading plan to me as if you're 5 years old. 5 check boxes. That's it. Only the essentials. Check off those boxes every single day. That's it. That's all you have to do. Because once you realize, like I said, and we talked about stacking the evidence, once you have physical proof that you did everything that you possibly could and you left it all on the table, then at that point, you'll be able to cope with the loss a little bit better. One of the biggest things that I had to do and learn, which is a skill and was very underrated, is learning to sit in emotional discomfort, because losing money is nothing more than a mask and like a representative of what the real issue is. The issue isn't the money. The issue is you don't feel good about losing, so then you mask it with or have an excuse and saying it's because I lost money. No, you're just trying to feel better. That's all it is. So basically what I had to do was realizing it's practice. I'm telling you, it's a skill. You guys have to practice this, but you got to learn how to be content with leaving everything on the table and doing the best that you can and being happy with that. And I know that sounds like very generic, like, oh, just, you know, but over time, I guarantee you that as long as you're consistent, you're going to be consistent. And there's no difference between a consistent trader with a profitable edge and a successful trader. They're synonymous.
So we're talking a lot about stacking evidence. Let's talk about a little bit before when we're trying to build that evidence, right? How long was it until you guys became profitable? And I really don't like this question just black and white like this, because we all know it's kind of like a series of like steps and like kind of getting there. But for people out there that are like aren't profitable yet or are almost there, getting there, what was that like? How long was it for you? And I actually love this question because I was obsessed with it in year 2. I remember this is when I started talking to a bunch of traders, networking a little bit more, and I asked everyone because I was like, I was getting close, but I was like, how long until you became profitable? Right? I'm comparing. And what I found is everyone I asked gave different answers until literally I talked to like 100 plus traders and realized, okay, this is my own journey. That's all that really matters. It was hard to cement that. So for you guys, what was that? What was that like? How long until you were profitable, and what was that like? Let's have James go first.
Yeah, so for me, year 3, that's when I had like my breakout here. I made that 6 figures. But I think the big thing for me and what helped me was having a max daily loss limit in place. There was one even after I became profitable. There was one year I did 60% on my personal account, but I had 25 days where I lost 4% or more. And the goal for me the next year was to do less than that. I think a lot of traders actually can make money, but they'll have $100 days on average, and then they'll have like $1,000 loss, and it gives back 2 weeks. So that's something that helped me a lot in my trading journey.
I like that. This just reminds me, I did one exercise, I think it was in year 3, where I had a daily loss limit that day, that year where I set, and it was $300 a day. That was the most I told myself I could lose. I went through my P&L calendar and added up every single day that I went over $300, all that money over 300 on those red days, and it was $50,000 in extra losses just from breaking that one rule.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said, I think a lot of traders can make money long term, but they just give it back in 1 or 2 bad days,
Zach?
Yeah, I think I don't love this question. I think it is different for everybody. I think I used to ask it all the time myself, and it almost paints a picture that you flip a page one day and then you're profitable. It's all roses and rainbows, and there's no continual journey to the upside, and that's just not the case. I'd say probably somewhere into year 3. There's also a lot of moments, and we've talked about this before, where you think you have it all figured out, right? You start to gain some consistency. You make some money. A couple weeks go by, you're still making money, and then of course, the demons creep back in. The mistakes start to come. So I'd say if you're focusing on this piece, right, I definitely would not expect any kind of consistent profitability in the first 12 to 18 months of trading. You're just getting things figured out. I think the technical analysis side is the easier part, and we've had so much about that, and I'm excited to talk about some of the mindset side. The mindset stuff is tough. The psychology stuff is tough. The understanding of the nature of probabilities, the random distribution, of any given set of variables that define an edge, quote Mark Douglas there. It's tough. It's really hard. It goes against everything that we're born and raised with as humans. So I would say keep risk controlled until you start to develop some consistency. There's always so much time to scale. Don't put a time limit on it, and you have to have the mindset if you're here going at this that I'm not going to quit, right? I'm gonna make this happen. I will make it happen, as long as that takes. But keep risk low as long as you can. So,
Lawrence.
It took me 3.5 years. I literally quit 4 jobs, and not even jobs, like careers, right? Like I told you, I did IT, so I quit 4 times.
I remember you sending me pictures in the office being like, dude, get me out of here.
But that was the last job.
That was the last one. That was the last job.
That was the last job, yeah. So it took me 3.5 years, 4 quit jobs, careers, whatever. I think about around $70,000 to $75,000 loss before, and then it took me, after 3.5 years, it took me about 6 months to make back the $75,000. And then last year I closed with like positive $95,000. The past 2.5, 3 weeks, I'm up like around $25,000. So once you get to a certain point, it really starts to snowball in. But I would say like because I'm always talking about the mental side, right? But what really clicked for me was when I was really kind of like at rock bottom. And at that point, once I kind of stopped fighting it and I was okay with being broke, like I was comfortable, like I felt like everything was okay, and I was okay with being broke, being good with it, being good without it. That's when everything started to come in, because even if I had the money, or even if I did make a profit, trading, or even if I didn't, I was completely fine with everything that I had. One of my best performing months was when I stopped trying to because I have this dream. I want a huge house in Fort Lauderdale. I live in Fort Lauderdale. I want a nice house in Fort Lauderdale. I want, a front yard, backyard, pool, all that type of stuff. And right now, I live and it's a nice apartment. I live in a 2-2 right now. But the best month I had was when I was like, you know what? I'm cool with my car. I'm cool with my 2-2. I'm happy. And that's when I had like my best trading month ever. So.
Yeah. Gratitude. I think that's a really key.
Lawrence, you can come to South Africa, get it for half the price.
No, no, sir. I'm not going.
You just have to kill the elephant in your backyard as well. No, the gratitude thing is super important, because like I remember when I quit my corporate job to trade full time as well, even though I was barely making any money at all, like not even profitable yet at that time, working at the restaurant, grinding at night. I remember it being Tuesday, like a Tuesday or a Wednesday at 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, and I could go get coffee with a friend because like my schedule allowed it. And I remember just being like, God, I'm so grateful for this. I'm great. Like, even though it's not working yet, I have the confidence that eventually it will, but I'm just grateful. Like, my schedule is the only thing I cared about. Like, that was it. That was my biggest inspiration from the beginning. I didn't want to be controlled by the rat race 9 to 5. So, so the evidence. So, going in from struggles, turn the chapter a little bit. Let's go into like where the page actually turned, right? Like what was like some of the turning points that you guys had, like when you went from the struggle, you started to become profitable a little bit, and now like you're like, oh, it's clicking, this is changing, this is like things are starting to happen. What did that look like?
Yeah, I think a bigger turning point for me was really simplifying everything I was doing on the charts, dumbing it down as much as possible, recognizing I was going to have to apply some discretion and focusing a lot on my mindset. And it was just the first few weeks of not losing money, right? Of breaking even and going, oh, wow, we can manage risk here. We can not just have this consistent, horrible trade management. And then that slow tick up of watching green day, okay, stringing together some green weeks, stringing together some green months. And that was really, kind of showing that it was real. And I think for me, it's crazy because like Lawrence is saying, like, you're having a huge month, just recently, it really does continue to snowball. And I've thought like, if you asked me this, like half a year ago, I'd say, no, I'm crushing it already. Like, this is going to be good. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And I'm having an absolute awesome run on prop firms right now. I was in a live account for 6 months to 26 payouts with one firm. It just continues to snowball if you continue to do the hard work and you look to scale, look to push yourself on the amount of risk that you're taking on within reason. So yeah, I think you continue to have breakthroughs. It's really cool. You start to get that first one. Maybe you're a boom buster and you just stop, busting. For me, it was just slowly turning green, and then bigger breakthroughs where it's, okay, I took one payout, right? You passed your first firm and you take one payout and you're like, okay, and you struggle to take another one, and then you take one. Then you go a couple back-to-back months where you've taken one payout, like one small payout. Then all of a sudden you're taking multiple in 1 month, then one every week. And then, like, for me, over the last few weeks, like, for as long as I can remember, it's been every single week and a lot on multiple days of the week. So it just continues in that way. Yeah.
The evidence, Rake Trades, if you guys follow him on Instagram, he talks about the Nike checkmark effect, or like the swoosh effect. The Nike logo is like, it's really small, and then as it gets towards the end and swooshes, it gets really thick and big. That's like the snowball effect, and like that is like the truest thing too, because that happened last year even to me, where it all of a sudden like really just snowballed, where I would blink and I'd be like, whoa, I made how much this month? Like, holy crap. And I'm not like in the moment going, okay, well, I need to hit this number or that number. It just all of a sudden it just starts like snowballing and happening. So
Yeah, I think the big one for me as well was obviously meeting Austin, but I think accountability. We have tools like TradeZilla right now where you can do like the Mentor app, where your coach or anyone can see the trades that you actually take. I think a big thing that I've seen, because we all do it, is you take a crap trade, you blow out and you don't want to share it. And I think if you don't do that, you don't take accountability and you can never actually fix the issue. So, yeah.
How many of you guys have a coach? Actually, let's ask this. Who has never had a coach or mentor and does everything on their own? It's okay. Put your hands up. Okay, go find one. Okay. And I don't say that in a negative way, but it's like having someone else look at your data and help you and being that eye over your shoulder. I've had a coach forever in powerlifting and trading. And like to this day, it's like, you think I don't know how to squat, bench, and deadlift? It's like, no, of course I do. But like having the coach there and watch over stuff and guide me, because like we all naturally revert to doing stuff what we're built to do, right? We do our worst habits. And so to have someone get on you and get out that is super important.
Yeah, we're in a unique situation where there's nobody looking over our shoulder in this trading business, right? It's us by ourselves, and in any other profession or industry, somebody would be checking in. And any hedge firm or professional trading desk, there's a stop out limit. And after you take that second loss and you enter another position, someone's going to come over and give you a shoulder tap, which is, used roughly, and that's, shout out. But yeah, we'll cut that one out. We don't have that. So put yourself out there to find that. A community, have some accountability, have somebody that's going to look over your shoulder where at very least you go, I don't want to have to tell the person that I'm working with that I went on tilt. If you're struggling, in those areas, I think it'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I think I had two turning points. The first one, I'm gonna be honest, I just got tired of crashing out, bro. Like I just wanted to have a good day, right? Like there's been so many days.
You need the perfect scorecard.
Say it again.
You need the perfect day scorecard.
That's exactly what I need, bro. But yeah, so there came a point in time around, like I said, like around the 3.5 year mark where I just got tired of trading ruining my day and my vibe, and just made me realize, made me forget that I actually have an amazing life. Like anything outside of trading was working for me. I had nothing to complain about. So trading would literally ruin my entire day. And I just got tired of going outside in South Florida with, beaches right there, palm trees right there, and I'm angry, right? So after a while, you just kind of get sick of like getting mad all the time, and you just kind of submit to the process. And I think the second part was live trading. We used to go on YouTube live every single day for almost like a year or something like that. And just having everybody look at you trade, you're not going to do nothing stupid for the most part, right? So I think that that was very.
Or if you crash out in front of everyone with dignity and pride.
Yeah. So just having that accountability, going back to like the coach piece, and just having accountability and stuff. So we had like 300, 400, sometimes even up to 600 people watching us every single day, Monday through Friday, where we would trade, and that helped me gain that discipline, that structure. That's when I started doing like one trade a day for like 4 or 5 months, and I had some of my biggest months in that situation, and I learned more about myself. And yeah, so live trading, having max accountability, not being able to hide in the shadows, showing everybody my P&L, green and red, and then just being upset. Just being tired of being upset and ruining my day. So if you prioritize having a good day and you prioritize being in a good mental state, when you feel good, you do good. When you do good, you perform good. And over time, that'll add up, and yeah, you'll see the results.
So that's really good what you just said, because I want to go into this next part. What did you stop doing? What was like something that you're like, okay, like I have to stop doing this? Like for me, it was, I really felt like I connected with Steve, the averaging down. I never average down. You guys watch me trade, I average up. I add into the position now, but like I never average down anymore. So that's like one big thing I stopped doing that I think really helped my progress overall. So what is something that you guys stopped doing that has really, really helped you?
Yeah, I'd say trade management. Stop doing the exact opposite of what I'm supposed to do, and just hold every single winner to the stop loss and go stop loss to break even and stop myself out for the tiniest bit of profit. I definitely recognized at a certain point that I could not handle watching a P&L. Take myself out of the situation, set it and forget it, let a trade run, and that was great. And then slowly, ease my way back into trusting my data. And like I trade live on YouTube nonstop. If you guys watch me trade live, I hold my winners, I hold my losers. I try not to do anything stupid, even as the chat's yelling at me. Why don't you go stop loss to break even? Why don't you take it off here? Why don't you do X, Y, Z, right? I've been there before, right? I've done it for so long. And I think it's part, like, how do you get there, right? How do you connect those dots? What do you stop doing? You get to a point where you're disgusted enough of making the same mistake over and over and over again, where you eventually, want to make the change. But you also build that through just time on the charts. You really build that through time on the charts. And then you have to at some point apply some discipline where you say, I'm going to take myself out of this equation, right? I need the training wheels, whatever it is. I'm going to just go set it and forget it, full, take profit, stop loss. If you watch that play out for a while, maybe that's not the best way to manage your trades, but if you watch that play out for a while, you get that positive reinforcement where the P&L is not just horrible because you hold every loser and you add in and you move stop loss and you take it away and you never hold a winner, right? Okay, some of these hit full take profit, great. Positive reinforcement. It's easier when you do bring yourself back into the equation to say, okay, I understand. I have the data behind this. Now I have some confidence. I actually have some evidence to show what I should be doing. I have proof of concept here. So I think that was big trade management, yeah.
James?
Yeah, just on my side, going back to the live trading, I used to record my screens. I know S&B Capital are quite big on this, So like, obviously going back and looking in hindsight, you can see the dumb stuff that you do because everyone in hindsight should be a millionaire trader, right? But yeah, going back and actually seeing my execution in real time, being able to see what I'm doing, how I'm reacting, and learning from that. When I played rugby, we used to do video analysis on a Monday from the weekend game, So learning from that, obviously is going to just improve your trading.
What did you stop doing though? That was something you're like, oh yeah,
over trading, bro. I'd be green in the morning, and then I'd come in the afternoon and take 5 more trades and be down and tilting because I gave back my profits.
That's always the worst, Lawrence.
2 things I stopped doing. The very first thing, which you know about this one, is the moment that my stop loss get hit, I jump back in and go the opposite direction. So I stopped doing that. Now, if my stop loss get hit, I at least wait, to buy into weakness or to sell in strength, at least, right? The second thing is learning how to stop, like really learning how to stop. Just put my pride, my ego aside, and that's what green days and red days. Like even now, I don't really have like a strict session that I trade. Like I would just check the charts. If I see something I like, I'll take it. And if there's nothing there, then I just close the charts and I just go do something until, play 2K or something and then come back and then check to see if there's a setup there. Once I take a trade, and if it's a green trade, I'm done for the day. Like I won't even, if I take a trade in Asia session at 8 p.m. last night, which I did, I locked out. I didn't even trade this morning. I didn't trade London. We're going into the weekend. So just knowing when to stop, right? And even when I do lose, I think that was a skill that I had to develop where I started to shift and realize, okay, I think that I'm starting to get a hang of this thing, because it wasn't how much money I made. It was how much money I didn't lose. Sorry, that fly almost attacked me. So it was, it was how much money I didn't lose and being able to stop after like the first red trade. Because I guarantee you, majority of you guys in here, if you were to stop at the very first red trading, think about it in your mind. This would change my mindset, right? Every trade that I take, the decisions that I make, I always have in consideration for my future winners. So if my first trade is a loser, if I know I can stop right now and then wait for the next session to come, then I'm looking out for my future winners to fill up that small little loss and then push my account forward. So if you can just look out for your future self in every decision that you make, that's the first thing. The second thing is asking yourself, what would you regret the most? Okay? Because tilt is nothing more than regret, the emotion of regret expressed through risk on the charts, okay? So just try your best to understand what you will regret the most. One of the things that trigger me, I can tell you off the top of my head, is when price goes to 90% towards my TP and then comes back and stops me out, right? The second thing is when I first enter a trade and price just slams my stop loss before I feel like I even had a chance, and now I got to go again, right? Like I didn't get a fair chance for the day. And there's been a lot of times where we would live trade and then I would get stopped out immediately after waiting a damn hour to get into a trade, and I would have to stop for a whole 24 hours. But then again, I would have to be okay with being comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? Just if you think about it, whenever you lose a trade, you have this emotional discomfort, and if you can you don't even have to get rid of it, Because control doesn't mean that you stop the emotion. Control means that you don't allow the emotion to manipulate you and have you do something that can mess you up in the long run and erase everything that you worked so hard to get. So just learn how to deal with emotional discomfort, and the more practice you get, then the more it won't bother you, because your beliefs will change due to experience and witnessing. We don't allow ourselves to experience or witness the beauty of just having one account for 90 days. If you can keep one account for 90 days through thick and thin, you will experience that your account balance, even when you mess up, your account balance will eventually grow because you're just participating in the market. You are the edge. So just by keeping the account long enough, you will literally see it grow. And Evan will tell you, because that's the whole concept of my coaching program. I don't get my traders to gun to payouts. The whole concept is keep your accounts long enough for payouts to come to you, to make yourself available for those big. Matter of fact, 20% of trades make up your entire year.
Oh,
and you got to make yourself available for that 20%.
You got to be ready.
80% of your trades
swing the bat when it's there.
Exactly. 80% of your trades are going to be mediocre, or they're going to be losses. The other 20% is going to make up your entire year. But what if you're not available because you blew up your account to be there for the 20%? So just keep yourself available.
Yeah, I'm going to add on that. I got to elaborate on that last part because it's solid. The longer I go, the more that I agree with that. And I used to think, no, I watch guys that are super consistent, guys and girls that are trading. You have certain market conditions that are going to align better for whatever your approach is. If you look at NQ, it's a perfect example of this. It's been on an absolute tear. We all know what NQ is doing. If you're a breakout trader, you're buying the open, buying session open, but you're killing it, right? If that's your play, you would have been getting stopped out and just barely surviving for the last 3 months. If you went on tilt the last 3 months and blew every account you had, you would have missed this opportunity to absolutely capitalize. Maybe the opposite is true. You were crushing it in the range because you're a versatile trader. If you constantly are blowing up because you're not able to survive through the long periods where it's back and forth, break even, and I get comments. I get a lot of guys that ask me, "What's going on, man? It's been like a month or something. Kind of just back and forth, kind of break even." A lot of trading is surviving. I would say more often than not, it's trying to wait patiently for the market to do what you need it to do. And such a big jump is what Lawrence is describing there. If you can just survive with enough risk and confidence and mental capital to put the trades on when the market sets up for you, it's like a whole nother game. And I see that from a lot of the other big traders. I remember watching Tom Hogarth back in the day. I remember hopping in his room first, and it was like he got cooked like 3 days in a row. And for me, in the way that I was thinking, I'm like, this guy sucks. He wrote the best book ever, but he can't trade. Like, this is horrible. I'm out of here. It was like 3 days. That's all
if
it
you
took.
guys don't know Tom Hogarth, he wrote
Best Loser
Wins. Really good book. Go check it out.
Badass trader, great book. Yeah. So anyway, I come back to check on it. Like 6 months later, he's up like 300K in the, for the year, whatever it was.
When we were at that conference in June last year, he was like, "It's a great day. I'm up 1.2 million this morning." And we're all like,
the thought is like, I didn't recognize at the time at all that, what trading was and really what the markets were and the randomness that we're going to have to deal with and this inconsistency. So as hard as that is, try to reflect on that. We're going to have long periods, even after you get consistent, of red, right? Like when we did the podcast, not to bring it back. First off, you're on a heater this month. Yeah, like how many payouts have we taken? You don't have to go numbers-wise, but because I'm going to bring it back to how tough.
How many payouts have I taken in the past month?
Yeah,
bro, at least 20, 25.
Okay,
it's been
okay.
That was last year, bro. It's 2026.
In February, when we were doing so 25 payouts, right? 25 payouts in a month. He's absolutely killing it. Live account. He pulled it up for me, guys. It was just back-to-back $1,000 payouts every single day. It's insane. He's scheduling them ahead of time now. No, literally, he's scheduling emails ahead of time.
Yeah, I have a risk manager, so I just send her emails.
In February, when the market wasn't setting up for you, what did that month look like, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
sharing?
So February was really bad. I don't know if you guys remember like February, March time frame, unless you're like a reversion trader or something like that. But me, I'm a trend trader for the most part, and I literally had 13 red days out of 18 trading days. That's only 5 green days. I closed the month out with only negative $688, right? Because I learned how to stop.
And you respected your stop. I remember you posting your calendars, and you respected your daily loss limit every damn day.
Insane example here, guys. Insane example of controlling risk and capping your downside losses in a horrible month. Wildly bad back-to-back red days.
Going back to the podcast, I was saying that risk, and this is actually very valuable in my opinion, but risk and your edge are on two completely different planes. Okay, you cannot outperform risk. Let's just put that out there. I don't care if it's an A++ setup, you cannot outperform risk. It's going to catch up with you. So risk, it's either pass or fail, life or death, very binary. Your edge, you can be a little bit more, I guess flexible with it to a degree. Like you can have an average edge, but if you just maintain your risk and pass your daily loss limit every single day, no matter if it's a mess up, no matter if it's a beautiful execution, but do not try to like combine risk and edge, okay? Risk is like life or death, is black or white, is very binary, it's pass or fail, so just look at it like that.
Let's shift gears into the scaling part real quick. So I think we can all agree, and a lot of people in here, we're obviously here for the Futures Bootcamp, but how have prop firms specifically changed the trajectory of your growth and your scaling? Because I noticed once I started trading props, like I really started to like kind of explode and like really get more confidence too. When we were live trading too, I think that was like a really good thing you said. I remember it was 90 days. I had my top 1 futures account and I took all the payouts required and I made it to live. And I did that in front of everyone on YouTube. And I remember that period like built a lot of confidence in my own personal journey of my trading, especially in the futures and prop space. So for you guys, how have prop firms like really changed the game for you and helped your scaling and trajectory of growth?
Yeah, I think on multiple levels, I'll try to make it concise. First, really keeping risk low when I finally slowed down couple years back on prop firms coming over to futures and was able to just not be burning a ton of capital. Past that, the ability to scale with prop firms to trade, multiple accounts aggressively, to trade in a prop firm live account is just incredible. We're given an opportunity that is so insane compared to this is the best time to be a trader. It's the best time to be a trader, it really is. And I know we're biased up here. I'm partnered and affiliated with firms. Guys know I always do the disclaimers. It is the best time to be a trader. It's absolutely insane. I came from trading live accounts. Prop firms were around. It's insane. And I think it is skewed and distorted on social media because you get so many people complaining. Not to say that prop firms aren't the devil sometimes and we have issues. You can leverage your money and limit downside risk and take advantage of an asymmetric risk scenario that is absolutely insane right now. So I think everybody from complete beginners to just learning on $50 evals to keep risk extremely low, all the way up to traders that are getting more advanced that want to continue to leverage, you can do all of that with props. I'm not saying that live accounts do not serve an absolutely great purpose. I have multiple of them. Props continue to be an insane advantage. So.
James, FTMO, South Africa, do they have prop firms out there?
Yeah, sometimes. But yeah, I think it's great. Prop firms have been, are one of the best things for retail traders. You also do, as Zach said, you cap your downside. So you buy, the CFD is sometimes a little bit more expensive, but $500 for an account, that's the max that you can lose if you blow it up, right? So whereas if you new trader put in 10 grand into account and you trade minis instead of macros, you can blow that up pretty quickly. So and once you get the first payout, you basically risk free. So I think props are great for retail traders personally, especially new traders.
Laurent?
I think prop firms are, I'm going to go on a mini rant right here with prop firms.
That's
because
fine.
I'm telling you, I've studied this.
Make it relatively quick.
Yeah, I will. I got you. So prop firms, they're really good with scaling. One thing that I always say that's, that I thought of, because I've studied prop firms because I came from, trading my own capital. And whenever I used to lose, it's fine. I used to get upset. But for some reason, when I switched to prop firms, I'm furious. And I'm like, what's going on with me? Like, who is this guy, right? Like, it was a whole different person. And I was trying to figure out what was the difference between me losing in props and me losing with the cash account. So I started studying prop firms. And the thing about prop firms is that they're amazing for scaling, but it can be a distraction because you will never rise to the logic of trading math. You will always fall down to your emotions and how much you can actually handle. So what I'm saying is that 20 Apex accounts, $200 a day, that's $4,000 a day. The math makes sense. It does, but you will never rise to that. So you need to learn yourself well enough to know, like, hey, 2 accounts is just fine. I don't need to have 20 accounts. Like for me, for example, I have 2 live funded trading accounts with Tradeify, right? So 2, and I've been rinsing them. That's why I made $25,000 in like 3 weeks with 2 accounts. I don't need 20 accounts. So it's really good with scaling, but like I said, you won't rise to the logic of trading math. Like it can make all the sense in the world. The stats can make sense. it's not, but if you can't handle it, then what's the point? So just learn yourself and understand that 2 and 3 accounts is just fine. It's okay.
I want to open it up to questions for everyone, but one last one for you guys. I already know the answer to it, but I just want to hear the perspective. Will you still be trading in 10 years from now?
You know what's crazy? I don't know. Like, I think that, and the reason why is because
you're going to be so wealthy off all of the Bitcoin that you own by then, and why?
And yes, that part. But no, I think that when you get out of the rat race, you realize that there's a new one every single time for the most part. And I started to see trading to a degree. Trading has a rat race as well. So for me, I'm going to trade, but my overall goal is to do business acquisitions, right? Like small and medium-sized businesses, taking the trading capital, investing into here, so I can, stop doing high risk, even though it's high reward, but I can stop doing high risk activities, and I can get paid a lot residual just for doing, taking a lot of capital and then investing it into low risk things with smaller returns, but just a shit ton of capital invested. So I do want to retire from trading eventually. Now, coaching and psychology and helping other traders, I don't think that I'll retire from that. I think that I'll always help, but eventually I'll probably stop trading as much.
Yeah, I think I'll still be trading. I love the markets. I love the charts. I'm diehard in it. I don't think I'll be trading, multiple prop firms and live accounts aggressively the way that I am now. I think everybody aspires to just end up as this, portfolio manager, right? Where you're, maybe you're Steve with millions and millions of dollars that you're just kind of managing and, taking positions here and there. But yeah, I think I'll still be in the markets in 10 years for sure. Hopefully.
James?
Yeah, trading really made me lose all my
You're only like 16, so like
yeah,
you
exactly.
got a lot of time for that stuff.
So I'll definitely still be trading. I love the challenge that it brings. It's different every single day, and you got to bounce back from the wins and losses. So that's why I love it.
I'll definitely still be trading in 10 years. I probably won't be as psychotic, like taking so many trades and aggressively. I'll probably be a bit more selective, but I love the game, man. I'm upset. I think about the show all the time. It's what makes me tick. I love the industry, the trading industry, all these events and stuff like that. So absolutely, I'll still be around. I want to open it up for questions real quick. So
questions.
Any questions on whatever, anything, all up for these guys.
Hey, you want to get Connor a mic, please? Anybody else? Hand up if you got.
You guys are awesome. I know it's the end of the day on Friday. We're the finishers here, so this is epic. I appreciate you guys all sticking it out this long.
Closers got to be heavy, bro. Closers are heavy.
Save the best for last, team.
How's it going? I want to talk about when you do take a swing of the bat and it doesn't pan out, and what your guys' mindset is when you got big and it doesn't pan out, and then you see that setup maybe 2.5 weeks later or something like that. What gives you the conviction? Where's your mind at?
I would say that every trade, and I got this from Mark Douglas too. Before I take any trade, I always ask myself, how much am I willing to lose to figure out if this is going to be a winner? So when you ask yourself, how much am I willing to lose to figure out if this is going to be a winner, you're pretty much addressing the loss head on. You're addressing risk, and also you are literally putting a dollar amount on the quality of the trade. Because if you think about it, right, if you take a trade and you over leverage, but then you realize like the quality of the trade isn't that great, then that means you kind of like scammed yourself a little bit, right? You want to put a certain dollar amount where you feel like this trade is actually worth this amount of money. So just making sure that I address the loss, I address the risk, and I just ask myself, like, if this doesn't work, how much am I willing to lose? And if it's a great setup and I, want to full port the shit, then I'm like, hey, I would have did it 10 times over, So I don't normally full port. I'm just.
Yep. It's good. No, that's good. I mean, I'll answer that question as well, because like I try to practice swinging the bat when I see like really good setups. Kind of exactly what Lauren says is like, I walk myself through how much information and evidence do I have to really have conviction in this idea, right? Is it worth it for me to put on size? Because you'll get to a point where once the stars align so much, I always say it's like, it's irresponsible not to get big on this setup. But that comes with experience and time and like being able to see that and understand that and create this thesis and then continually walking through the thesis. And so this happened last year actually on Apple, where I had a big swing trade last year on Apple where I made like $50,000 on it with some options. And Apple sold off into the 200 period weekly moving average. I bought calls that were like 10 months out, and it popped pretty hard and then consolidated for months on end. And I remember being like, well, it's still, it's not invalid. It's above the 200, and like 200 is a good spot to buy. It's not really making lower lows. We're just consolidating. And then all of a sudden, like, news came out positive. Apple started to pop and it went. And I was like, okay, I'm really glad I got heavy on that, because it continued to do what I thought it should do. And then I let it work, because that's the hardest part too. It's like when you go to swing the bat, it's like you can't be afraid to let the trade work. And you have to be able to hold it. It happened to me literally today, where I had a trade that was like working really, really well, and I was up like $4,000 on it, and then eventually it came all the way back down. The market got heavy, and I actually got stopped out for break even. And I was like, damn it, I could have taken 4K on that. But I had a lot of conviction in it initially. But swinging the bat, like, yeah, you have to have all the stars align and be like, okay, this is it.
Good question. Though, swinging the bat, I don't think it's for newer traders though. I think
definitely 100%, not for newer traders. Yeah. You have to have experience. Again, like, that's why I said you have to understand what you're looking at. And honestly, in probably year 1 to 4 even, you're probably not going to fully understand that. And that's okay. You can practice it, because swinging the bat and getting bigger on any setup is actually like building a muscle. You're uncomfortable doing it, and you feel, I don't know if I want to do this, but then eventually you're like, okay, well, I'm going to go a little bit heavier here. I'm going to go a little bit heavier here. And then that just starts to grow with time.
So have you guys, has anybody ever taken a trade, lost it, and looked at the trade and said, I would have done this a million times over, even though I lost, right?
You should, definitely.
Those are the trades that you need to study. Like I said, it goes back to what I was talking about with regret, because that's all tilt is, right? So if you take a trade and you lost that trade, somewhere deep down, you know that you shouldn't have been involved in that trade in the first place, because there's also been trades where you lost that trade and you were like, shit, I would have done it a million times over, and I'll keep doing it, right? So that is where you want to swing the bat for experienced traders.
Good question.
Any other questions? Yeah, can we get Michael a mic? Anybody in the front of the room questions? Okay, Michael, you'll be our final one of the day. What a better way to
We had
close
one
it
more
out.
up here.
Oh, you did? Okay,
You guys
good.
missed it.
One more.
You guys can always ask us questions later too, whenever.
Yeah,
For sure.
we're not going anywhere. Please, for sure, find everybody after this.
I'm looking for some psychology tips here.
You come to the right place, my brother.
LawrenceBriscoe.equities. I don't know.
Lawrence the preacher.
So there's a common theme for me specific, and I'm going to assume I'm not alone in this, where like I start a prop firm and I start off really well. But like as I approach that profit target, all of a sudden trade performance starts to go down. And then when it starts to go down, it goes really down. So like, do you have any tips for like how I could get over that hump?
Yeah. So, like I said, I study prop firms. So this is the thing, and I'll make it very quickly. Have you guys ever heard of Simon Sinek's infinite game versus finite game? So basically, what prop firms do, and I love prop firms, I'm not bashing them, but you got to know what game you're playing. So when you talk about an infinite game is war, business, relationships, life, marriage, where the whole goal is to stay in play. There's not like a scoreboard. There's not a profit target. There's not a 5 days, green days of $150 to get to a payout. There is no end of the race. The whole goal is to live forever, to stay married forever, to keep that one trading account forever, just to stay in play forever. Don't allow the business to close, right? So when you take this game that's supposed to be, you staying in play forever, and that's the objective of the game, then you go into the prop world where they're just like, hey, there's a finish line. So you take that finish line and you put it on a pedestal. So by the time you get to that payout or you get to that funded account, you don't know what to do. So you're probably going to sabotage yourself because now you don't have a task to do anymore. And right before you get there, you're like, wow, I'm almost near the end of the race. Man, what's my purpose now, right? So you end up blowing the account, or as soon as you take a payout, it's over with. So for me personally, what always helps me is just ignoring everything. Like, I'll ignore consistency rules. I don't care. I'll ignore, if it takes me a little bit longer, that's fine, because the thing is when you realize, and when I had the realization of I'm going to be doing this for a long time, it kind of takes the pressure off for today. So just stay in play forever. That's the objective of the game, and don't allow prop firm rules to pretty much make you make certain decisions that is not in the best favor of you or your trading account.
Yeah, it's a focus on the way that you're thinking about trading, right? That's the whole discussion up here. The differentiator between trading a demo account so well, which we can all do, and a prop account when there's risk on the line, or a live account when there's a lot of risk on the line, It's the same. We're clicking the same buttons. The market's moving the same, but it's not the same, right? It's the way that we're thinking about that risk, loss aversion. When you're coming through that point, it's the most important thing to do, to attempt to just focus on the information in front of you on the chart, to block out everything. If you want the easy hack to start, block out your P&L, change the P&L on the entry that's running to ticks. Literally use a post-it note if you have to. Hogard used to talk about that. Big traders still do that. Make it as easy as you can. Change everything from green and red to blue or yellow or some other color, and keep it focused. Still manage risk, the dollar amount, but keep it focused on your entry from a technical or fundamental perspective, whatever you're using. The P&L really is irrelevant. In prop firms, we are forced to jump through hoops. They are, they are making it difficult in that way. Although they are great, spot to scale, it does come as a double-edged sword, and that's one of them, right? This finish line where you have to hit a buffer, a profit target, certain amount of minimum trading days, you have to hold trades for so long. Try your best to disregard that, because that does not make any sense when it comes to executing an edge in the market, right? That really does not make any logical sense. That's there as a, as a challenge for us. So there's not a easy one-size-fits-all for that, but try to stack those odds in your favor by making things as least emotional as they possibly can, by taking the number out of it, make it so you can still manage risk. And as you're approaching that profit target, understand that you have to continue to just do what makes sense on the charts. As soon as you step outside of that, it's lights out, as it has been. So it also just comes with time, brother. It also just, there's no easy way to say that. It's time on the charts as well.
The trader's journey. Everyone's is different yet unique and individual, but it's your path. Keep going. Give it up for all these guys.
Do we have any more questions? No?
Did you want to ask?
Give it up for the boys. Boys, you can step down off stage. I'm sure they're going to be around later tonight. Tanner will be at the bar.
You got to, look at you have a champagne in your.
Well, this is not for me. This is for everybody.
So you're gonna share that one glass with everyone in here?
So listen, everybody, I appreciate you so much. We're gonna head to the bar, have fun, hang out. If you're coming to the dinner, if you bought a ticket, tickets get us into the dinner at 7:30. Don't get there too early, please. Okay? 7:30 to 9:30. I'll see you there. If you need info on that, if you bought a ticket and you forget where it is, just let me know. But cheers to you guys. The quote I will leave you with: we can never know the future, and that doesn't help us make money. Our job is to manage our emotions while the future remains unknown. So cheers to you guys. Best of luck this year. I hope you make a shit ton of money, and thank you for coming. Head out in the hall. Don't leave anything in here. I'm selling it, I told you. And go make sure you take some pictures with the people.
Everyone, give it one more time. A round of applause for Austin for putting this all together. These events aren't easy to put together, and he takes the reins and crushes it. So